Chapter 168. The Ji clan mobilized a large number of people. Their cavalry swept through the sky, and their banners fluttered in the wind. People shouted and beasts roared. Murderous intent shot into the sky, and cold light shone on their armor. This power didn't seem like it belonged to the mortal world. It was like heavenly soldiers and generals had arrived. Strange beasts stepped on the air and ran above the clouds. Even the sky was shaking. The Ji clan's saint leader didn't merge with the air this time. He stood high in the sky and was surrounded by countless rings of light. It was like the Eastern Barren Territory's God King was being reborn. With him as the center, an ocean-like ripple spread out. Powerful divine power swept up the 9 heavens and down to the 9 hells. At this moment, the Ji clan's saint leader became the center of the world. Divine wind blew for dozens of miles. The Ji clan's saint leader flew across the sky and landed on the 6th level. Purple energy shot into the sky, but it couldn't get close to his body. Everywhere he passed, the flames were silently extinguished. It could be said that at this moment, he wasn't a god king, but he was comparable to one. Behind him, 6 or 7 elders landed as well. On the ground, the blood had dried up long ago. The head and the body were separated, and no spirit was left behind. He had been completely killed. No matter how powerful they were, they couldn't save him. More than 10 black feathers stabbed into the ground randomly and surrounded the body. This was why the bones weren't burned by the purple flames. This is. An extremely old elder with white eyebrows that were half a foot long frowned and said, "The feathers of the fire crow are as tough as iron and can't be melted by flames. These are the feathers of an old crow that has cultivated for more than 1,000 years." The elders looked at each other. One of them thought for a while and said, 1,500 years ago, there was a crow Daoist in the southern region. His power was unfathomable. Then, he mysteriously disappeared and hasn't been seen since. The Ji clan's saint leader grabbed a feather and flicked it in his hand. Instantly, there was a clanging sound as if divine metal was shaking. A grand elder's expression changed and he said, "This old demon's life is about to end, but his cultivation is becoming more and more terrifying. No matter who he is, no matter how strong he is, as long as we find him, we must kill him." The Ji family's sacred lord said coldly as killing intent filled the air. When he opened his eyes, 2 beams of light shot out like sharp swords that swept across the fire zone. In less than half a year, the Ji clan had lost 2 great elders. To the clan of the Huanggu, this was a great humiliation. They were supposed to be the rulers of the world, but now they were being provoked again and again. Up until now, the Peacock King was still free and unfettered in the mortal world. Now that such a situation had occurred, if they couldn't establish their might, how could the Ji family face the world? On this day, the entire southern region was shaken. The Ji clan announced to the world that the name of Crow Daoist had been added to their must-kill list. All of the cultivators in the eastern wasteland and southern region were shocked. During the past half-year, there had been endless disturbances, and there had never been a true calm. Now, a storm was rising again. For many people, they had never heard of the name Crow Daoist. But when the grand elders of the various sects heard of it, their faces changed. An enormous storm swept through the southern region. The Ji family was truly furious and vowed to establish their might. This caused many sects to tremble with fear, fearing that they would be swept into the storm. Raging waves rose, and the southern region was shaken even more than last time. After leaving the fire domain, Yi Fan heard a lot of news. Half a year ago, the Bronze Immortal Palace had sunk into the eastern wasteland and disappeared. Along with it, dozens of elders had disappeared. They were all experts who had reached the end of their lifespans and could no longer prolong their lives. This indicated that another era had come to an end. The eastern wasteland had lost dozens of top figures. The Bronze Immortal Palace was truly a graveyard for experts. However, this didn't mean that the eastern wasteland had gone through a calamity. Old age and death were normal. Otherwise, these people would have died in recent years. The eastern wasteland was too vast, and there were countless countries. Losing dozens of people didn't have much of an effect. Another important news was that the Peacock King's magical power was monstrous. That day, the Wavering Light Saint and the Ji Clan Saint worked together, but they still couldn't stop him and the Green Flood Dragon King. They had already brought the Yao Emperor's descendants to the northern region. Furthermore, in the past half a year, the Ji Clan, the Wavering Light Saint, and the others had also sent experts to the northern region in batches. The divine source there was shocking, and the great factions that had existed since the ancient desolate era all wanted a share of the spoils. The Origin ancient mine in the northern region was originally a desolate place, but in the past year, it had become more and more restless. It was said that humanoid creatures appeared, and the sounds of nature intoxicated people. Half a month later, Yi Fan returned to the fire domain. There was great turmoil outside, so this was the safest place. After the Ji clan left, this place became peaceful again. Unless the Wavering Light Saint came personally, not many people would be able to enter the 7th layer of the fire domain. In the past half a month, he had read many historical records in the ancient books of a large country, understanding everything about the fire domain. There were many legends about the fire domain, and many of the records were absurd. Yes, they couldn't be confirmed as historical facts. They could only be classified as legends because the records were too unimaginable. For example, in one of the ancient books, an immortal had been burned to death in the depths of the fire domain. Another ancient book recorded that the ancient desolate tower had appeared here before, floating for thousands of years. It was also recorded that the 9th layer of the fire domain had a total of 10 types of flames. However, the 10th type did not have a source. It had only appeared a few times since ancient times. This made Yi Fan very excited. The fire domain actually had something to do with immortals and the ancient desolate tower. Although it was just a few words and the words were vague, it made it hard for him to remain calm. Yi Fan returned to the 7th layer of the fire domain and prepared to think of a way to refine his cauldron. The 5-colored flame was extremely hot, able to burn a major character to ashes. It was very horrifying. In the ancient books, this kind of multicolored mist was a rare treasure among flames. In the entire southern region, this was the only place where it existed. It was a peak quality flame source for refining. After careful attempts, Yi Fan used the cauldron to collect the 5-colored flame and send it into the Sea of Reincarnation. He used the golden sea to block it and succeeded. However, in just an instant, his expression changed. This kind of flame was too terrifying. Even the golden sea could not completely block out the heat. His body was in danger of drying up. In conclusion, his cultivation was far from enough. Even though his physique was special, it was hard for him to endure it. After all, he had not cultivated his sage body yet. Even the major characters of the Ji clan chose to refine in the 6th layer of the fire domain. They did not dare to enter the 7th layer casually. From this, one could imagine how horrifying the 5-colored flame was. At the crucial moment, the azure lotus in the sea of bitterness trembled slightly. The mist became hazy and immediately drowned out the Sea of Reincarnation. A cool feeling spread throughout his body. Yi Fan let out a long breath. He felt that he had taken too much of a risk. If not for this mysterious azure lotus, he would have been in danger. Since I have already started, I have to do my best. He continuously absorbed the 5-colored flame into his body, using the azure lotus to protect the Sea of Reincarnation. Finally, the 5-colored flame surged and burned fiercely. Only when it was enough to refine the cauldron did he stop. Just like that, for an entire month, Yi Fan refined his cauldron. The 5-colored flame was extinguished many times. He did not know how many flame essences he had absorbed. Only after another 2 months did he stop. The cauldron became even more condensed and ancient. After the refinement of the 5-colored flame, the inside of the cauldron became misty. The source energy of all things grew endlessly and appeared again. This was the source of the source energy of all things. It would never dry up and was endless. After the refinement, the source energy overflowed again. The cauldron was no longer deathly still and seemed to have life. At this point, the refining process had come to an end. He did not plan to enter the 8th layer of the fire domain. Using the 5-colored flame was already his limit. He could only come back in the future when his cultivation improved. After that, he quietly cultivated and prepared to leave the southern region after the outside world had completely calmed down. Another month passed. On this day, Yi Fan suddenly heard the roar of beasts from outside the fire domain. Could it be that another major character has come to refine a weapon? He stealthily came out and looked into the distance. Outside the fire domain was a barren land. The earth was dry and cracked. Not even a blade of grass grew. At this moment, there were dozens of wild beasts standing in the air. Their scales were ferocious and full of killing intent. Every one of them was incomparably powerful. Their iron robes flickered and cold. Yi Fan was a little surprised to see Jianghu. Her eyes were clear and ethereal. Her purple robe fluttered and she looked like a fairy. She landed on the ground from the sky and silently looked into the fire domain. In the sky, a man in blue robes was as handsome as jade. His robes fluttered like a god. He landed with her on the ground. It was Hua Yunfei of the Taishan sect. Little brother Yi, we have come to see you. If you know in the underworld, rest in peace. Hua Yunfei's voice was magnetic. Yi Fan was really speechless. He was clearly alive, but he was cursed like this. Brother Hua, go somewhere else. I want to be alone for a while, Jianghu said calmly. Okay. Hua Yunfei nodded and did not say anything else. He walked around the fire domain. Jianghu stood there quietly for a moment and then moved. She used the sword in her hand to dig the ground. Seeing this, the knights behind wanted to go up and help but were stopped by her. She personally dug a deep hole and placed the clothes that Yi Fan had left in the humble peak. Then she filled the hole with soil and formed a grave. She set up a tombstone in front of it and carved a line of words with a jade finger. Yi Fan smiled bitterly. He was clearly alive, but he even had a grave. Jianghu stood in front of the cenotaph silently. She was very different from her usual lively personality. She was very quiet and did not move for a long time. At this moment, Yi Fan discovered that Hua Yunfei had entered the fire domain. He was like a blue cloud, light and silent. What does this guy want to do? Yi Fan was very far away from him and observed quietly. Suddenly, his expression froze and his eyes sharpened. He saw a familiar person. A tall old man appeared in the fire domain and bowed to Hua Yunfei. Back then, a hemp-clothed man with a 5-story silver pagoda had chased after him and Jianghu. He had nearly died with a grievance. A few months ago, he had killed the hemp-clothed man in the fire domain. He had seen this old man come to investigate. Hua Yunfei. Yi Fan had never imagined that the true mastermind was actually Hua Yunfei. This was really out of his expectations. In his impression, Hua Yunfei was otherworldly. His celestial music was close to the Dao realm. It was natural and spiritual. Even hundreds of birds came to pay homage and hundreds of flowers bloomed for him. He was like an immortal descending to the mortal world. Such a handsome man had an otherworldly appearance and a spiritual aura. However, he was very scheming. His methods were so ruthless that it made Hua Yunfei's heart tremble. Because they were too far away and the two were communicating with their spiritual senses, Yi Fan could not hear what they were talking about. He could only observe quietly. Not long later, the tall old man left. Hua Yunfei stood there for a long time and muttered to himself, a strange divine body with extraordinary power. If I obtain it, I must obtain its origin. He slowly walked out of the fire domain. This person has hidden himself too deeply. Even if I tell others, no one will believe me. Yi Fan thought for a while and said, no, I need to remind Jianghu. Hua Yunfei is obviously harboring evil intentions. At the same time, he decided to leave the fire domain and the southern region. Even if he had to fly, he could not stay in this region any longer. Chapter 169. Outside the fire domain, there were hundreds of knights protecting Jianghu. Yi Fan knew that Hua Yunfei would not act rashly and leave behind any flaws. Ji Ziyue stood quietly in front of the grave like a fairy from the heavens. She was like a thin cloud covering the bright moon, like a gentle breeze caressing the jade flowers, all in one body. A gentle breeze blew, and scarlet flames surged in the first level of the fire domain. At this moment, the golden lake between Yi Fan's eyebrows was as deep as an abyss. His divine sense came out and condensed into a thin thread. He said, "The hemp-robed man who chased you back then listens to Hua Yunfei." After sending the message, Yi Fan rushed into the depths of the fire domain. He believed that if Ji Ziyue was on guard, it would be difficult for the other party to take advantage of her. He went straight to the 7th level of the fire domain and took out his cauldron to collect the 5-colored flames. The terrifying fire energy flowed into the cauldron like a stream or river. He was about to leave, so he wanted to prepare some life-saving measures. He didn't refine the cauldron, just put it in. Even if he put it in the sea of reincarnation, it would not cause him any harm. In the end, the 5-colored flames filled the cauldron completely. There was no more space left. The myriad source chi sealed the cauldron and Yi Fan stored it in his body. When he was far away from the fiery domain, Yi Fan took a deep look before rushing towards the north. A few days later, Yi Fan received a piece of news that made him pleasantly surprised. Now, the northern region was in constant turmoil because of the origin. Many cultivators in the southern region wanted to try their luck. The Yaoguang Holy Land and the Ji family had already sent their experts to the northern region half a year ago. They stood in the world and were unfathomable. Once the realm gate opened, they could directly cross to the northern region. However, it was more troublesome for loose cultivators. They would have to fly for at least a few years to get to the northern region. Thus, most people could only think of other ways. For example, they could pay a high price and borrow the way to the northern region. Half a month later, Yi Fan arrived at the Xiaoyao sect. Legend had it that this place was formed by the convergence of 2 dragon veins. There were many mountain peaks that looked like dragon bones. There were many strange trees and grass, majestic and beautiful. In this area, it was a superpower second only to the Holy Land, on par with the Supreme Mystery Sect. Now that it had entered its heyday, the sect had many experts. Yi Fan came here to smuggle in. According to what he knew, as long as he paid a high price, he could use their space gate to cross the void. Thousands of people were waiting outside the mountain gate. "Brother, you're so young, yet you want to go to the northern region to try your luck?" A burly man with a full beard asked. "Yes, I want to give it a try," Yi Fan replied. "The journey is long, and the northern region is full of dangers. It's best if you don't take risks at such a young age." An elder who was as thin as firewood advised. There were men and women among them, and it was hard to tell their cultivation levels. The mountain gate opened wide and a few cultivators walked out. The one in the lead was a middle-aged man with a sallow complexion and an erratic gait. "I say, everyone, you're really lucky. This might be the last time." Because, after the sect master came out of seclusion and found out about all this, he was very unhappy. The crowd suddenly burst into discussion. Many people were very glad. The crowd stepped forward one after another. Without needing the yellow-faced man to say anything, they all presented their treasures. It was impossible to cross the void without paying a high price. A weapon of a life spring stage cultivator, how can you take it out? The yellow-faced man glanced at the first cultivator with disdain and directly rejected the first cultivator. "Senior, please make an exception." The cultivator pleaded again and again. "This is a weapon I've refined for more than 10 years. It's already the most precious item I have on me. It's useless even if you've refined it for 100 years. Not to mention you, even if it's a weapon refined by a Nirvana realm cultivator, if it's an ordinary item, we won't accept it either." The yellow-faced man showed a look of disdain. The cultivator was very unwilling, but he didn't dare to say anything more and left unhappily. The second cultivator presented a bronze mirror. It was full of ancient aura, but there were some flaws. There were 3 cracks on it. "We don't accept this kind of inferior item." This is a weapon refined by a peak Daoist palace cultivator. It's extremely powerful. The cultivator carefully explained. No matter how good a weapon is, it's useless if there's a fatal crack. Even if it's nurtured for 100 years, it won't recover. The yellow-faced man showed an impatient expression. He waved his hand and let the cultivator leave. 1 crimson moon fruit. The third cultivator came forward and presented a jade box. After opening it, there was a bright red fruit in the shape of a crescent moon. It was crystal clear and had a fragrant aroma. The yellow-faced man's eyes showed a hint of greed. He closed the jade box and said, "A rare spirit fruit, you can pass. 1 purple copper essence." After a few people failed, the 9th person presented a piece of purple copper with spots of light shining on it. It really is purple copper essence. A legend who has cultivated to the 3rd secret realm needs this kind of material the most. You can pass. The yellow-faced man's eyes were burning with passion. He reluctantly handed the copper essence to the person next to him and let the cultivator pass. If one wanted to pass here, they had to pay a great price. Most of the treasures and spirit medicines offered were not accepted. It's not like we can go straight to the north region, but they still have to pay such a high price. The people who couldn't pass were very dissatisfied and discussed on the side. Apart from the Holy Lands, no other sect could directly cross to the north region. Even so, there were still many wandering cultivators who came here to pass. When it was Yifan's turn, he took out a piece of godly metal that looked like white jade. It was only the size of a longan fruit. The yellow-faced man immediately jumped up in shock. His eyes were filled with greed as he said with a trembling voice, Could this be, the legendary godly metal? The small piece of metal was as white as jade, attracting many people's attention. The yellow-faced man held it in his hand and looked at it repeatedly. In the end, he sighed and said, "What a pity, it's been destroyed. The spirit is gone. What a waste." "Senior, is this metal valuable enough?" Yifan asked. This was the godly metal that Crow Daoist priest had destroyed. Even though he didn't enter the 8th level of the fire domain, he took out his own cauldron, and with great effort, he took out the snow-white metal. After careful observation, he felt that it was indeed destroyed. The essence inside was almost dried up, and it was no longer an exceptional treasure. "Do you still have this kind of godly metal?" the yellow-faced man asked Yifan. Yifan shook his head and said, "How could I have this kind of godly metal? I obtained this by chance in an ancient cave." The yellow-faced man felt that it was a great pity. His waxy yellow face was gloomy and uncertain as he said, "Even though it's destroyed, it's still a treasure. If it's refined by a renowned elder, it can improve the quality. You pass." An hour later, it was completely over. Out of more than 1,000 wandering cultivators, only 400 or so were left. They all paid a sky-high price. "Come back here in 3 days. We won't wait for you later." The yellow-faced man had them leave their mark. After saying this, he stood up and walked towards the mountain gate. Crossing the void wasn't an easy task. One had to carefully engrave Dao patterns without the slightest flaw. Otherwise, there might be an accident. With so many wandering cultivators here, the Carefree sect didn't dare to be careless. Every time, they would spend several days preparing. "Brother Huang, how have you been?" A few people descended from the sky. The yellow-faced man was surnamed Huang, which matched his complexion quite well. He turned around and smiled, "So it's the elites of the G clan. Are you here to check again?" "How are we elites?" "We're just running errands." One of the youths walked up and said, "We're following orders. We have no choice." The yellow-faced man was full of smiles and said politely, "This time, everyone who wants to cross the void is here. There are definitely no great demons. If you don't believe me, come and see for yourself." During these past few months, the G clan had swept through the southern region in anger. They couldn't catch the Peacock King and the Crow Daoist, so they had already killed dozens of great demons. "Brother Huang, don't misunderstand. We're just taking a stroll. Even the Ji clan didn't want to offend a great power like the Carefree sect. The youths from the Ji clan glanced over the hundreds of people and didn't find any demonic energy. They clasped their hands and left. Yi Fan was already prepared to fight. Seeing this, he let out a sigh of relief. Then, the crowd dispersed. Yi Fan didn't walk very fast, he didn't want to meet the people from the Ji clan. "Friend, please wait." Just as he was 10 miles away, he heard a voice from behind. The yellow-faced man was chasing after him with a fake smile on his face. "What's the matter, senior?" Yi Fan asked without batting an eyelid. "Friend, you really don't have those mutton-fat jade-like metal pieces?" The yellow-faced man stared at him. "I only found one piece in the ancient cave." "You're right. With your cultivation level, you can't get such a rare item." The yellow-faced man nodded and said, "Take me to that cave." Yi Fan instantly frowned and said, "That cave is too far away. Even if I fly for a few days, I won't be able to get there." "I can't do that." The yellow-faced man's face darkened. He said, "I'm just asking you to lead the way. Don't you want to go to the northern region?" This was a despicable person who didn't even try to hide his threat. "In 3 days, we're going to cross the space. If I take you there, I'll definitely miss the opportunity." Yi Fan calmly replied. "If you take me there, there'll be another chance." Yi Fan despised him. This was obviously the last chance, this guy was really shameless. Seeing that Yi Fan didn't say anything, the yellow-faced man's face darkened. He said, "That kind of godly metal is very important to me. You have to take me there today. I really can't split myself up." Yi Fan refused. "You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit." The yellow-faced man said coldly, "Don't force me to fight." Yi Fan had been hiding his divine power and only showed it at the Life Spring realm. He sensed that the other should be at the peak of the Nirvana realm. He nodded and said, "Okay, I'll lead the way." Then he flew forward. The yellow-faced man put away his murderous intent and nodded in satisfaction. He revealed a fake smile and said, "That's right. I won't treat you badly." Seeing that there was no one around, Yi Fan flew forward for another 10 miles and stood in the air. "Why did you stop?" The yellow-faced man's expression was unfriendly and his murderous intent surfaced again. "To send you on your way," Yi Fan answered. The incomplete form of the Grand Palm of the Void appeared. The black hand covered the space and came crashing down. Pow! The yellow-faced man was smashed into pieces in the air. He didn't even have the chance to make a sound. Yi Fan didn't want to waste time with such a despicable person. He would just kill him with one slap. In the distant sky, many people's expressions changed. They were the young disciples of the Ji clan who had left not long ago. They immediately exclaimed, "The fluctuation of the Grand Palm of the Void. No, it's not the authentic Grand Palm of the Void. The power is chaotic." 3 days later, Yi Fan came back to the Xiaoyao sect and entered the sect with hundreds of people. 2 dragon veins intersected. Strange peaks stood side by side. It was majestic and beautiful. Hundreds of people were led into a valley. It was a spacious place and there was a huge altar. It was the place to open the space gate. "Everyone, I wish you all a safe journey," an elder of the Xiaoyao sect said loudly. Hundreds of people climbed onto the altar and were about to open the space gate and cross the sky. Yi Fan let out a long sigh. He was finally going to leave the southern mountain range and get rid of all his troubles. "Wait!" At this moment, a shout came from outside the Xiaoyao sect. Dozens of people quickly flew over. The space gate didn't open, so they arrived in the blink of an eye. Most of them were old people. They all looked hale and hearty and emitted an aura that made people's hearts pound. Their life force was as strong as the ocean. They were definitely not ordinary experts. Next to them were a few elders of the Xiaoyao sect. They flew over together. "Everyone, please forgive us." These people were very polite and didn't put on airs. They clasped their hands to everyone and apologized to the elders of the Xiaoyao sect. Yi Fan's face turned green. The people of the Ji clan had arrived. There were more than 20 old people. He even saw someone he knew, Ji Hui. Of course, what shocked Yi Fan the most was the old man in the middle. He looked as empty as an abyss and as deep as the ocean. He was unfathomable. Don't tell me he's an important person? Yi Fan had a bad feeling. Are you Senior Ji Changkong? Asked a famous elder of the Xiaoyao sect. He looked at the old man in the middle of the Ji clan with a confused expression. That's me. The people of the Xiaoyao sect were shocked. One of them said, I heard that Senior Ji Changkong has been in seclusion for dozens of years. I didn't expect you to come out again and visit the Xiaoyao sect. I'll go report to the sect leader. The old man in the middle apologized again and explained, there's no need for that. We'll leave immediately. The Ji clan had found traces of the Crow Daoist. Not only did the Ji clan's holy leader personally come out, but they also sent 6 supreme elders to kill the old Daoist. Ji Changkong was one of the grand elders. When they passed by this place, they received a report that an unknown cultivator was using the incomplete Grand Void Palm imprint. This made the people of the Ji clan have a bad feeling. They suspected that Yi Fan had taught the Great Void Palm to the Peacock King and the other Yao clan cultivators. When they heard this, they stopped to take a look. When the Xiaoyao sect opened the space gate, they immediately thought of many things and rushed over. We're just going to take a look. We'll leave immediately. The supreme elder of the Ji clan's gaze was like lightning as he personally scanned the crowd. Yi Fan cursed in his heart. How was he going to escape from the Xiaoyao sect? There were restrictions everywhere, and the people of the Ji clan were blocking the way. His heart turned cold. Chapter 170. Ji Hui's eyes swept over the cultivators. When she saw Yi Fan, she screamed in fear, It's you, how is this possible? You damned old woman, how can your eyes be so sharp? Yi Fan walked out helplessly. He was trapped in the Carefree school. You're still alive? Ji Hui's face was full of disbelief. You're not dead yet, how could I have fallen? Yi Fan was unwilling to accept this. He had survived so many disasters, avoided so many dangers, and in the end, just as he was about to leave, he encountered a great tragedy. Motherf *Ker, I've kowtowed 99 times, only this last one is left. How did I meet you? Yi Fan asked the heavens. It's him, it's that little thief. How surprising, he fell into the 6th realm of fire and didn't burn to death. Now he's alive and kicking. The elders of the Ji clan were astonished. They didn't think they would see Yi Fan again. A young man who they thought had turned to ashes a long time ago was alive and kicking before them. Little bastard, how did you survive? Ji Hui's eyes were filled with killing intent. You shameless old thing, call me young master and I'll tell you. Yi Fan didn't have anything to be afraid of anymore. Everyone in the surroundings knew Yi Fan's identity, and they all revealed strange expressions. Half a year ago, Yi Fan's name spread across the entire region. He shouted and told the elders of the Ji clan to scram. He became the public enemy of the Ji clan and they chased him everywhere. But in the end, they couldn't kill him and only chased him into the fire realm. Who would have thought that after half a year, he would come back alive and kicking? This was a slap in the Ji clan's face. Not only did they fail to kill the Peacock King, but they also failed to kill a young man like him. How could the Ji clan accept this? Everyone was in an uproar. They were all tongue-tied. Crash. The hundreds of cultivators on the altar retreated, leaving only Yi Fan standing there. He couldn't cross the sky anymore. The people of the Xiaoyao sect looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what to do. One of them hurried to report to the sect leader and the grand elder. The faces of everyone from the Ji clan darkened. Little bastard, you're really lucky. Even the fire realm can't take your life. Ji Hui pressed forward, and the others surrounded him. There was no way they would let him leave. You greedy and snobbish old man. Yi Fan pondered in his heart. He would not give up until the last moment. No wonder Purple Moon isn't angry these days. She must know that you're not dead. Ji Hui's expression became more unsightly. Do you want to know why I didn't die? Yi Fan scanned the crowd. Everyone looked at him. Even the great elder of the Ji family was no exception. He had only become the great elder of the Ji family 30 years ago. Even he had to be extra careful when entering the 6th layer of the fire realm. I was saved by a powerful being from the fire field. He was once taught by my crazy old brother, Yi Fan boasted shamelessly. He did not feel embarrassed at all. Many people knew that he practiced the crazy old man's movement technique. The people of the Ji family understood that he wanted to use the crazy old man's name to save his life. Little bastard, no matter who you mention, it's useless. Ji Hui's expression was cold. You're an old man who's completely crazy. Even if you're an immortal, what can you do? Today, I'll cut you into pieces. Everyone, you heard her. She's insulting the last remaining crazy old man in the heavenly Jade Holy Land. Yi Fan shouted. The great elder of the Ji family seemed to be worried. He glanced at Ji Hui and said, "Don't talk nonsense. He's already crazy. What can he do to us? Today, we'll kill this little bastard, search his soul, and find that movement technique. Our Ji family will have another supreme secret technique," Ji Hui muttered to herself. Yi Fan was very close to her. The others couldn't hear, but he did. He said, "Not only did you bite the hand that fed you, you even want to steal my secret technique. You old woman, you're really shameless. Little bastard." Ji Hui's expression was livid. She slapped forward. Yi Fan didn't take out his cauldron. If he exposed himself too early, he wouldn't have any hope. Swoosh. No matter how fast he was, there was no way he could evade the giant hand that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. There was no way to avoid it. Bang! The big hand slapped down, and the whole family sent him flying. If it weren't for his recent increase in cultivation and his terrifying physique, he would have been smashed to pieces. Little bastard, I won't kill you. I still need the crazy old man's supreme movement technique. I'll make you wish you were dead. Ji Hui's expression was cold. Her voice was so weak that other cultivators couldn't hear her. Bang! Ji Hui attacked again. Her giant hand covered the sky and pressed down. Yi Fan was still enduring. He didn't take out his cauldron and just dodged. Little bastard, I'm going to take care of you. Ji Hui smiled coldly and said, "Are you going to run again? Don't hurt his body." Just at this moment, the Ji family's supreme elder, Ji Changkong, stopped Ji Hui and said, "How you told me before that this child's physique is very special. Don't destroy him. Let me take a closer look." Ji Changkong was like a mountain, like an abyss. He was unfathomable. He stretched out his hand and pulled Yi Fan over. It was like picking a flower or a leaf. Yi Fan felt a chill in his heart. He didn't act rashly and continued to wait. Ji Changkong didn't restrain Yi Fan. Someone as strong as him facing a Nirvana realm cultivator was like looking down on an ant. There was no need for him to care. He directly probed Yi Fan's sea of bitterness. The instant he touched it, his expression changed. He cried out, "How is this possible?" Everyone in the surroundings, be it the people of the Ji family, the legendary figures of the Xiaoyao sect, or the cultivators preparing to cross the void, all revealed shocked expressions as they looked at Ji Changkong and Yi Fan. What kind of physique could make the Ji family's supreme elder lose his composure like this? Everyone was shocked and wanted to know. This little bastard is really a monster. Ji Changkong was extremely shocked. His face was filled with shock. He said, "If we had offended this evil creature before the desolate antiquity, our Ji family would have been in big trouble. However, now, he won't be able to do anything." "What kind of physique does he have?" a legendary figure of the Ji family asked. "It is the sacred body of the desolate antiquity recorded in the ancient books. Countless years ago, this physique was unparalleled. No one in the world could match it. Even the ancient desolate tower had to suppress it for many years before it could kill it. Ji Changkong sighed and said, I didn't expect this evil creature to have such a physique. This is really shocking. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect Yi Fan to have such a physique. However, everyone quickly understood. The sacred body was already a thing of the past. Now, it was just another name for a trash physique. The Eastern Desolate Divine Body had risen. This evil creature has exceeded my expectations. The Ji family's supreme elder revealed a strange expression. He said, he was able to cultivate to the Permitha realm. He is really not simple. If we take his origin energy back, we should be able to raise Hao Yue's divine body to the next level. Ji Changkong kept calling him evil creature, causing Yi Fan to feel angry in his heart. He really wanted to slap Ji Changkong's old face. The expressions of the surrounding people changed. Only the people of the Ji family rejoiced. This evil creature's physical body is so strong. This is really shocking. After Ji Changkong checked Yi Fan's physique, his face was filled with shock. He said, there seems to be a treasure in his sea of reincarnation. Let me see what it is. Yi Fan smiled coldly in his heart. He did not move, allowing this old antique to do whatever he wanted. Ji Changkong stretched out his 5 fingers like a dragon claw. Instantly, there was a burst of light, releasing a strange mighty force that could not be resisted. Yi Fan did not resist. Instead, he cooperated and took out the cauldron. The small cauldron silently appeared in the air. Ji Changkong grabbed it and cried out involuntarily. He was even more shocked than before. Mist shrouded the cauldron. Heaven and earth flowed and sealed the mouth of the cauldron. Myriad source chi. No, it's the myriad source chi's origin root. Even someone as powerful as him lost control of his mind. This kind of legendary sacred object had always only appeared in ancient myths and legends. It made him excited to the extreme. Unexpectedly, this evil creature actually obtained a sacred item. Ha! Ji Changkong could not control his emotions. He faced the sky and laughed loudly. The surrounding people were deeply shocked. They all stared at the cauldron. The many legendary figures of the Ji clan surrounded it and sized it up together. All of them wanted to touch it personally. Ji Changkong wanted to take a closer look at this cauldron. He wanted the myriad source chi to flow and not block the mouth of the cauldron. At this moment, Yi Fan also moved. He activated the cauldron and removed the myriad source chi seal. Boom! Just at this moment, a tsunami-like sound resounded. Boundless piercing light drowned out the place. A blazing temperature caused the souls of the cultivators in the distance to tremble. They all retreated in shock. Even so, there were still some cultivators who were turned into ashes. At this moment, the center of the place was resplendent. A 5-colored light soared into the sky. It was like the door to the celestial realm had been opened. 5-colored clouds surged and enveloped the entire place. This was an unimaginably horrifying energy. The 5-colored light became the only thing in the world, burning fiercely. Yi Fan had collected an unknown amount of fire energy in the 7th layer of the fire domain. The cauldron could be big or small. It could contain a large stone forest. The size of the space was astounding. At this moment, it was filled with 5-colored flames. Not a single bit of space was wasted. Releasing all the flames was simply a huge disaster. One had to know that this was a horrifying fire energy that could even burn major characters to death. Ah, the Ji clan's supreme elder, Ji Changkong, let out a miserable shriek. He turned into a flaming person. He soared into the sky and struggled continuously. More than 10 of the Ji clan's legendary figures were turned into ashes on the spot. They could not even struggle. I want to play big. Yi Fan's eyes released a divine radiance. He grabbed the pristine jade bottle and poured the deity spring water into his mouth. He frantically activated the cauldron and attacked Ji Changkong with the boundless raging flames. Bang! The Ji clan's important character could block the attack of the cauldron, but he could not block the raging flames. The 5 colored flames were gathered by the cauldron and concentrated on him, completely submerging him. He had only been the Ji clan's supreme elder for 30 years. It could be said that he was the weakest important character in the Ji clan. The purple flames of the 6th layer of the fire domain could already threaten the life and death of important characters. Yi Fan saw with his own eyes that there were many human-shaped ashes there. There was no need to even mention the flames of the 7th layer. They were definitely fatal. Unfortunately, after Ji Changkong was enveloped by the 5 colored flames, even someone as strong as him let out a heart-wrenching cry. It was impossible to extinguish the flames. His divine power was completely ignited. His entire body was covered in flames. Every inch of his skin was charred. His bones were all burned and his soul was extinguished. Ah! He let out a mournful howl and said, "This is the legendary 5 elemental true fire." Hearing this name, many of the cultivators in the distance shivered. The scariness of the 5 elemental true fire was unimaginable. As long as one was within the range of the 5 elements, they would be burned to ashes. There was no way to extinguish it. There was no way to resist it. Ah! Ji Changkong turned into a piece of charcoal and fell to the ground, rolling continuously. As for the other famous figures of the Ji clan, most of them turned into ashes. Only a few people were further away and escaped this calamity. There were even a few people who had half their bodies burned. The 5 elemental true fire could not extinguish them. In order to survive, they clenched their teeth and cut off half of their bodies, rolling in the distance. Everyone was horrified. This was too horrifying. At the same time, they were incomparably shocked. Yi Fan was just a youth and his cultivation was not that terrifying. He actually wanted to burn the Ji clan's supreme elder alive. This would definitely shake the entire southern region. Yi Fan shouted loudly, "First there was the Peacock King, then there was the Crow Daoist. Today, I will join in as well." He drank large mouthfuls of divine spring water and continuously activated the cauldron. All the flames gathered towards Ji Changkong. Not far away, the lower half of Ji Hui's body was completely charred. She clenched her teeth and cut it off. Her divine power was almost completely burned away, but she managed to preserve her life. "You damned old hag, to think that you would have such a day." Yi Fan was about to go forward. The other famous figures of the Ji clan who had escaped this calamity hurriedly made a move and pulled Ji Hui far away. At the same time, a loud shout came from the distant sky, "Who dares to cause trouble in my Xiaoyao sect?" The Xiaoyao sect leader and supreme elder were alarmed. Yi Fan looked at Ji Changkong and saw that he had turned into charcoal. Even his soul was about to be extinguished. He knew that even if an immortal descended, he would not be able to save this important figure. He used a peerless footwork and arrived in front of the altar in an instant. He placed a large amount of origin energy into the altar. The Dao patterns were already carved. As long as there was energy from the origin energy, it would open. Yi Fan soared into the sky and stood at the center of the altar. Boundless energy waves spread out and divine light rushed into the sky. The realm gate opened and the space was torn apart. Yi Fan rushed in and began to cross the empty space. When the sect leader of the Unfettered Society arrived and saw what was happening, his mind began to spin. This was a monumental event. He felt a headache coming on. More than 10 famous figures of the Ji clan had been burned to ashes. An important figure had been burned alive. This would definitely shock the southern domain. The Ji clan would definitely go crazy. In less than a year, 3 supreme elders had died. The southern domain would definitely be in a state of shock. "Quick, destroy the altar. We cannot let him escape," someone shouted. Immediately, rays of light rushed towards the altar. With a loud rumble, the altar collapsed and turned into dust. The empty space was destroyed, but no one fell out. "We delayed for a while. I'm afraid he's already tens of thousands of miles away. The empty space is destroyed. With his cultivation, he will most likely be turned into dust. Yi Fan was prepared. The moment he stepped into the empty space, he entered his cauldron. He had expected this to happen. Therefore, when the empty space was destroyed, he was safe and sound inside the cauldron made from the origin energy of all living beings. This despicable little bastard. The surviving legendary figures of the Ji clan raised their heads to the sky and shouted. This matter would definitely shake the southern domain and spread throughout the world. Without a doubt, a storm was brewing. Chapter 171. Traveling through space was very dangerous. Once an accident happened, one's body could be crushed to pieces. If Yi Fan hadn't been prepared, it would have been difficult for him to escape. He hid inside the cauldron. The moment the space collapsed, his heart palpitated. This destructive power was like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, like snow burying flowers. For life, this was an unstoppable force. Space was annihilated and the physical body couldn't resist it. It destroyed everything and destroyed endless life force. It was as if it wanted to push the world back to its starting point. The source energy of all things flowed. The cauldron didn't move at all. In this destructive wave, the cauldron was like a boat carrying Yi Fan. It smashed through a precipice and stopped. When the dust settled and the world became clear again, Yi Fan escaped from the cauldron. Before him was a scene of desolation. The mountains had been destroyed and turned into scorched earth. All life was gone and nothing was left. As expected, you are ruthless. You didn't hesitate to destroy the realm gate. You want me to disappear in space, then, Yi Fan raised his head and laughed. The depression of the past half a year was swept away. He had been chased by the Ji family until he had nowhere to go and nowhere to go. He hid in the fire area and didn't dare to show his face. Now that he had attacked, all his anger had been resolved. He had burned an important figure alive. Even he couldn't believe it. Turning more than 10 famous figures into ashes was like a dream. Even if the Ji family finds me, I won't be able to escape death. It was worth it. Speaking of this, Yi Fan calmed down and said, I won't die. I have to find a way to escape this area. He didn't dare to tarry. He turned into a shadow and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The commotion here was too big and would definitely attract attention. It was best to leave as soon as possible. Yi Fan felt that it would be difficult to leave the southern region. Right now, there was no way to go to the northern region. He wanted to go in the opposite direction and head south. The southern region was vast and had countless countries. The Ji family, Taixien, Yaoguang, and Xiaoyao were only a small part of this area. If one went further south, it was said that there were 1 or 2 holy lands. Even though they were all in the southern region, the distance was too far. If one flew, it would take around half a year to arrive. One could imagine how vast the southern region was, not to mention the entire eastern wilderness. If there were no realm gates to send messages, and if they couldn't travel through the void, there would be no way for them to communicate with each other. They would all be separated, and it would be difficult for them to interact. Soon, Yi Fan found out that he was now 30,000 miles away from the Xiaoyao sect. He had traveled such a great distance in just a few minutes, which shocked him. However, what surprised him the most was that he had arrived at the area where the Yaoguang Holy Land was located, which was more than 1,000 miles away. Maybe I can hide here and not go anywhere else. Yi Fan pondered. Ji Chankong's death shook the entire region. Everyone was shocked. In less than a year, 3 grand elders of the Ji family had died in battle. It was comparable to a raging sea, a violent storm. This wasn't the Dark Age in ancient history. There weren't any terrifying upheavals, but the important figures of the Ji family were dying one after another. It was truly shocking. Forget about the Peacock King and the Crow Daoist. Thousands of years ago, with just a stomp of their feet, the entire southern region would be shaken. However, where did this youth, Yi Fan, come from? He actually did such a shocking thing, killing the grand elders of the Ji family. This was unbelievable. All the cultivators in this region were shocked. This was a huge matter, the anger of the Ji family would probably spread throughout the world. Ji Changkong was burned to death. It was done by a youth who only cultivated the Sea of Reincarnation's secret realm. The Grand Elder of the Ji family was burned to death. The person who did this was a 14 or 15-year-old cultivator, but he caused the death of an important figure. This is unbelievable. Ji Changkong, who had dominated the southern region for so many years, was burned to death by a youth called Yi Fan, turning into ashes. This is simply a fantasy. An important figure of the Ji family was burned to death. His reputation turned to dust. Everyone was discussing. The news spread throughout the region. Everyone felt that it was inconceivable. Of course, most of them were shocked. The 5 elemental true fire could burn everything. As long as one was within the 5 elements, there was no power that could resist it. Many cultivators were terrified. Ji Changkong dying to the 5-colored flame could only be said to be fate. Even an important figure would find it hard to resist such a flame and turn to ashes. Yi Fan having a special characteristic was no longer a secret. This matter spread out and caused him endless trouble. Not only the Ji family, even the Holy Land would be looking for him. Of course, this wasn't the worst thing. The worst thing was that the source of the qi of all things would be exposed. This was a treasure that many cultivators coveted. Right now, he was only at the Nirvana realm. It was impossible for him to be like the Peacock King, sweeping across the land and looking down on the southern region. Him having such a cauldron was a great disaster. Although he burned the supreme elder of the Ji family to death and shocked the southern region, after people understood the details, they found out that it wasn't his own power. He relied on the 5 elemental true fire. Yi Fan had a treasure on him, but his cultivation wasn't that high. Naturally, many people coveted him. Many people were preparing to take action and search for his whereabouts. Kill. This was the order from the Ji family to kill. For a small cultivator, this had never happened in thousands of years. If other forces wanted to search for Yi Fan, they could only act in secret. Now, no one dared to anger the Ji family. At this critical moment, whoever touched them would die without a burial. This region was in great turmoil, great waves surging. Yi Fan didn't go south. He hid in a mountain range 1,000 miles away from the Yaoguang Holy Land. He thought that the Ji family wouldn't come here to search for him. After all, this was the doorstep of the Yaoguang Holy Land. He was wrong. The Ji family was unfathomable. They had unimaginable knowledge about opening the realm gate, carving the Tao patterns, and traveling through the void. Based on the broken altar, the consumed energy, and the time when the realm gate was opened, they were able to guess how many miles Yi Fan had traveled. On that day, the void was opened. The realm gate appeared above the scorched land. More than 100 cultivators walked out. Among them, there were more than 20 elders, and the rest were young elites. Some were as calm as mountains. Their auras were heavy and unfathomable. Some were like sharp swords. They were full of murderous intent. More than 100 cultivators were all powerful. Not to mention those famous figures, even those young cultivators had great backgrounds. Almost half of the 10 strongest young cultivators of the Ji family were here. This scorched land must have been caused by the shattering of the void. That bastard didn't die. An elder gave an order. He told everyone to spread out and search. If they found any clues, they were to report it immediately. This was only the first group of people. There were more cultivators coming. If the Crow Daoist didn't show up to provoke the Ji family, there would have been powerful figures coming to kill Yi Fan. The Ji family was powerful. They sent out messages and locked down all the places. They wanted to trap Yi Fan in this area. Yi Fan didn't think that he would see the people of the Ji family flying above the mountains in the middle of the night. How did they find this place? Of course, he didn't know that the Ji family had calculated everything using the realm gate. Yi Fan felt that something was wrong. He flew through the night, but he was shocked to find out that the Ji family had locked down this area. A large number of cultivators were searching for him. 2 days later, Yi Fan's whereabouts were exposed. He was discovered by the Ji family. The clan of the ancients sure is unfathomable. They can even calculate where the void collapsed. Yi Fan exclaimed. He wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would be in even more danger if he alerted the wavering light's sacred ground. If it weren't for his supreme movement technique, he wouldn't have been able to survive after being discovered. Even so, he couldn't get rid of them. 5 days later, he took a roundabout route and entered a grassland. He was thousands of miles away from the wavering light's sacred ground. The people of the Ji family seemed to have locked onto him. They chased him all the way and couldn't get rid of him. On the 6th day, he finally encountered the young disciples of the Ji family. After a bloody battle, he used the cauldron to kill his way out. On the 8th day, in the depths of the grassland, a tall man blocked his way. This man looked to be in his 20s. His hair was as black as ink, and his eyes were as sharp as knives. His skin was bronze in color, his body was strong, and his aura was heavy. Who are you? Since he dared to chase him alone, he must have something special about him. Yi Fan didn't dare to underestimate him. Ji Haiyue. The tall man's voice was powerful like a bell. Never heard of you. That's because you don't know much. Behind him, more than 10 people walked out from the dense grassland. In the young generation of the Ji family, there are 3 people who have cultivated to the 3rd secret realm. 5th brother Haiyue is one of them. Yi Fan's heart jumped. Even the legendary figures had only cultivated to the 3rd secret realm. Those who had this level of cultivation in the young generation were all extraordinary figures. In the southern region, they could be counted on one hand. As far as he knew, there were only a dozen people in this area. The Ji family had 3, and the wavering light's sacred ground had around 3 as well. There were also Hua Yunfei, Li Yuyu, and a few others. Your 5 elemental true fire has been used up. You don't have anything else to rely on. Let's see how you escape. Ji Haiyue was tall and strong. His eyes were as sharp as lightning as he blocked in front of him. The corner of Yi Fan's mouth curled up and he revealed a smile. He directly flew into the sky. He didn't want to fight them head-on. He wasn't surrounded, so there was no need to fight. However, when he flew into the sky, Yi Fan felt a gray haze. A strange power trapped him and forced him back to the ground. He knew that he was in trouble. This place had been set up by someone. They had carved Dao patterns and condensed the power of the earth veins to lock him here. Ji Haiyue sneered, "Don't waste your energy. The moment you stepped into this place, you were destined to die." As he said this, he took a step forward. However, he didn't continue to press forward. The Ji family's supreme elder had learned a lesson. Everyone was fearful. A large flag rushed out of Ji Haiyue's body and appeared in the sky. It was as black as ink and misty. It seemed to have a demonic nature that wanted to suck one's mind in. A heavenly laughter entered Yi Fan's ears. Someone secretly transmitted their voice to him. "Little brother Yi, do you need my help?" Yi Fan immediately frowned. This was the voice of the wavering light saintess. In the end, she had still attracted the wavering light's sacred ground. "If you want to help me, kill this Ji Haiyue first." Yi Fan replied. "That's easy for you to say. He's only second to Ji Haiyue and Ji Biyue. Before Ji Ziyue grew up, he was the 3rd strongest in the younger generation of the Ji family." The saintess' voice was sweet. No one knew where she was. She said, "If I kill him, I will have great karma with the Ji family. However, I have other ways to take you away. Don't you want to go to the northern region? I have the same intention. We can travel together." "Sure, I'd be happy to," Yi Fan replied. In such a situation, someone was willing to help him. Although he knew that the saintess was not to be trifled with, he had to get through this hurdle first. The saintess' laughter was like a silver bell, making people feel like a spring breeze. Her words were very soft. She said, "I need to prepare. You can stop Ji Haiyue first." Chapter 172. Yi Fan knew that this was an excuse. Yao Guang's saintess did not want to act immediately. It was hard to say whether she would save him or not. Her motive was definitely not pure. She was most likely interested in his physique and cauldron. The huge flag in the sky became more and more terrifying. It was terrifyingly black, covering the sky and blocking the sun. Yi Fan hurriedly took out his cauldron and suspended it above his head to protect him. Walala! That black banner fluttered in the wind. Black mist surged and dark clouds surged. An enormous pressure poured down like mercury. Yi Fan's body felt like it was going to split apart. If he hadn't taken out the cauldron first, he might have already met with misfortune. Yi Fan used the 5 elemental true fire to burn the important figures of the Ji clan to death. This made Ji Haiyue feel apprehensive and did not dare to go all out. Humph. Ji Haiyue snorted. He was not willing to take the risk. If the other party still had the 5 elemental true fire and burned his flag, it would be an irreparable loss. At this moment, his expression was solemn. Behind him was a vast expanse of whiteness. Endless ice and snow appeared in the air. The bone-chilling cold air was like knives that rushed over. Phenomenon. Yi Fan was shocked. The Ji clan was indeed powerful. Another disciple of the younger generation had cultivated a phenomenon. The pure white snow connected to the sky. The color of the snow was boundless. The bone-chilling cold wind whistled out. Ji Haiyue stood in a world of ice and snow like an ice god. Snow dance under the heavens. Ji Haiyue shouted. The phenomenon he condensed had an unfathomable power that pressed forward. In this region, goose feather-like snowflakes fluttered and covered the sky. It was a vast expanse of whiteness with no end. Every snowflake was the size of a palm. Cold light shot out in all directions. The sparkling and translucent snowflakes were as sharp as swords. They swept towards Yi Fan. Clang, clang, clang. Clanging sounds came from the sky. Millions of snowflakes danced in the air, wanting to tear the sky apart. They completely covered this area. Yi Fan's heart trembled. The cauldron above his head quickly enlarged. The myriad source chi circulated and blocked him below. If you don't have the 5 elemental true fire, do you really think that you, a cultivator in the sea of reincarnation, can stop me? Ji Haiyue's expression was cold. She stood high in the sky like a god walking out of the ice age. She shouted, "Ice river seals the heavens." The world of ice and snow behind him rushed out of endless white mist, rushing towards Yi Fan like a tsunami. Boom! The grassland was shaking, all of the vegetation quickly withering, and then shattering. Even those rocks couldn't escape, instantly freezing and cracking, and then collapsing. The terrifying cold current destroyed everything in its path. Nothing could stop it. Large fissures appeared on the grassland and extended into the distance. It looked incomparably terrifying. Anything that was in the way of the fissures would be turned into powder. Everything was frozen, everything was frozen. The snow-colored world replaced the exuberant vitality. Beauty from the Yaoguang Holy Land, what are you waiting for? Yi Fan said to her secretly. An intoxicating and sweet laughter was heard. Little brother Yi, you have to persevere. I'm still preparing. Yi Fan understood that the other party did not want to make a move at all. Everything was just an excuse. Rumble. The white mist rushed in front of him like an ocean, terrifying like a tsunami. Everything around Yi Fan was instantly turned into ashes. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Yi Fan was enveloped by the endless white mist and was instantly sealed in ice. A cold and firm statue appeared there. Sparkling and translucent, a huge block of ice sealed him. The cauldron floated up and down, unaffected. It hung above the ice statue. Even a legendary figure who cultivated to the 3rd secret realm can only die with regret after being sealed in ice. It's hard to prolong his life. He wants to compete with Brother Haiyue. If he doesn't have the 5 elemental true fire, he's nothing. A few people behind Ji Haiyue came forward and surrounded the huge block of ice to observe. This little bastard was arrogant for a while, but in the end, he still can't escape death. What a pity. The seniors of my Ji family were burned to death by him. It's not worth it. Brother Haiyue's ice and snow phenomenon is indeed unfathomable. He was killed the moment he attacked. I wonder if the great soul-searching art can find that supreme footwork. His soul hasn't been destroyed yet. I know what I'm doing. When Ji Haiyue said this, he stretched out his hand and grabbed at the cauldron. However, his expression suddenly changed. He quickly retreated and shouted, "Retreat!" Boom! The huge block of ice suddenly cracked. Cold air wreaked havoc. Yi Fan broke out of the ice. He didn't make any unnecessary movements and directly shook the cauldron above his head. Bang! 3 Ji family members died instantly. They were crushed to dust by the cauldron's power, leaving only a bit of blood mist floating in the air. Yi Fan was very regretful. He had purposely been sealed in ice in order to lure everyone closer and use the cauldron made from the myriad source qi to shake them all to death. He didn't expect Ji Haiyue to be so sharp. He instantly sensed the abnormality and shouted for everyone to retreat. In the end, he only killed 3 people. This brat is indeed despicable. It's just as Grand Ancestor Ji Hui said, the dozen or so people's expressions were all gloomy. They secretly clenched their teeth. In such a situation where they were certain to win, they actually let the other party kill 3 of them. It was truly humiliating. Your physique is indeed special. You can actually resist my ice and snow phenomenon. Ji Haiyue's expression was calm. He didn't have any excessive emotional fluctuations. Didn't Ji Haiyue tell you? I can even block his divine body phenomenon, let alone your ice and snow phenomenon. Yi Fan's words weren't false. His body was very special. When faced with a phenomenon, it would automatically circulate a strange power to resist the external phenomenon. It was as though it couldn't be blasphemed. He took out a green branch from the pristine jade bottle. This was the leaf of the holy fruit's mother plant. Now that there wasn't much divine spring left, he began to eat the holy leaf bud to replenish his divine power. Every time he activated the cauldron, it would consume a large amount of divine power. If he didn't have these things, it would be very difficult for him to hold on. Ji Haiyue's expression immediately darkened. Are you saying that any phenomenon is useless against you? Then let me try. Boom! In that white world of ice and snow, exuberant vitality suddenly appeared. A jade tree that was vigorous like a young dragon rushed out and froze everyone on the spot. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. There was no white snow, no ice mountain, only a jade tree. However, it froze this space. Qi! In the blink of an eye, it rushed in front of Yi Fan's sea of reincarnation and was about to break through. This unforeseen event also shocked Yi Fan. This kind of phenomenon was indeed strange. After the ice and snow reached their limit, it could actually seal space. It was unheard of. Suddenly, the green lotus in Yi Fan's sea of reincarnation trembled slightly. Mist curled around it as though an indescribable strange power was surging out. Bang! That jade tree that froze space instantly shattered in front of Yi Fan. It turned into specks of broken light and disappeared. Ji Haiyue's body shook violently. He couldn't help but take a step back. In his world of ice and snow, that jade tree reappeared, but it was a little dimmer. How is this possible? He was full of disbelief and said, "Is your physique really able to naturally restrain all kinds of strange phenomena?" At this time, the others regained their freedom. Their hearts palpitated. They were frozen on the spot just now and felt waves of terrifying strange power. This really surprises me. The sacred body of the ancients is getting me more and more interested. The Yaoguang Saintess's pleasant voice once again reached Yi Fan's ears. Ji Haiyue's expression was cold as he said, "I will use my true strength to kill you." Although he was only in his 20s, his strength was comparable to that of a legendary figure. His absolute combat power was enough to destroy Yi Fan. He felt humiliated to be in such a stalemate with a Nirvana realm cultivator. Whoosh! The black flag fluttered, covering the sky and suppressing Yifan. Boom! The ground suddenly collapsed. This kind of absolute pressure was something that Yifan couldn't withstand. The cauldron protected him as he fell into the crack in the ground. The flag fluttered. Every time it shook, the ground would collapse. Almost in an instant, Yifan was suppressed dozens of meters into the ground. If it wasn't for his cauldron, which was refined from the qi of all creation, he would have been reduced to ashes by now. It would be difficult for him to withstand this kind of power. They were in different realms and separated by a natural chasm. His divine power seemed insignificant when facing a powerhouse who had cultivated 3 secret realms. Yifan kept stuffing the buds of the sacred tree into his mouth to replenish his divine power and to activate the qi of all creation to resist. Without these 2 things, his body and soul would have been destroyed immediately. Beauty from the holy land of Yaoguang, if you don't make a move now, when will you? Do you want to carry my dead body back? Yifan secretly transmitted his voice. There's no hurry. I think little brother Yi can still hold on. I still need some time to prepare. The Yaoguang saintess's delicate voice came. Damn you. Yifan really wanted to curse out these 4 words. In the end, he changed the topic and said, I say, my wife, if you don't make a move now, your husband will die and I won't be able to go to the holy land of Yaoguang to propose. The Yaoguang saintess was not angry. Her voice was magnetic and very bewitching. She said, hold on for a while, sister will go save you, clang. At this moment, Ji Haiyue's face was cold. She raised her right hand and then chopped downwards. A huge ice sword rushed out from her right arm and directly split the ground. It pressed down towards Yifan. Crack. All the bones in his body were shaking. Although the cauldron blocked everything, the pressure was too great. His powerful physical body was about to collapse. There was still some 5-element true fire in the cauldron. Yifan really wanted to use it, but considering that he still had to face the Yaoguang saintess, he didn't act rashly. Yaoguang saintess, if you don't make a move now, I will give this cauldron to the Ji clan. After transmitting his voice, Yifan shouted, Ji Haiyue, I will give you the qi of all creation. Boom! At this moment, the heaven and earth seemed to be torn apart by someone. A powerful divine power suddenly broke in and completely shattered the Tao patterns that Ji Haiyue had laid down. Everything became clear again. A human figure completely formed from light held a huge sword and slashed. The Ji clan's disciples were like scarecrows that couldn't withstand a single blow. They were killed with each sword. Clouds of bloody mist bloomed in the sky. It didn't look like a long sword anymore. It was more like the thunder god's hammer. It was extremely heavy. When it landed, one person would definitely be crushed. No matter what kind of magical treasure it was, it couldn't stop it. Almost in an instant, the dozen or so Ji clan's disciples were all killed. Not a single one could escape. Ji Haiyue's eyes were about to pop. He couldn't save them in time. It was too fast. It was so fast that before he could rush over, everything was over. Walala. He held the flag in his hand and waved it fiercely. Immediately, wind and thunder filled the sky. Clouds appeared and disappeared. The earth was shaking. Ji Haiyue was furious. She rushed over and fought with the human figure formed from light. The palm of the void, the great technique of the void, and other secret techniques were all used. They almost broke the heaven and earth. Yifan's heart trembled. Cultivators who had cultivated to the 3rd secret realm were indeed terrifying. He felt a sense of urgency. He had to become stronger. Even though there were only a dozen or so young people like this in this area, they still put a lot of pressure on him. At this moment, the general trend formed by the earth veins had been broken. It could no longer stop Yifan from leaving. He used a mysterious footwork and disappeared into the horizon. Not long after, he had rushed out more than 100 miles. Little brother Yi, you truly have no conscience. For the sake of saving you, I fought with my life on the line, Yet you ran away without a trace, ignoring me. Yao Guang Holy Lady's voice was sweet. She appeared in the distance, blocking his path. She was like a lotus that had just bloomed. Her skin was crystal clear and her black hair danced in the wind. Her eyes were like black gems and her eyebrows were curved. When she frowned slightly, she looked very charming. Her clothes fluttered and her dress danced, outlining the curves of her proud body. She had a devilish figure that could charm all living things. However, her body shone with a holy light. She was extremely sexy and there was a halo around her. She was half angel and half witch. It was an illusion. I didn't want to be a burden to you, so I left first. Didn't you catch up? Yi Fan felt suspicious. He said, that shadow just now it's a god of the Holy Ji Palace. What do you think? You should be able to fool Ji Haiyue after displaying that sword technique, right? The saintess smiled sweetly. She did not have any makeup on, but she was more beautiful than a flower. She made people understand what it meant to be extremely charming and what it meant to be able to topple cities with a smile. Her beauty was extremely alluring. Just at this moment, a beam of divine light rushed over from the distant sky. Her beauty was restrained, and a clear appearance appeared. She was actually very similar to the Alcade Saintess, but she was wearing armor that flickered with silver light. The cold light of the metal armor made her look even more beautiful, and she had a different kind of temperament. Whoosh! The god disappeared into her chest, leaving behind only a bit of divine power. She was nowhere to be seen. After getting rid of Ji Haiyue, he was stopped by the saintess. Yi Fan felt even more troubled. This woman was extraordinary and difficult to deal with. Do you have any way to get rid of the Ji clan? There are hundreds of powerful cultivators looking for me on this grassland. The saintess smiled and said, come with me. I promise you that you will be safe. Yi Fan frowned. He did not want to go to the Yaoguang Holy Land, but this beautiful woman was very powerful. It would be difficult for him to get rid of her. Little brother Yi, don't worry. I am not going to the Yaoguang Holy Land. I will be sent to the northern region. We can travel together then. Her red lips were moist and sexy. She smiled and said, let's leave this grassland first. Yi Fan did not say much. He followed her and came to a barren land. There was a dilapidated palace. The saintess walked in lightly and then waved at Yi Fan. She said, I have repaired the space gate here. It can teleport us tens of thousands of miles away. We can get rid of the Ji clan quickly. We are not going to the Yaoguang Holy Land? I will not lie to you. Definitely not. Yi Fan carefully observed the patterns. They were indeed not going to the Yaoguang Holy Land. There was no better choice. In order to get rid of the Ji clan, he decided to take the risk and stood on the Mystic Jade platform. After the source was placed, light shot into the sky and a powerful wave of energy spread out. The space gate opened and the sky cracked. The two walked in. However, the two were a bit far away. They were both afraid and didn't want to get too close. Not long after, the endless darkness disappeared and light appeared in front of them. They successfully crossed the sky and appeared in a pure land filled with flowers and birds. The stream was gurgling, the plants were fragrant, and the mountains were green and the water was clear. Pavilions were dotted between the mountains and rivers. It was quiet and natural. This is one of my residences. It is 30,000 miles away from that area. You can rest assured. Rest assured? Yi Fan thought to himself. He looked around and was ready to escape at any time. He felt that the saintess was difficult to deal with. Little brother Yi, I have shown you enough sincerity. You don't have to be on guard against me. The saintess combed her hair and smiled. I don't want your source of chi of all things. I just want to see your sacred body of the ancients and see what's so special about it. Yi Fan did not see her as a female bodhisattva. Although she was called the saintess, she acted more like a witch. She really wanted to deal with him now. However, it was better than being surrounded by the Ji clan in front of the grassland. He still had a chance at the moment, but it was hard to say who would win. My physique is terrible. It's called a useless body now. What's there to see? Yi Fan did not want her to look at his body. Little brother Yi, you are too modest. The sacred body of the ancients contains a big secret. Although I can't cultivate for countless years, the Holy Land has never given up. If I find you, I will definitely take you in. The saintess smiled charmingly and said, I won't give you to the Holy Land for them to study. I just want to see for myself what's so mysterious about you. Yi Fan looked at her beautiful and crystal clear face and said, what if I don't agree? Then I will have to trouble you for a while. I will let you sleep and see for yourself. The saintess's hair danced in the wind. Her slender neck was white and soft, which was very attractive. You set up a pattern here and condense the power of the mountains and rivers. Are you trying to seal me here? Yi Fan looked around at the beautiful landscape. The saintess's eyelashes fluttered. She glanced at him with a mesmerizing look and said, don't think of me as a bad person. Why would I do this to you? Yi Fan was about to take out the cauldron to protect himself and then fly away. He did not want to continue to be entangled with this seductive saintess. You. At that moment, he was shocked. The divine power in his body was heavy and could not circulate smoothly. It was difficult for him to take out the cauldron. He shouted, what did you do? The saintess let out a bell-like laugh and said, it seems that you wanted to kill me just now and wanted to use your divine power. You must have felt the change in your body. Yi Fan stared at her without saying a word. When you and Ji Haiyue were fighting, I accidentally spilled some of the fairy sealing powder. It was refined by the great supreme elder of my Yaoguang school for decades. It is said that if the dosage is enough, it can completely seal the divine power of a mighty figure. The Yaoguang saintess smiled faintly and said, I'm doing this because I don't want to have any conflicts with you. Otherwise, if we fight, I might accidentally kill you. Wouldn't that be too boring? Okay, you are ruthless enough. Yi Fan slowly walked forward. The saintess smiled sweetly and said, I know that little brother Ye's physical body is as strong as a great treasure. Don't waste your energy. Don't get too close to me. Her butt was round, her waist was slender, and her breasts were round. Her neck was beautiful, and her face was peerless. At this moment, she moved her body and retreated lightly. Her smile was especially gentle and charming. Yi Fan was so angry that his teeth were itching. He estimated the distance and found that it was indeed a bit far. This saintess was too cautious. It was at this moment that he focused his mind. The golden lake between his eyebrows trembled, and his divine sense materialized and shot forward in attack. Ah, you, the saintess screamed in fear. Her beautiful face showed that she was in pain and she was about to fall. Yi Fan dashed forward quickly and his powerful consciousness did not stop attacking. He was as fast as lightning and arrived before the saintess in just a second. He leaped up and pushed the saintess onto the grass. However, the saintess only screamed in fear at the beginning. She was not dispirited at all. The space between her eyebrows also shone with dazzling light. At this moment, she opened her eyes and looked at Yi Fan. At the same time, her soft body emitted a terrifying god's energy. Even though her sea of consciousness was not hurt, she could not be distracted. Yi Fan's consciousness was too terrifying and almost suppressed her. Yi Fan felt that he could not hold this wonderful body any longer. Her soft body had an ocean-like god's energy that was about to blow him away. His consciousness did not stop attacking. The golden lake between his eyebrows was as dazzling as the sun. At the same time, he used a psychological attack and bit down. A refreshing fragrance came. He bit the saintess's ear and did not let go. As expected, the saintess was embarrassed and angry at the same time. The light between her eyebrows rippled. Yi Fan used his consciousness to attack. Chapter 173. Yao Guang's saintess screamed. Her delicate ear was bitten by the snow-white teeth. Not only was it painful, but it also made her feel ashamed. Her soul consciousness became unstable. The light between her eyebrows dimmed. Yi Fan's soul consciousness was like a sword. It turned into a golden light beam and slashed at Yao Guangxing's consciousness ocean. At the same time, he tried to suppress her body to avoid being blown away. Whoosh! A diamond mark appeared between Yao Guangxing's eyebrows. It was like a fairy breaking out of the water. It shot out beams of colorful light and blocked the golden light beam. Yi Fan was surprised. Yao Guangxing's soul consciousness was so powerful that it was beyond his expectation. Her soul consciousness was almost as strong as his. He focused his soul consciousness and urged the power of his consciousness ocean. The golden lake was bubbling. Golden energy kept flowing out like water waves. It formed a sword in the air and dashed toward the diamond mark. The two of them were entangled. They could feel each other's temperature. Below them, Yao Guangxing was like a warm jade. Her soft and slender body shone with colorful light. She almost knocked Yi Fan away several times. Yi Fan had the upper hand in terms of soul consciousness. Even though Yao Guangxing was powerful, she couldn't compete with him. The golden lake was as deep as an abyss. Soul consciousness kept flowing out. At first, it was like a small stream. Then, it became like a long river. Yao Guangxing's face turned pale. Her beautiful face was full of surprise. The diamond mark on her forehead was fading and being suppressed. At this moment, she decided to take a risk. She gathered her thoughts and the divine power in her body boiled. A god's will rushed out of the holy Ji palace and was ready to attack Yi Fan. Because she was distracted for a moment, she became more passive in the battle of soul consciousness. Yi Fan almost attacked her consciousness ocean. Her body trembled. The golden light beam moved forward quickly. Yao Guangxing was shocked. She shouted. Colorful light flowed in her consciousness ocean. The diamond mark glowed again. At the same time, the god that rushed out of the holy Ji palace was completely clear. She took a step forward. She was covered in silver metal armor that shone brilliantly, making people feel like a goddess had descended to the world. Her beautiful black hair and snow-like body, set off by the silver armor, gave her an indescribable temperament. She had the charm of a witch, but also the holiness of a goddess. The two different temperaments blended together, and from different angles, she gave off a different feeling. She looked exactly the same as the Yao Guangxing, but at this moment, she seemed a little lost. Although her eyes were beautiful, they lacked some spirit. Yes, the real Yao Guangxing was fighting against Yi Fan. The god's will formed by the holy Ji palace did not have any divine consciousness to guide it, so it could only stand there quietly. Kill! The Yao Guangxing snorted. She took the risk and forcefully separated a strand of her spirit to enter the deity's spirit. At this moment, Yi Fan's spiritual consciousness burned like a flame, surging forward, directly making the diamond-shaped mark dim. In a short moment, he had arrived in front of the door of the Yao Guangxing's consciousness and was about to attack. At the same time, the black hair of the deity was flying in the air, and her silver armor was shining. Her beautiful face suddenly became lively, and her eyes were full of spirit. However, her movements were still a little stiff. Her body's potential hadn't been fully recovered. Clang! She pulled out the magical sword hanging on her waist and held it in her hand. It was as bright as autumn water. She raised it high like a goddess descending to the mortal world. It was as if she was going to kill the devil with holy light flowing around her. Swoosh! The deity waved the sword and slashed at Yi Fan, trying to cut him in half. At the same time, Yi Fan's spiritual consciousness finally attacked the Yao Guangxing's consciousness, sending some light into her. Both of them were very decisive. Yao Guangxing wanted to destroy his physical body, erase his physical form, and then kill him. Yi Fan, on the other hand, wanted to destroy her sea of consciousness, destroy her divine sense, and crush her soul, thus killing her. Clang! The divine sword radiating light in all directions emitted a bone-piercing chill as it chopped down. Yi Fan's spiritual consciousness was sharp. He carried the Yao Guangxing and rolled away quickly. The sword slashed a 10-meter deep crack on the grassland. It wasn't hard to imagine how terrifying this sword was. If it hit her body, the consequences would be unimaginable. He bit the Yaoguang Saintess's crystal ear and didn't want to let go. The two entangled and rolled away for more than 10 meters. The only good thing was that this deity was slow. Only a strand of spiritual consciousness had entered her body, so it couldn't use all of its power. Ah! The Yaoguang Saintess screamed in fear. Her consciousness was broken, and the golden light flowed in like a river. Yifan urged his most powerful spiritual energy, trying to crush the Yaoguang Saintess's spiritual consciousness and turn the deity outside into a rootless flower. This was a holy world of consciousness with rolling clouds and mist. The Yaoguang Saintess was standing in front of him, elegant and graceful. In this world of consciousness, time seemed to have stopped. She pretended to be calm and said, "I didn't expect your spiritual consciousness to be so powerful." Yifan didn't have time to waste. There was a killing god outside. He rushed forward. "Little brother Yi, you can't kill me." The Yaoguang Saintess's expression turned cold. She ran away quickly and appeared in the sky of the world of consciousness. The golden light shot up into the sky and closed in. In an instant, it was in front of her. "My spiritual consciousness is my most powerful trump card. I didn't expect yours to be even more terrifying than mine," the Yaoguang Saintess said while flying. Yifan didn't answer. His golden spiritual consciousness turned into a big hand and slapped. Pfft! The Yaoguang Saintess's celestial body became blurry. She was injured. She moved faster and sank into the depths of the sea of consciousness. Clang, clang, clang. The golden light turned into hundreds of sword lights and shot out like a meteor shower, trying to crush the Yaoguang Saintess. Swoosh! At this moment, the beautiful figure disappeared into the clouds. At the same time, Yifan felt a sense of danger. In the sky above the sea of consciousness, the clouds and mist floated. A huge palace appeared and pressed towards him. Its aura was majestic like a star field. It was hard to resist. What is going on? Yifan was shocked. The opponent's spiritual consciousness was obviously not as powerful as his. How could she use such a terrifying power? The Yaoguang Saintess's laughter came. She stood in the huge palace like a fairy from the Jade Lake. Her clothes fluttered in the wind and she was extremely beautiful. She was surrounded by clouds and mist. "Little brother Yi, no matter how cunning you are, you will die today. Don't worry, I will bury you well." Yifan tried his best to retreat but found that he couldn't leave this space. The huge palace had completely sealed this place. "Why is it like this?" He was really shocked and said, "Why is there a palace in your sea of consciousness?" The palace in the sky was like the moon palace. It was covered by the moonlight and looked very hazy. It made the Yaoguang Saintess look very beautiful. "This is a secret treasure I found in an abandoned ancient cave in the Yaoguang Holy Land when I was young. It is called Moon Palace. Its power is hard to estimate." The Alcade saintly goddess's image was no different from a real person. Her skin was white as snow, and her cheeks were soft and delicate. She said, "Since the moment I got it, it went into the space between my eyebrows. After more than 10 years, it nurtured my soul consciousness to an extremely powerful level. I didn't think that I would be suppressed by your spiritual consciousness after meeting you today. This is really surprising. Moon Palace, in the forehead, and it can nurture your spiritual consciousness?" Yifan was shocked. This was definitely a great treasure. "So, you didn't die in vain. I will send little brother Yi on his way." The Yaoguang Saintess was shining with a holy light. When she smiled, she looked very charming like a beautiful woman. The Moon Palace was like the Moon Palace. The moonlight spread out like water. It slowly pressed down. Everything below it would disappear soon. Yifan's spiritual consciousness was like a flickering candle that could be extinguished at any time. "Wait a minute." Yifan shouted, "Beauty from the Yaoguang Holy Land, I still don't know your name, Yao Shi." The Yaoguang Saintess opened her red lips and uttered these two words. However, she didn't stop there. The huge moon palace continued to press down. In this spiritual consciousness space, time was eternal. It was hard for people to feel the passage of time. Yi Fan was shocked. He was afraid that this was all caused by the moon palace. He used all his strength to rush out. In the outside world, the golden lake between his eyebrows suddenly dimmed. Then, it turned into a golden sun and rushed out. Swoosh! It immediately entered Yaoxi's forehead. This spiritual consciousness space shook violently. Crack! The sealed space was torn apart. Yi Fan's two spiritual consciousnesses merged into one. He dodged the moon palace that was pressing down from the sky and reappeared in the distant sky. The Yaoguang Saintess frowned. She had failed at the last moment. She was very unwilling. Yi Fan stopped in the distant sky. He didn't retreat immediately. Suddenly, he laughed and said, "I understand now. That moon palace can only float up and down to fix the surrounding area. You can't take it out. No wonder you lured me there. Even so, what can you do?" Yaoxi sneered. She looked calm and calm. "My spiritual consciousness is in the moon palace. You can't do anything to me." "Indeed." Yi Fan nodded and then laughed. "I will block your spiritual consciousness here. I will send a strand of my spiritual consciousness to worship the heaven and earth with you. Let's see if you can stay calm then." "You." The Yaoguang Saintess couldn't stay calm anymore. "I'm going." Yi Fan laughed. He sent out a strand of his spiritual consciousness and said, "To the bridal room." The moon palace was fixed in between Yaoxi's brows. Time seemed to have stopped inside. When Yi Fan rushed out, only a moment had passed in the outside world. The strand of spiritual consciousness returned to his forehead. His corporeal body immediately regained its senses. At this moment, he was still biting that delicate and beautiful ear. The fragrance that resembled an orchid wafted into his nostrils. Chi! Not far away, that deity slashed again with his sword. Yi Fan quickly jumped up and retreated with the Yaoguang Saintess. That deity's movements were slow, but it was still a great threat. At this moment, he blocked the Yaoguang Saintess's spiritual consciousness between her brows so that her spiritual consciousness couldn't rush out. Even though this soft celestial body was surging with divine power, it was no longer a threat to him. "Yaoguang Saintess, if you don't come out, we will enter the bridal room." Yi Fan laughed. Even though his divine power was sealed, his corporeal body was still very strong. He ran like the wind and the deity behind him couldn't catch up. Bang! Yi Fan punched out with all his might, hitting the flesh in his arms, but he was unable to break it. Surprisingly, a star map appeared on the Yaoguang Saintess's body. It looked like the armor of a deity as it emitted mysterious lights. He was shocked and felt that this woman wasn't simple at all. Boom! The space between Yaoxi's brows was filled with divine light. She tried her best to break out as she didn't want to be trapped inside. She was afraid that Yi Fan would mess around. Although her spiritual consciousness couldn't rush out, she could feel everything outside. A little bit of her spiritual consciousness entered her body. She screamed in fear, "What are you doing?" "I'm measuring for you." Yi Fan laughed. "Bastard." Yi Fan held the Yaoguang Saintess in his arms and ran fast. The deity behind him moved slowly so he got rid of him quickly. One of his arms was wrapped around Yaoxi's slim waist. He felt her softness while his other hand moved randomly. He teased, "Your body is so light and slender. I didn't know that some parts of you are so well developed." "You." The Yaoguang Saintess almost fainted from anger. "You are well developed where you should be well developed and slender where you should be slender. I can't help but admire you. If I throw you into the crowd, I think many men will go crazy for you." Yi Fan bit her earlobe and said, "If you want to deal with me, you should be prepared to pay the price." Yaoxi's jade-like body shone with light, soft and alluring. Her fragrant body smelled like orchids. Her slender neck was as white as jade, shining with light. Her beautiful hair floated on Yi Fan's face like a spring breeze. Yi Fan, I'm going to kill you. I'll give you two choices. One is to let me control the soul consciousness. The other is to enter the bridal room. Yi Fan's hand circled her slim waist while his other hand moved randomly. He laughed. Make your decision. Chapter 174. Yao Guang Saintess was half a demon and half an angel. She had an unparalleled charm. Although she was very charming, she was surrounded by holy light and had a special aura. She had a beauty that could captivate even the birds and beasts, and a beauty that could outshine the moon and put flowers to shame. Coupled with this almost contradictory temperament, it made her look like she could turn all living things upside down and was extremely charming. I won't choose any of them. Yao Shi's black gem-like eyes shot out two beams of light. She looked ethereal. Although she had only sent out a few beams of soul consciousness, she still showed her intimidating competence. Yi Fan revealed a cold smile. The small gold lake in his glabella sent out another beam of soul consciousness towards Yao Guang Saintess. He wanted to erase those beams of soul consciousness. Unless your soul consciousness stays in the Moon Palace forever, I will kill every beam that comes out. The gold light was like quicksilver pouring on the ground. It swept through every inch of space and captured Yao Guang Saintess's soul consciousness. At the same time, he tightened his arms to suppress Yao Guang Saintess's soft body to resist her powerful god power. Swoosh! Yao Shi's soul consciousness was extinguished immediately. She wanted to hide, but the light in her eyes dimmed. You can't escape! Yi Fan shouted. Then, the gold light was so dazzling that it swept over instantly. Yao Guang Saintess screamed in fear. Her beams of soul consciousness were sealed and destroyed on the spot. Yi Fan, you dare to do this to me? Yao Guang Saintess was so cold. Her soul consciousness sent out from her glabella. Her soul consciousness was as cold as the snow in the wind. I will ask you one more time. What will you choose? Yi Fan held Yao Guang Saintess and walked across a stone bridge to a pavilion. Aren't you afraid that the Yao Guang Holy Land will destroy your body and soul? Yao Guang Saintess hissed. I only know that if I don't control you, I can't escape death. You have done this to me. What else can I hold back? I won't have any scruples. Yi Fan sat on a stone stool in the pavilion and held her slim waist. How can we reach another agreement? The Yao Guang Saintess was truly afraid. Normally, everything was under her control, and she was calm and composed. However, at this moment, she felt uneasy. What kind of agreement? Release the tiger back to the mountain, leave behind future trouble, so that you can come and kill me in the future? Yi Fan sneered and said, I have even killed the grand elder of the Ji family. I have offended such a huge family. Why should I be afraid of another Yao Guang Holy Land? Are you determined to get rid of me? Yao Guang Saintess's divine sense fluctuated. I won't kill you. Let me control my divine sense. I think we can get along very well. Yi Fan exerted a little force and let the soft body sit on his lap. The Yao Guang Saintess shrieked, Yi Fan, don't go too far. I let you control the spiritual awareness, so you can do whatever you want. Yi Fan's lips curled into a smile. I won't go back on my word. I will do what I say because I actually just want to live. You forced me to do all of this. He reached out his other hand and stroked the Yao Guang Saintess's body. Instantly, she screamed. Yi Fan, you, stop. Yao Guang Saintess's divine sense went back into her body. She could feel everything clearly. When his hand stroked her body, she had goosebumps all over her body. She said coldly, your conditions are too harsh. If I am not harsh, how can I live? Yi Fan lifted Yao Shi's chin and said with a faint smile, you are as pretty as a flower and as beautiful as jade. I can't help but want to love you. If you don't make a decision now, let's go to the bridal room. It won't be unfair for me to have you. You, shameless. Yao Shi was furious. The Yao Guang Saintess was so noble in the southern region. No matter where she went, she would attract everyone's attention. Many people looked up to her. However, Yi Fan said it wouldn't be unfair for him to have her. Yi Fan's smile grew bigger. He stroked her smooth cheek and said, "Make a decision now." Yao Guangxing's skin was as smooth as silk. It was as warm and clear as jade. She was like a pearl that could move people's hearts. She had an incomparable charm. "I can't agree to any of your conditions." Yao Shi's divine sense surged violently. Yi Fan smiled and said, "Good, good, good. I think you are choosing the second condition. If so, let's go to the bridal room." Yao Guangxing screamed. Her black hair danced in the wind. She looked like a fallen angel descending to the mortal world. Her eyes were misty. Her divine sense rushed out and she wanted to use her secret technique to kill Yi Fan. At the same time, her body was surrounded by multicolored light. She looked like a beautiful jade with strange lights and surging god power. Yi Fan sent out a few divine senses and attacked Yao Guangxing's divine sense. At the same time, he swung his fists at Yao Guangxing's body. Bang! His powerful body couldn't break Yao Shi's celestial body just like last time. His invincible fists were blocked by the light. Bang, bang. His fists could break spirit treasures, but they couldn't kill her. On the surface of Yao Guangxing's body, there was a mysterious star map. It was faintly discernible and blocked the fists. It was a strange scene. The star map was bright and shiny. At the same time, it felt deep as if there was a real star region covering Yao Shi's body. What is this? Yi Fan was confused. He kept punching but couldn't break it. The star map was like the battle armor of a god. It was misty and holy and blocked his fists. "Yi Fan, we can actually sit down and talk," Yao Guangxing said. She was covered in light and starlight kept flowing around her. Yi Fan ignored her and directly destroyed several strands of her divine consciousness, leaving only one strand for her to use sound transmission. "This is the battle armor of the Yao Guang Holy Land. You can never break it. The battle armor of the Saintess. I don't need to break it. I just need to take off the other layer." Yi Fan directly tore off a part of Yao Guangxing's sleeve. "You." Yao Guangxing was enraged by his words. She was even more frightened by his actions. "I think it will be easier to take off the other layer than to break the Saintess battle armor." Yi Fan's actions were gentle but firm. Rip. Another part of her sleeve was torn. It fluttered outside the pavilion like a butterfly. Yi Fan held Yao Guangxing with one hand and moved the other hand calmly as if he was about to open a treasure box and appreciate the treasure. "You." Yao Guangxing was indeed scared. She said in a trembling voice, "Stop." Rip. Her sleeve fell down like flowers falling to the ground. Her jade arm was exposed. It was white like lotus root coming out of water. It was warm like white jade. The curve was soft and beautiful. It could be said to be a magnificent work of art. This jade-like arm was spotlessly white and flawless with specks of luster. It could be said to have flesh of ice and bones of jade, bewitching one's mind. "So perfect," Yi Fan commented in a gentle voice. However, in Yao Guangxing's ears, it was like the sound of swords and knives. Her emotions were fluctuating violently. This was something she had never imagined. "Yi Fan, do you know what you are doing?" She tried to speak calmly. "Of course I know. I am appreciating the naked arm of a beautiful woman. Unfortunately, there is no wine or food. Otherwise, I would enjoy it." "You." Seeing him being so proud, Yao Guangxing was even more ashamed and angry. Yi Fan reached out his hand and slid it over her arm. He felt the softness and crystal. He said, "You are a feast for the eyes. I don't need wine or food. Yao Guangxing alone is enough." "You. Don't mess around." Yao Guangxing looked nervous. She used to be so charming and sexy. However, at this moment, she was anxious. She didn't look charming at all. Don't worry. I won't mess around. Yi Fan smiled and said, I am always serious when I do things. Speaking to this point, he looked at it seriously and carefully. With a ripping sound, he tore off the other sleeve. The other jade arm also flickered with a hazy luster, with specks of light circulating. Yi Fan. I said I will be serious. Don't worry. Then, he paused and said, no wonder people say that the world is what I want, and so are the beauties. The beautiful body is right in front of me. I love the world more than the beauties. You, bastard. Yao Guang's was about to go crazy. At this moment, she was sitting on Yi Fan's lap with her arms exposed. Her soft and beautiful body was in intimate contact with him. She could feel Yi Fan's warmth. She was so angry. Yi Fan held her waist and turned her back to him. His fingers moved gently. Her clothes were like flowers, drawing a beautiful path and floating to the side. Her white back was crystal clear. Her soft skin had a layer of red. She was very close to Yi Fan. She was right in front of him. Her fragrance was like that of an orchid. Yao Guang's was like a demonic woman usually. However, in this situation, she couldn't let go of herself. She was so embarrassed. Yi Fan. You. Yao Guang's voice was shaking. Tearing. Another sound. Her clothes fell. Yao Guang's back was exposed. Her jade-like skin was crystal clear and full of luster. It was like a perfect work of art. You have to understand that I am the only saintess of the Yaoguang Holy Land. If you go too far, you will not be able to take it back. Yao Guang's had her back to Yi Fan. She was sitting on his lap. Her jade-like skin could feel his breath on her back. I will move forward. I don't need to take it back. Speaking of this, Yi Fan smiled and said, I remember a saying in my hometown. Are you a beast or worse than a beast? You are worse than a beast. Yao Guang's shouted, but her voice was shaking. If I don't do anything, people will say that I am worse than a beast. If I do something, I will just be called a beast. Yi Fan shook his head and smiled. It seems like it can be used everywhere. You, don't worry. I am doing it seriously. Yi Fan replied. His eyes were crystal clear. He didn't look intoxicated at all. His fingers touched her jade-like skin and said, I will follow your advice. I can't be worse than a beast. His fingers moved on her jade-like skin. The warmth and softness were transmitted from his fingertips to his heart. However, he was very clear-headed. Tearing. Yi Fan tore off the front of Yao Guang's clothes and threw them to the sky. His hands moved to the front of Yao Guang's. His hands were warm, but his eyes were brighter. Suddenly, his murderous intent shot up to the sky. Right at this moment, Yao Guang's was no longer nervous. She was no longer shaking. She was calm. Her entire body was cold. Heavenly light rushed out of her ocean of consciousness. I have been waiting for you to come out. The golden lake between Yi Fan's eyebrows transformed into a sun and shrouded the area in front of him. I knew you were acting. Yao Guang's, you still don't have a chance. Yi Fan's spiritual consciousness turned into a golden heavenly sword. It kept slashing and smashing the heavenly light into pieces. I thought you would come out at the last moment. I didn't expect that you still can't let go. Although Yao Guang's spiritual consciousness was blocked, her expression was cold. Her beautiful face showed no emotion. Her powerful spiritual consciousness fought against Yi Fan. She wanted to break through the golden sun. Yi Fan sneered. His hands circled around her naked upper body. He was moving around recklessly. I told you, I have been serious. Yi Fan sneered. You really think I am greedy for your beauty? Let go of me. Yao Guang's felt it. Her skin turned pink. She was so embarrassed. Of course, I don't mind doing some wonderful things with you. Yi Fan's voice was calm. His spiritual consciousness was like a burning fire. He covered Yao Shi's spiritual consciousness and said, "If I can control your spiritual consciousness, I will spare your life. Stop resisting." Chapter 175. Yi Fan hugged Yao Guang's saintess and felt her warmth. It seemed very intimate, but his consciousness was like a cold wind sweeping up the snow with endless murderous intent. This was a battle of consciousnesses. The golden sun turned into flames and covered Yao Shi's consciousness. It burned and wanted to turn it into ashes. Although the two of them spoke very nicely, when they started fighting, they both wanted to kill each other. Yao Guang's saintess moaned in pain. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 strands of her consciousness were melted away. Yao Guang's saintess, you don't have half a chance. Yi Fan approached her step by step. At the same time, his hands circled around her jade-like body and moved around randomly. His hands were warm and soft, disturbing Yao Shi's mind. She was ashamed and angry, and her consciousness could not be focused. However, at this moment, Yi Fan suddenly felt great danger. Yao Guang's saintess smiled sweetly. She was very charming and charming. "Little man, go to hell." Her words were very gentle like the spring breeze and gentle water. However, her murderous intent made people's hearts palpitate. After Yi Fan crushed more than 10 strands of consciousness, he was shocked to find that the innermost consciousness core released a dazzling light like the sun had exploded. Bang! It really did break apart. The divine will shattered like a burning nebula. Terrifying fluctuations surged out from the most primitive point, quickly destroying everything in the surroundings. Although Yi Fan's consciousness was powerful, it was immediately wounded. He did not expect Yao Shi to be so decisive. She shattered the consciousness at the last moment and wanted to perish together with him. He truly felt the threat of death. His consciousness rushed in all directions to avoid the center of the storm. However, everything was too sudden. Even though he was prepared, his consciousness was still shaken. Boom! Yi Fan almost fainted. The powerful golden blazing sun was broken into several pieces and almost extinguished, making him feel a wave of weakness. The only thing that made him happy was that the origin of his consciousness was not damaged. After resting for a while, everything could be restored. The golden consciousness quickly rushed together and became a blazing sun again. However, it was much dimmer than before and was no longer as dazzling. Yao Guang's saintess. Yi Fan's voice was cold as he shook the soft body in his arms. At this moment, Yao Shi's upper body was naked, like a beautiful piece of jade, a perfect work of art, but she didn't move at all. He really died just like that? Yi Fan was bewildered. Just now, it was extremely dangerous and he almost died. Could it be that the other party really shattered his divine sense and completely no longer existed in this world? Yao Guang's saintess, I don't believe that you're dead. Yi Fan's lips curled up into a cold smile. His large hands grabbed onto her breasts and moved about randomly. However, the Yao Guang's saintess did not react at all when her holy land was desecrated. Yi Fan couldn't be sure. He moved his hands around her body and slapped her continuously. However, he realized that her divine power was slowly calming down and almost extinguishing. Her jade-like body was no longer soft, about to become ice-cold and rigid. Her entire body truly lacked vitality, life fluctuations gradually coming to a stop. Whoosh! Yi Fan took off her dress, revealing her alluring body to the air. Her skin was like ice and her bones were like jade, perfect and flawless, causing people to sigh in admiration. The other party still did not react. She was like a jade statue, not moving at all as she sat quietly on his lap. Yi Fan sent out a strand of his divine sense into the depths of Yao Shi's sea of consciousness. He really didn't believe that she would die just like that. Boom! At this moment, a majestic pressure pressed down on him. The moon palace shook and fell down, pressing down on his divine sense. I knew you weren't dead. Yi Fan's divine sense quickly retreated. I didn't expect that I would not be able to kill you even after I used up a large amount of my divine sense and the puppet core that I refined for many years. The Yaoguang Saintess expression was solemn as she said, "The strength of your divine sense has exceeded my expectations." Yi Fan was shocked. Just now, his source of consciousness was almost shattered. He didn't know what other tricks this Yaoguang Saintess was hiding. Fortunately, he was clear-headed. "Yao Shi, what else do you have to rely on? If not, then I won't be polite." In the outside world, his finger moved on this jade-like body. In the sea of consciousness, the Yaoguang Saintess expression changed. She sensed all this and said coldly, "Since it is like this, let's die together." Her divine sense started to burn. The moon palace shook continuously and slowly flew out, pressing down on Yi Fan. "Burn my divine sense and take out the moon palace to shatter your sea of consciousness." Yao Shi shouted. Seeing that she was really going to die together, Yi Fan decisively retreated. His divine sense rushed out and blocked the space between her eyebrows. "You want to come out? That's impossible. Even if you burn your divine sense, I won't let you take out the moon palace." Yi Fan used his divine sense to seal the space between her eyebrows, preventing her from rushing out. Boom! The Yaoguang Saintess Sea of Consciousness trembled. She was preparing for a life and death attack. "If you continue to attack, then don't blame me for being impolite." Yi Fan moved around on her body and said, "Let me see how different the so-called Saintess is." The Yaoguang Saintess was startled and angry. The thing she was most afraid of had finally happened. Yi Fan was really going to mess around. His fingers slid gently and every inch of this celestial body was touched. She was warm and moist in his hands. The fragrance of orchids assailed his nostrils. Other than the last hurdle, the Yaoguang Saintess jade body was no longer a secret to him. "If you don't compromise, I really don't mind some wonderful things happening." Yi Fan paused and said, "Now, I will give you a third choice. Recite the ancient scripture from the Yaoguang Holy Land." He knew that if he made this request in the beginning, she would definitely refuse. However, at this desperate moment, if he gave Yao Shi some hope, she might compromise. However, the result was out of Yi Fan's expectation. The Yaoguang Saintess didn't even think and said, "Don't even think about it." She knew very well that at this point, compromising would only benefit the other for nothing. So, she decisively refused. "If that's the case, then let some wonderful things happen." Yi Fan hugged the Yaoguang Saintess and was no longer polite. His hands ate heartily. Then, he stood up and placed her on the stone table in the pavilion. At this moment, there was only one step left. Yao Shi's snow-white body was right in front of him, and all the secrets were laid bare in front of him. The Yaoguang Saintess had a jade-like body. Her lines were beautiful, outlining her soul-stirring figure. At this moment, there was nothing left. She was flawless and crystal clear, enough to enchant all living beings. Long eyelashes, black gem-like eyes, jade-like cheeks, slender neck, plump twin peaks, slender waist, perfectly round buttocks, slender and straight jade-like legs. Any man who saw her would have their blood pumping. The Yaoguang Saintess was originally high up and surrounded by endless halos. No matter where she went, she would always be the center of attention. Many men had to look up to her. However, at this moment, she was placed on the stone table naked. It was unimaginable. If this news got out, it would definitely shake the entire southern domain. Many people would lose sleep and find it hard to accept. Yi Fan was extremely calm. He stood in front of the stone table and didn't move immediately. He just looked at her calmly. Even though the Yaoguang Saintess was like a demoness, at this critical juncture, she couldn't ignore it. She said with a trembling voice, "Since it's like this, let's shatter together." Hong. She ignited her spiritual sense, making the lunar palace tremble. A rhombus-shaped bloody mark appeared between her brows. It seemed to have cracked. Yao Shi didn't care about the price. In the end, she still activated the lunar palace. The lunar palace was like a mountain. It was incomparably majestic and couldn't be blocked at all. In the end, you still made this kind of decision. You didn't care about the price, wanting me to take you down with me. Unfortunately, I won't die. Yi Fan drifted backwards. Since he couldn't kill the other party, then he would let her kill herself. As for the so-called beauty, he couldn't care less about it right now. Originally, he was just trying to survive. He created a path of life. Everything he did was just a reflection of his methods. Yao Guang's saintess, what a pity. I will burn a few pieces of paper for you. In the blink of an eye, Yi Fan retreated several dozen meters. The lunar palace shattered the pavilion and floated in the air. Yao Shi's spiritual sense burned and enveloped the perfect body. However, Yi Fan's smile froze. Yao Guang's saintess laughed coldly. Although my spiritual sense has been burned, I have left a bit of the origin in the lunar palace. It will recover soon. You can't restrain me now. Hong. At this moment, an even more terrifying energy fluctuation came. It was even more terrifying than when Yao Shi burned her spiritual sense. A destructive aura covered the sky. A beautiful goddess in silver armor stood not far from the mysterious jade platform. It was the deity that Yao Guang's saintess had transformed into in the palace. No! Yao Guang's saintess screamed. Yi Fan's expression also changed completely. That deity was powerless to stop Yi Fan. She found this place and saw him desecrating Yao Guang's saintess. She opened the space gate and then broke the jade platform, shattering the void. Yao Guang's saintess had tried her best and was about to escape. She didn't expect the deity she had transformed into would use such a method. There was a very short time difference between the two. But the result was completely different. The terrible consequences were unpredictable. Yi Fan cursed and ran for his life. His divine power was sealed and he didn't have the cauldron to protect him. After the void was shattered, he couldn't resist such a destructive force. While running, he waved Yao Guang's saintess's bra and said, Yao Shi, if you can survive, you can use the ancient scriptures from the Yao Guang Holy Land to exchange for this bra. I will take your life in the future. Yao Guang's saintess's naked body sparkled under the sunlight. She was extremely beautiful. I will wait for you. If you don't come, I will auction it to the world. Ha ha ha. Yi Fan laughed. The two attacked each other and used their own methods to escape. In this region, the void was completely shattered, completely erupting, berserk and devastating in all directions. Boom! Boom! The shattering of the void represented the collapse of the real world. Except for the powerful cultivators, no cultivators could resist this kind of power. If they were caught in it, they would be smashed into powder. Yi Fan couldn't use his divine power. Even though he was fast, he still couldn't avoid the aftershocks. It wasn't the area where the void was shattered. It was just a little bit of aftershock from the outer area, but it still sent him flying. At this moment, even his powerful body couldn't bear it. His body made cracking noises as he flew hundreds of meters away and fell into the mountain stream. Yao Guang's saintess was in a worse situation. She had only escaped to the edge when she was shrouded by the destructive force behind her. She screamed. Chapter 176. Yi Fan could clearly hear his bones cracking. His body was almost deformed as he suffered unimaginable damage. Plop. After falling into the mountain stream, he was in a state of half-consciousness, and drowsiness. The mountain stream, waterfall, and spring water converged to form a river that flowed under the beautiful mountain range. Yi Fan floated up and down, moving with the waves as he was swept into the distance. This river was not very rapid. It would most likely enter the plains in the future and converge into a surging river. Yi Fan would occasionally wake up, but he did not have any strength. He felt as if his bones were broken in at least a dozen places as he floated in this wide river. One had to know that his physical body was comparable to a heavy treasure, yet he was still injured to this extent. One could imagine how terrifying it was at that time. After drifting for 3 whole days, Yi Fan's consciousness gradually recovered. He immediately grimaced as he felt intense pain in many places. At this time, the river had calmed down. There was a dock not far away with many boats. There was a city on the riverbank. Bang! He was washed to the dock and crashed into a large boat. Someone immediately discovered him. Damn, so unlucky. Being hit by a dead person, no luck for the whole year. The people on the boat cursed. Not dead, he seems to still be breathing. Bring him up and let's see. Someone went into the water and hurriedly brought Yi Fan onto the boat. Could it be an expert of the cultivation world? The bosun was shocked and said, could it be that he is heavily injured and has fallen into the river? He stretched out his hand towards Yi Fan's sea of reincarnation. He quickly stood up and cursed, a piece of trash, there are no fluctuations of divine power. The others gathered around and observed Yi Fan while discussing. Disfigured face, crooked mouth, slanted eyes, one leg long and one leg short. His body is also deformed. I have never seen such an ugly person. This ugly monster is clutching a woman's bra in his hand and refuses to let go. Could it be that he wants to commit suicide for love? This bra is really beautiful. It is a bit humiliating for him to hold it in his hand. I say, old Li San, don't tell me you still want her? Such an ugly guy, the girl he likes can't be any better. Be careful of nightmares. Some of the people on the pier were discussing among themselves. Yi Fan quickly understood. The void had shattered, and his physical body had suffered serious damage. It was completely deformed, and if he wanted to recover, he needed to reconnect his bones. Right now, he really did look like an ugly monster. How should we deal with him? It seems like he can be revived. Leave it at the dock and let it fend for itself. Consider it as us doing a good deed. The shipowner circled around Yi Fan and said, we can't save him for nothing. Isn't the Kuaihua gang in the city recruiting people everywhere? If we sell him there, it can be considered as helping him make a living. The Kuaihua gang is looking for people everywhere. What are they trying to do? The person next to him asked. Rumor has it that a major force is recruiting people to go to the northern region to dig for source chi. Heavens, the northern region. Mortals can't reach it even if they walk for 10 lifetimes. How can they go? Cultivators have the means of immortals and can cross the void. Although we can't reach there, it is not difficult for them. Yi Fan wanted to stand up and leave, but when he heard their words, his heart suddenly moved and he didn't get up. Ugly, are you okay? The shipowner lowered his body and asked. I'm fine. I just need to rest for a few days. Yi Fan naturally had to cooperate. Hearing this, the shipowner was very satisfied and said, get him something to eat and then send it to the Kuaihua gang. The Kuaihua gang was only a small sect, not even comparable to the Spirit Void Wonderland, but in such a city, it was a giant. This area was close to the Yaoguang Holy Land, and all the sects were affiliated with it. The Kuaihua gang's status was far from enough. It was the lowest sect, controlled by the sects that were affiliated with the Yaoguang Holy Land. Why are you sending everyone here? We need strong labor, not disabled people like this. After seeing Yi Fan's appearance, the Kuaihua gang was very dissatisfied. He is very strong, definitely not disabled. If you don't believe me, let him carry a rock. The shipowner smiled apologetically. Yi Fan cooperated and lifted a large rock. He walked a few steps before throwing it on the ground. Just like that, he was left behind. 5 days later, the Kuaihua gang sent him and hundreds of people to a sect called Jade Mirage. Check carefully, don't let cultivators sneak in. We are bringing people to dig for source, not to help people cross the void. If something goes wrong, no one can bear the responsibility. The Jade Mirage was affiliated with the Yaoguang Holy Land and served it. An old man held a jade needle in his hand and placed Yi Fan and the others in front of the mountain. Rays of jade light shot out and pierced the people's sea of reincarnation. Very good, no divine power. The old man nodded in satisfaction. However, it did not end there. Next, more than a dozen old men came forward and checked carefully more than a dozen times before letting the hundreds of people pass. This was selecting people for the Yaoguang Holy Land, so they naturally did not dare to be careless. In these few days, Yi Fan learned a lot of information. The appearance of the exceptional source of God in the northern region had alarmed the eastern barren territory. Many great forces could not wait and came to the northern lands to support their own representatives to open source mines in the area where the source of God had been discovered. Countless years ago, various holy lands and clans of the clan of the ancients had entered the northern region and had their own source mines. This time, the origin ancient mine was not peaceful, and the source of God had appeared in other places, which made them pay more attention. Source was extremely mysterious. It was formed before the primordial age and could even be traced back to the beginning of the world. It was buried under the earth. It was difficult for cultivators to find it because it was wrapped in a strange, stone skin. Even cultivators could not see through this kind of stone skin. Only by mining it could one determine whether or not there was an source. It was like the jadeite on the other side of the starry sky. When it was wrapped in old skin, all kinds of sophisticated instruments could not detect it. Only by cutting it open could one know if there was a green. Moreover, there would sometimes be all kinds of evil things when mining source. For example, mysterious creatures that had been sleeping for a long time would come out, or fiendish energy from before the ancient underworld would leak out. Thus, very few cultivators would personally mine source. Even though these ordinary people knew that they were going to the northern region to mine source and that it was not safe, they could not resist the temptation of gold. Yi Fan's sea of reincarnation had been sealed and his divine power had dried up. If he stayed in this area, there would be no way out. He decided to take a risk and use this chance to go to the northern region. At present, many bones in his body were deformed, including his cheekbones and jaw. It could be said that he was completely disfigured. His left calf was broken into 3 pieces. It looked like his left leg was a bit short, and the other parts were the same. His body was almost deformed. His life force was really strong. In just 5 or 6 days, his broken bones had already healed. However, because it was not corrected, after the bones were reconnected, the shape was not right. He looked ugly no matter how one looked at it. Yi Fan purposely looked like this. He could only reconnect the bones when he reached the northern region. He needed this kind of appearance now. After staying at the Jade Void Gate for 7 or 8 days, they checked again and again. After confirming that there were no mistakes, they sent Yi Fan and the others to the Yaoguang's sacred land. From far away, the people of the Jade Void Gate descended from the clouds and walked forward with hundreds of people. Yi Fan was very surprised. In front of him, there were clouds and rosy clouds. Many mountains were floating in the sky and not on the ground. Each mountain was majestic. Some were surrounded by demonic clouds, and some were surrounded by colorful mist. It was as if they had existed since the beginning of the world and emitted the aura of the ancient underworld. A group of country bumpkins who have never seen the world. A young cultivator mocked. In fact, he was also very shocked. He said, "This is just a corner of the Yaoguang's sacred land. In the deepest part, it is even more mysterious and magnificent. It is said that there are all kinds of temples from before the primordial age. There is even a god's city that stands on the clouds and never falls." The hundreds of mortals had never seen such a scene. They were all dumbfounded and called out the immortal land. Some people even knelt down directly. In front of them, there was a flash of light. Several figures rushed over quickly. The people of the Yaoguang's sacred land were in front of them. With a middle-aged man in the lead, several young men and women followed him and landed on the ground. It was impossible for Yi Fan to say that he was not nervous. However, he had to take a risk. He could not survive in the southern region. Fortunately, no one in the Yaoguang's sacred land knew him except for the saintess. He felt that it was impossible for him to meet the saintess of the Yaoguang's sacred land. The people of the Jade Void Gate hurried forward and bowed respectfully. The middle-aged man waved his hand and asked them to stand up. A dazzling light covered the hundreds of people. Strange energy was fluctuating. After a quarter of an hour, the light disappeared. The middle-aged man nodded and said, "No problem. There is no divine power. Hearing this, Yi Fan let out a long sigh. At the same time, his heart sank. The celestial bestowal powder was so terrifying that it could temporarily dry up his divine power. Even a powerful cultivator could not see it. Could he still recover? The middle-aged cultivator waved his sleeve. Suddenly, the sky was covered and the hundreds of people were taken in. The hundreds of mortals cried out in surprise. This kind of secret technique made them extremely shocked. However, not long after, they saw the sun again. They appeared on a huge island floating in the sky. Around them, the fog was hazy and the clouds were moving up and down. They could faintly see many mountains floating in the distance. They were majestic but did not lose their beauty. They could be called magnificent. This is the Yaoguang's sacred land. I have only seen a small part of it. It is so grand and magnificent. No wonder it is called a sacred land. Taishan is big enough, but it cannot be compared to this. Yi Fan sighed. He really wanted to know how magnificent the various ancient temples in the depths of the Yaoguang's sacred land were. He wanted to see the immortal city that would never fall. However, he could not do as he wished. Right now, he was just a mortal who was going to dig for sources. Suddenly, Yi Fan's expression froze. On the floating island, a woman landed. She was otherworldly and extremely familiar. She wore a blue robe and looked like a white lotus with rolling dewdrops. She also looked like a snow lotus on a snowy mountain. She gave off a refreshing and natural feeling. Wei Wei. Yi Fan was shocked. He had seen an old friend. Wei Wei came from the Void Spirit Wonderland. She was the one who brought Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the others out of the forest outside the barren ancient forbidden land. Rumor had it that she was extremely talented and rarely seen in 1,000 years. The Void Spirit Wonderland did not want to waste her talent and sent her to the Yaoguang's sacred land. He did not think they would meet again today. Yi Fan turned to the side, not wanting to be discovered by her. Senior sister Yao Shi is back. This time, she seems to have suffered a great loss outside. Her injuries are very serious. A disciple from the Yaoguang's sacred land said. Senior sister Yao Shi will be going to the northern region soon. Wei Wei's red lips parted as she glanced at Yi Fan. Then, she slowly walked away. Up ahead, the fog was hazy. A gate stood before them. All mortals had to pass through and once again, they would be inspected. Other than the hundreds of them, there were thousands of people waiting here. Everyone passed through one by one and nothing happened. This made Yi Fan sigh in relief. I need to go to the northern region. Today, I will bring a group of people with me. In the center of the island, there was a high platform. It was completely made of Xian jade and was shining brightly. An old man in green stood on top with some young disciples behind him. Farewell, venerable elder. Wei Wei and the others bowed below the platform. Whoosh! The old man in green waved his sleeve and all the thousands of people were taken into his sleeve. Then, the Xian jade platform shot up into the sky and the gate opened. He stepped in and the young people followed him. After being taken into the sleeve of the Yaoguang's sacred land, Yi Fan sighed in relief. He was about to enter the northern region. This time, he had finally left the southern region. Chapter 177. It was absolutely quiet. Time didn't pass, and there were no lights or shadows. It was extremely quiet in the pitch-black void. It felt like a moment, but also like 10 lifetimes. This strange journey was finally over, and people could feel the flow of time. The void split open, and the highest elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land walked out, followed by several young disciples. They stood respectfully aside. He waved his sleeve, and a gray fog filled the air. Thousands of people fell to the ground and got out of his wide sleeve. Were they in the northern region? Everyone was both nervous and expectant. Yi Fan was a little excited. Finally, they had come to the other side of the eastern continent. A brand new life was about to begin. What kind of place was this? Looking around, it was completely different from what he had imagined. There were no flowers, no bustling crowds, and no vibrant plants. The land was desolate. The soil was red, and the rocks were reddish-brown. It was bleak and lonely. The boundless land was extremely empty. There was no sign of life at all. Only some bare stone mountains dotted the horizon. It was a barren land without any signs of life. There was no sign of life at all. It was lifeless. This is the northern region? Didn't they say that this place was full of gold and pearls? Not to mention people, I can't even see a blade of grass. What kind of place is this? We have to collect origin source here for 10 years before we can go back to the southern region. Oh my God. At this moment, thousands of people were dumbfounded. This cold and bitter place that resembled the Gobi gave rise to a bad feeling in everyone's hearts. The highest elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land frowned and said, "Didn't the school that sent you here tell you what kind of place this is? It's completely different from what they said. We didn't expect it to be like this. This is a place where even wild birds won't land. The northern region has always been like this." The highest elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land said calmly. The northern region was boundless and famous for its origin source mines. Compared to the vast land, this place was sparsely populated. There were no signs of human habitation within thousands of miles. Most of the places were barren. Success came from the origin source, and failure also came from the origin source. This mysterious substance condensed the essence of life and seemed to have sucked up all the spiritual qi in the entire northern region. It was difficult for the words outstanding people and prosperous land to have anything to do with the northern region. There were also oases in the northern region, but compared to the boundless land, they were really insignificant. This place was rich in origin energy, so the people here did not have to worry about food and clothing. However, it was also because of origin energy that battles to the death often broke out. The people here were fierce and often fought over origin ores. Therefore, when the great sage dug the origin source mines in the northern region, they mostly brought people from their own regions. The origin source was as precious to cultivators as gold was to mortals. As a result, there were bandits everywhere. Not only the locals, but also forces from all over the eastern barren territory. Not only the locals, but there were also other forces in the origin source mines. Generally, the origin source mines was chaotic. This barren land was famous because of the origin, and it was destined to be chaotic and bloody. The highest elder of the wavering light holy land walked forward, leaving a series of footprints on the red ground. The sound of wind and thunder could be heard. Suddenly, his figure disappeared ahead. The grand elder of the wavering light sacred land walked forward, leaving behind a series of footprints on the ground. There were sounds of wind and thunder. Suddenly, his figure disappeared. The ground shook. The mountains and rivers seemed to be moving. Thousands of people couldn't stand still. Many fell to the ground, their faces filled with terror. This area was covered in profound Tao patterns. It gathered the power of the mountains and rivers, protecting the origin source region of the wavering light sacred land. The thousands of mortals, whether they were willing or not, had no choice after coming to the northern region. They could only hope that the 10 years would pass quickly and they would earn enough money to return to the southern region to enjoy the wealth they had exchanged for 10 years of youth. With so many people coming, accommodation and food were all problems. However, there were people specially arranged for them. The grand elder of the wavering light sacred land disappeared after arriving. The northern region had endless mining areas, but in terms of production, it was the area around the origin ancient mine. With it as the center, the area within 100,000 miles was divided equally among the great sage's lands. The origin ancient mine was one of the 7 forbidden areas of the eastern wasteland. It was in the deepest part of this area and was surrounded by the great sage's lands. However, no one dared to explore it. Countless years ago, too many inauspicious things had happened in the origin ancient mine. One saint lord after another went and never returned. No one dared to have any ideas about it. That place became the legendary Nightmare Earth. In the northern region, the origin ancient mine was the most mysterious and terrifying, but if one didn't provoke it, there wouldn't be any disasters. For the sacred land, the greatest danger was those bandits. The northern region was a place where the people were fierce and bandits were everywhere. Blood was shed every day. It was truly a chaotic place. Powerful bandits came from all over the eastern wasteland. There were even wanderers from the central plains and the northern desert. They had all come for the origin source, forming a terrifying force. Even the sacred land couldn't sit back and relax. Their origin source region was also in danger of being robbed. This wasn't an exaggeration. Some bandits were extremely terrifying. Their strength was comparable to the grand elders of the sacred land. They came and went without a trace and were very difficult to capture. In the northern region, there were 13 most famous bandits. They each led a group of powerful warriors and seriously threatened the safety of the sacred land's origin area. The great sage's land had encircled and suppressed them many times, but they all ended in failure. The 13 bandits fled after one attack, and it was very difficult to find their traces. Kill. Suddenly, a thunderous sound exploded and shook the sky. It seemed to be proving that the northern region was full of blood and chaos. Thousands of mortals had just entered the origin area of the Yaoguang's sacred land. The power of heaven and earth condensed by the Tao patterns hadn't gathered yet when a group of heavenly soldiers arrived. There were only 70 to 80 people who had come. Each of them rode on wild beasts with thick scales. Their roars could be heard for dozens of miles, and their killing intent soared. This was a group of powerful knights. They were surrounded by a bloody aura. It was obvious that they had killed countless people. They had gathered unimaginable killing intent, and there was a bloody light lingering around them. Thousands of mortals collapsed to the ground on the spot. They were completely stimulated by the killing intent. It was cold to the bone, making them tremble. They couldn't stand on the ground at all. 70 to 80 wild beasts roared, and their iron hooves shattered the sky. They all rushed in. In the center, there was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 30s. He was sitting on a Zhou beast. His iron clothes flickered, and he looked very heroic. There were 18 flags on his back. They fluttered in the wind as if they could shatter the world. Each flag was as red as blood, and their killing intent soared to the sky. It was as if they had drunk the blood of countless creatures. Clang, clang, clang. He threw the 3 blood-colored flags towards the ground. The flagpoles pierced into the ground like pillars that supported the heavens. His imposing manner was unfathomable. The flags swayed and clanging sounds rang out. Blood lights soared into the sky. The Tao patterns on the ground suddenly lost their effectiveness. The power of heaven and earth stopped moving, and it couldn't cover this place. All of this was because of the 3 blood-colored flags. Kill. These knights were all incomparably powerful. They were like heavenly generals with unparalleled battle strength. They rode on the beasts like a flood of steel, and the sky rumbled. Who dares to break into the Yaoguang forbidden ground? The cultivators of the Yaoguang's sacred land all flew up to the sky and blocked their way. The leaders were 3 old men with white hair and beards, and their eyes were sharp like lightning. I, Jianghu, am here. Who dares to stop me? The middle-aged man in the center riding on the Zhou beast had a cold iron outfit, and 15 blood-colored flags were stuck on his back, bursting out a horrifying energy like an ocean. He pulled out a flag and rushed forward at an extremely fast speed. People couldn't follow his speed with their eyes, they could only see a blur. The 9th bandit, Jianghu. The cultivators of the Yaoguang's sacred land were shocked. The 3 old men's expressions changed, and they took out their weapons to stop him. However, this legendary bandit was extremely brave, they couldn't stop him at all. The blood-colored flag shook violently. More than a dozen cultivators behind the 3 old men of the Yaoguang's sacred land all screamed in pain, and they were killed on the spot. Beams of bloody light gathered toward the flag, and more than a dozen dead bodies fell from the sky. Jianghu, you are from the clan of the remote antiquity. Why are you so violent? The 3 old men shouted. You don't have the right to ask. Jianghu rode his beast, and the roar of the Zhou beast shook the mountains and rivers. The blood-colored flag in his hand pierced forward like a long spear. The three old men joined hands to resist. One of them took out a treasured pestle that was as big as a mountain, and it emitted a godly light as it pressed down. Crack! The blood-colored flag was indestructible. The pole of the flag was like the sharpest spear, and it hit the mountain-sized pestle, shattering it on the spot. This. The old man quickly retreated, leaving a blur behind. Unfortunately, he couldn't be compared to Jianghu's speed. The blood-colored flag stabbed forward, and it pierced through the air, directly piercing through the legendary cultivator. Bang! Jianghu shook his hand, and the old man who was stuck in the flag was shattered into pieces. A few beams of bloody light entered the flag. Everything happened so fast that the two old men didn't even have time to stop it. Go and accompany him. Jianghu waved the flag, and the blood-colored flag fluttered in the wind. Bang! Bang! The two legendary cultivators collapsed on the spot. They couldn't resist at all. This was a shocking scene. Jianghu was unstoppable, and his great flag suppressed the sky. The Zhou beast he sat on raised its head and roared. The sky shook, and killing intent filled the air. The ninth great bandit, Jianghu. Two supreme elders rushed over from the distance. One of them was the old man who crossed the void and brought Yi Fan and the others here. You are a direct descendant of the Huanggu family, but you are willing to fall and become a great bandit. Why is that? A supreme elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land shouted. After my big brother Jianghu left the Jiang family, I completely separated myself from the family. Don't mention this identity in front of me again. Jianghu's tiger eyes released cold light. We don't care what happens between you and the Jiang family. Why did you plunder the Yaoguang Holy Land source area? What a joke. Jianghu sneered and said, the source area outside the origin ancient mine should belong to the people of the northern region. What right do you have to occupy it? Yi Fan was shocked. He was not unfamiliar with the name Jianghu. He was a genius of the Jiang family, but for some unknown reason, he left the Jiang family and died in a foreign land. Little Tingting was his descendant. Bang! A blood-colored flag fell and stuck into the ground. It suddenly expanded like an ancient tree reaching the sky. It was hundreds of zhang tall, and thousands of mortals were covered in a bloody light. I don't want to hurt the innocent. You two old things can come. The ninth bandit, Jianghu, waved his hand at the riders behind him and said, you guys go get the source. I will stop these two old things. The 14 blood-colored flags behind him all rose into the sky, like pillars supporting the sky. They covered the two supreme elders of the Yaoguang Holy Land. Behind them, dozens of cavalry roared past like a flood, shaking the sky. Yi Fan found it hard to calm down. The origin ancient mine, the 13 great bandits, the Jiang family, and the Jade Lake Holy Land seemed to be very close. Chapter 178. Walala. The 14 blood-red flags shook and covered the sky. It was like the beginning of the world. The entire sky was covered in chaos. The two great elders of the Yaoguang sacred land tried to break out, but they couldn't get out of the red area. The flags fluttered, and every single one of them was 300 m in height. Every single time they fluttered, strands of sword light would shoot out, and they were invincible and sharp. Jianghu, at your level, only the divine spirit is useful to you. It is meaningless to rob the source area of the Yaoguang sacred land. A great elder of the Yaoguang sacred land had just finished speaking when a sharp sword light lit up the sky. It was like a lightning strike and cut off a corner of his sleeve. You. He looked pale. I can use the divine spirit to exchange for what I need. Jianghu's voice was calm. He sat on the Zhou beast and moved his hands slowly. The 14 blood-red flags were like a flood. They shook violently and changed their positions quickly. Jianghu's hands seemed to have endless magic power. Although they were moving slowly, the horrible energy they emitted was frightening. The 14 flags were shaking together. Bang! The sky was shaking. It was like a giant roller was rolling over the sky. The two great elders of the Yaoguang sacred land were frightened. Powerful as they were like duckweeds in the raging sea. They were swaying in the sky and couldn't stop themselves. The 14 blood-red flags shook violently and made clanging sounds. They had an unparalleled power that could tear the sky apart. 8 God barbaric force. The two great elders of the Yaoguang sacred land were shocked. Jiang Yi's hands were moving slower and slower, but the energy he emitted was more and more terrifying. That pair of hands possessed a demonic nature. The sky trembled because of him, and the void was constantly collapsing. Under this kind of demonic power, the 14 flags were like 14 blood gods, their might overflowing the heavens. Bang! A great elder of the Yaoguang sacred land was careless. Half of his clothes were broken by a flag. His face turned pale and his body shook. You have cultivated the 8 God barbaric force of the Jiang family to such a level. It was out of the two great elders of the Yaoguang sacred land's expectation. The 8 divinities' barbaric force was a top-notch divine force, and it possessed a demonic nature. Once it was cultivated to its peak, it was practically unstoppable and unstoppable. This supreme secret technique was the Jiang family's secret technique. Just like the Ji family's void palm print, it was the peak secret technique of their respective ancient scriptures. Jiang Yi's hands were getting slower and slower, and in the end, they almost stopped in midair. However, it was even more terrifying, as if the 8 great gods were really using their brute force. The sky was like a swamp or a demonic force field, which made the two highest elders of the Yaoguang Holy Land move more and more slowly, as if they were about to be restrained there. As for the 14 banners, scarlet flames surged into the sky, forcing the two of them to move closer and closer. The space between them was shrinking. Bang! Just as Jiang Yi's hands were about to stop moving, he suddenly shook them. The space in front of them suddenly collapsed, and the 14 flags shook violently. The 8 gods' barbaric force spread out like thousands of raging waves. It was incomparably violent and domineering, and directly sent the two grand supreme elders flying. Blood trickled down the corners of the mouths of the two highest elders of the Yaoguang Holy Land, and they looked astonished. The 8 gods' barbaric force is indeed terrifying. No wonder it is called the supreme secret technique. However, if this is all you have, I am afraid you will not be able to kill us, and you will die. The two of them looked indifferent, and their voices were low. Jiang Yi had made them spit blood, which made it difficult for them to calm down. Kill me? Come and try. Jiang Yi sat on the Zhouwu beast motionlessly, and his hands started to move again. At the same time, the two highest elders of the Yaoguang Holy Land, one of them took out the purple gold gourd, and the other took out a copper bell. Both of them hung above their heads, and many colorful lights fell down, covering them like a curtain. The sword lights from the 14 banners were dazzling, but they couldn't get close to the two highest elders at the moment, and they couldn't get close to them. As the 3 powerful cultivators fought against each other, the sky started to shake violently, as if the galaxy was pouring down. It was splendid, and the destructive aura drowned that place. Even the ground was affected. However, there was a huge banner stuck in the ground, and it was hundreds of meters tall. Rays of blood-red light flowed out of it, covering thousands of ordinary people. No one was hurt. The 8 gods' barbaric force. Yi Fan looked up at the sky and murmured to himself. He thought of some records in the Book of Ascension. The first of the 8 gods is the Lord of Heaven. The second is the Lord of Heaven. The temple must be built under a high mountain, on a small mountain, and its name is Ho. The third is the Lord of Heaven. Not long after, the strange beasts roared, and dozens of riders rushed over. Jiang Yi's men had returned with a lot of resources. Boom! Jiang Yi used the 8 gods' barbaric force, and his hands shook violently in the air, pushing back the 2 highest elders. Let's go. He and the riders rushed into the sky, and the 14 blood-red banners stopped the 2 highest elders, so they couldn't chase after them. On the ground, there were 4 banners, and they flew into the sky one after another. In the end, the 14 banners also disappeared with the blood-red light that covered the sun. The two highest elders chased after them, not willing to let them go. At the same time, battle cries came from the sky. The reinforcements from the Yaoguang's sacred land had arrived. The area around the Origin ancient mine was divided among the sacred lands of the Eastern Barren Territory. The Yaoguang's sacred land had several source zones, and each one was guarded by powerful warriors. Unfortunately, Jianghu was prepared. He escaped after one attack, opened the space gate, and disappeared. In the end, the highest elders from the Yaoguang's sacred land returned without any results, and their faces were dark. Yi Fan was speechless. The 13 bandits were too arrogant. They even dared to rob a sacred land. In fact, the 13 bandits all had extraordinary backgrounds. Some were powerful warriors from the Eastern Barren Territory, some were powerful warriors from the Central Plains, and some were giants from the Northern Desert. The storm passed quickly. The thousands of mortals were separated and distributed to different areas of the source zone. Even though it was their first time here, it didn't give people a sense of novelty. The source zone covered in Dao patterns was no different from the outside world. Desolation was the eternal theme. Low stone houses, reddish-brown rocks, and mining areas were lifeless and lifeless. In the distance, the miners were expressionless. They worked stiffly, going in and out of the mines, transporting rocks and rocks. They were almost numb. They didn't react to the newcomers at all, as if they had lost their souls. Many people felt a chill in their hearts. Was this the portrayal of their future? Monotonous labor, repeating day after day, becoming the walking dead. In 3 days, Yi Fan learned a lot. Collecting resources was not a big deal, and it only required physical strength. However, once something evil happened in the mines, it was extremely dangerous. Even powerful cultivators couldn't survive, let alone mortals. Few people could live for more than 10 years, and those who could return to the southern region with large amounts of gold coins were few and far between. Yi Fan frowned. The surroundings were covered in dense Dao patterns, and they were isolated from the outside world. They could only leave during special times. It would take a lot of effort to escape. He was not anxious. This place was a treasure ground. There were origin stones buried underground. If he could collect them and use them to cultivate, he would be able to get twice the results with half the effort. In this area, the only thing he was afraid of was the Yaoguang Saintess. If Yao Shi came, it would be bad. Thinking of the corset in his arms, he laughed. Even if the Yaoguang Saintess came to the northern region, she wouldn't enter a dusty mining area. She must have something else to do. Yi Fan cracked his own bones and painfully fixed them. Many parts were deformed and needed to be reconnected. Damn you, it hurts so much. In the dead of night, Yi Fan grimaced. He fixed all his bones back to their original positions. He was covered in cold sweat from the pain. After a few assignments, the people around him kept changing. He was not afraid of attracting attention. These days, he only smeared dirt on his face to avoid giving himself away. After a few more days, he went through another assignment. He was completely worry-free. He didn't need to worry about his appearance changing and arousing suspicion. In the end, Yi Fan was assigned to the 15th mining area. These days, he had been learning about origin stones from others and working in the well. Origin stones were very precious and rare. When digging a mine, one had to first determine the vein. A vein of origin stones was a mine. Even in this area, origin stones were not endless. A small-scale origin stone was just a vein of origin stones. It was good enough to dig out a few kilograms of origin stones. Poor origin stones could only produce a few taels of origin stones. A large-scale origin stone might be able to dig out more than 1 square meter of origin stones. This was a shocking amount, but it was rare to see such a vein of origin stones. No wonder that damn Ji Hui gave me a fist-sized origin stone and felt that it was enough to repay my kindness to the Ji clan. Origin stones were rare items. A fist-sized origin stone could allow a divine bridge realm cultivator to advance by a realm. At that time, he was in the divine bridge realm. However, For a bottomless pit like Yifan, a fist-sized origin stone was far from enough to break through a realm. This wasn't a shortcoming. Although he needed a lot of life essence, his god power was more vigorous than ordinary people. It was hard for cultivators of the same realm to compare to him. Besides, he could continuously absorb origin stones for his own use. There was no limit. And for ordinary divine bridge realm cultivators, although a fist-sized origin stone could advance by a realm, they couldn't absorb it immediately. They needed to absorb it slowly and take a long time to refine it into their bodies. If there was a mountain of origin in front of him, Yifan could continuously refine it. Ordinary cultivators couldn't. They could only do it slowly. Even if they were envious, they could only stare. Of course, refining natural treasures for one's own use was only feasible in the early stages of cultivation. Once one cultivated to the third secret realm, it would be very difficult to rely on external objects. At that time, one had to comprehend Tao. After reaching the third secret realm, only comprehending Tao could increase one's cultivation. There were no other shortcuts. The 15th mining area was a vast and boundless land. The reddish-brown soil and stones were hard to excavate. In this area, a dozen mines had already been dug. The amount of origin stone was small. Each mine only produced 1 kilogram of origin stone. Each origin vein only produced 1 kilogram of origin stone. It was indeed a bit poor. However, the origin stone collected was crystal clear and had few impurities. The quality was very high. In addition, the 15th mining area was boundless. It had just been excavated, so it was hard to conclude that there were no super origin veins here. On the 20th day, after Yifan understood enough, he was finally sent down to the mines to begin his first origin stone harvest. Amitba, let me harvest origin stone and refine it for you. Suddenly, just as Yifan entered the mine, a scream came from outside. Hearing such a scream, the experienced origin stone miners all climbed up the mine as if their lives depended on it, fleeing in panic. Damn it, it's my first day harvesting origin stone, and I've already encountered something evil? Yifan's bones had already been reconnected. His physical body was unparalleled. He was as agile as a spirit ape, and he was the first to rush out of the mine. The mine ahead is haunted. There's something ominous in that mine. Those who went in are all dead. An old cultivator from the Yaoguang sacred ground, who was very powerful, died in there before he could even make a sound. Right in front, the neighboring mine was emitting a demonic aura, as if some creature was about to rush out. After seeing this, Yifan immediately ran and quickly retreated. He had a bad feeling that he couldn't stay here. Near the mine, many people had collapsed, and there were corpses everywhere. The 15th mining area was in chaos. The origin stone miners were terrified. After running for a few kilometers, Yifan stopped and watched from afar. Chapter 179. In front of the mine, there were 50 to 60 corpses lying on the ground. All of them had gray faces and their eyes were wide open. The experienced miners all turned pale. They took a detour from the mine, and no one dared to go forward. The 15th mine was in a state of panic. Everyone had retreated, and most of them were trembling with fear. Wisps of gray mist were seeping out of the mine. Even though they were far away, they could still feel a sense of pressure. What the hell? Yifan was shocked. He knew that such things would occasionally happen in the source mine, but he was still surprised when he experienced it himself. An old man who had been mining here for 8 to 9 years said with worry in his eyes, "I have a feeling that the evil this time is not ordinary." Soon, the cultivators from the Yaoguang Holy Land arrived. They were led by a few middle-aged men, and the rest were all young disciples. Who was mining in that mine? Are there any survivors? A middle-aged man asked. I was working in the well. A young man walked up, looking very nervous. Anyone else? The middle-aged man asked again. 6 or 7 people walked out, all of them panicking. What did you see? The middle-aged cultivator asked. We didn't see anything. We only heard screams, and then we escaped. Where's senior brother Qin? Isn't he patrolling here? The middle-aged man frowned. That old immortal also fell in the mine. What? The middle-aged man's eyes widened. Senior brother Qin died? Yes. The origin gatherer was a little nervous. At first, something seemed to have been discovered down there. The old immortal received the report and personally went down to take a look. In the end, something evil happened, and everyone died. Another person added, luckily, we ran away. Otherwise, we wouldn't have survived standing in the well. Needless to say, everyone saw that there were 50 to 60 corpses at the well. The middle-aged cultivators from the Yaoguang Holy Land looked at each other and frowned. This was the last thing they wanted to see. Once the source mine was haunted, it would be extremely dangerous. The well was filled with gray mist. It looked very strange and unsettling. Did they dig out something alive? A middle-aged man said. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. If that was the case, it would be a bad sign. It said that the Jianghu family dug up a ghost mine not long ago and dug out a few bloody bones. As a result, many people died. The conversation between the middle-aged cultivators made Yi Fan's heart skip a beat. The source mine underground was full of mysteries and unknowns. Let me catch a wisp of gray mist and see what it is. A middle-aged man opened his mouth and spat out a thumb-sized silver bottle. It turned into a streak of silver light and flew forward. It released a gentle halo of light and began to absorb the gray mist. It turned into a dim light and began to absorb the gray mist. Something astonishing happened. As soon as a wisp of gray mist entered, the silver bottle cracked. It became dim and fell to the ground. This is... The middle-aged man's body shook. A weapon refined by a cultivator of the Holy Ji Palace's secret territory couldn't even block a wisp of gray mist. What is it? Everyone was shocked. The middle-aged men all revealed serious expressions. This time, it was a bit unusual, and they didn't have much confidence. After an entire 2 hours, the gray mist finally dispersed and disappeared from the world. Not long after, a chicken was thrown into the mine. It kept chirping, but it didn't die even after a long time. The middle-aged cultivators sighed in relief. It's not as bad as I thought. Looks like it's just some baleful aura, not a ghost mine. Several middle-aged cultivators walked forward, followed by a dozen young disciples. They stood at the mouth of the well, examining each corpse, and then looked down. Carry these corpses away. Find an abandoned mine and bury them, ordered a middle-aged cultivator. All of the source gatherers retreated together. No one was willing to touch those who had mysteriously died. When the middle-aged cultivator saw this, he frowned and said, "The malevolent aura has dissipated, there is no danger." Many of the origin gatherers shuddered in fear. They emptied dozens of corpses and threw them into an abandoned mine, burying them on the spot. The middle-aged cultivators discussed among themselves and prepared to go down the well to take a look. Why don't we let them clear out the corpses first before we go down? A middle-aged cultivator suggested as he swept his gaze over the surrounding origin gatherers. The surrounding people instantly trembled in fear and retreated one after another. What are you afraid of? That chicken is fine, which means it is already safe inside. Are all of you living people less than a chicken? When Yi Fan heard him say this, he really wanted to spit on his face. If he was not afraid, why didn't he go down himself? Why did he want the source gatherers to scout the way first? A young disciple of the Yaoguang Holy Land personally went up to choose a person. Unfortunately, Yi Fan was chosen and was forced to go down the well to carry the corpses. It was dark inside the mine, and even the torch could not completely illuminate it. Corpses were scattered all over the ground. Some of the cowardly source gatherers immediately trembled when they saw this scene. In front of them, specks of light could be seen. An source gatherer the size of a human head was glowing and embedded in the ground. An old cultivator in his 50s was lying there. He had been dead for a long time. This is the problem. Yi Fan carefully walked closer. After seeing everything clearly, he sucked in a breath of cold air. There was actually a claw inside that head-sized source gatherer. It was similar to a human palm, but it had a lot of red hair. It was an inch long, and even the palm was no exception. It looked somewhat sinister. This is at least a primordial creature. Yi Fan was shocked. Ghost claw. Monster. The surrounding people all cried out in shock. Yi Fan sent out his divine sense and carefully examined it. His expression changed again. This was originally a huge rock, but it was only revealed after the source gatherers broke it open. There were actually bone patterns in the rock that were connected to this source gatherer. This. He couldn't help but be shocked. This should be a fossil. Only the palm had been preserved by the source gatherer. It was completely intact, and the other parts had become stone bones. This should be a humanoid creature. No, it actually has bat wings. A humanoid creature with wings was definitely not human. At this point, he could also see why there was a gray fog and why so many people had died. When the source gatherer broke through the huge rock, a corner of the source gatherer was damaged. A bit of the palm's flesh was exposed to the air and shriveled. That was how the gray fog was produced. What kind of terrifying creature is this? Just a bit of flesh exposed to the air and it has such terrifying power. Just a wisp of gray fog was enough to shatter the weapons of the Dao Palace's secret realm cultivators. It's really unimaginable. Yi Fan was shocked. The only fortunate thing was that this source gatherer was very unusual. It was overflowing with color and gathered the essence of heaven and earth on its own. The damaged area had already been sealed by the brilliance. At this time, the cultivators above also flew in. Their spiritual senses were sharp, and they sensed that there was no danger below, so they were no longer afraid. This is a claw with flesh and blood. Several middle-aged cultivators cried out on the spot. A few years ago, we dug up a severed arm. It was also sealed in the source gatherer and sent back to the sacred land. The Grand Supreme Elder once said that if we found such flesh and blood, we should immediately report it. It must be a serious matter. These cultivators carefully cleaned up the rocks and moved the source gatherer and the huge rock to the ground. The Grand Supreme Elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land was alarmed. He came in person to carefully observe the palm and the human-shaped mark on the huge rock. Unbelievable. He seemed to be very surprised. What kind of creature is this? Next to him, a young disciple asked carefully. Before ancient times. The Grand Supreme Elder only said 2 words before he suddenly stopped. Obviously, the Grand Supreme Elder was not calm. After a long time, he let out a long sigh. Then he waved his sleeve and put away the source gatherer and the huge rock. You guys continue to dig here. Once you find anything, immediately report to me. This is a very important matter, and I will remember you guys. He looked solemn, and then he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Why didn't the Grand Supreme Elder tell us in detail? What is that creature? At least it is a creature from before the immemorial age. It seems to be extremely terrifying and powerful. Were humans born at that time? What position did we have? The doubts of the young disciples of the Yaoguang Holy Land were also the doubts in Yi Fan's heart. He really wanted to know the answer. Could it be that some secret technique or divine power could be researched from that claw? That is hard to say. If it is a creature that is powerful enough, that palm might really be a priceless treasure. The middle-aged cultivators were also discussing in low voices. I'm afraid that even the important figures of my Yaoguang Holy Land cannot truly understand. In the current world, perhaps only the Origin Ancient Mind has the answer. There are creatures that walked out of the exceptional divine source alive there. Don't say any more. The Origin Ancient Mine is a forbidden land. You cannot speak carelessly in the source mining area. The Origin Ancient Mine was at the center of this area. It was surrounded by the source regions of the Great Sage's land. No one dared to explore it. It was an ominous place. In the next few days, they dug 7 or 8 abandoned wells, but they didn't even dig up 1 or 2 source gatherers. Yi Fan sighed inwardly. he still wanted to fill his own pockets. The other source gatherers rejoiced because no misfortune befell them in the past few days. They didn't dig up any ghost mines. Just when everyone thought that the storm had passed, on the 7th day, a cry of alarm suddenly sounded from a mine. What happened? The Yaoguang Holy Land's cultivators shouted from the surface. During these past few days, they didn't take a single step out of this mining area. They didn't dare act carelessly because of the mission that the Supreme Elder gave them. Bones, I discovered a large amount of bones. The people below were extremely terrified. When the other people in this mining area received the news, they immediately rushed out and began to run into the distance. Source gatherers often faced demonic matters. As soon as there was the slightest sign of trouble, they would immediately protect themselves. The 15th mining area was in chaos. Yi Fan finally understood why so few source gatherers could live for more than 10 years. Even cultivators couldn't live for long if they were plagued by demonic matters every 2 or 3 days. What is going on? Normally, strange matters don't happen even once a year. Why are they happening so frequently these past few days? The experienced source gatherers all developed a bad premonition. I feel like when that claw was dug up last time, it wasn't the end, but rather just the beginning. This mining area is most likely a ghost mine. A gargantuan monster is about to appear. I also have the same feeling. Something big is definitely going to happen. I heard that the Origin ancient mine hasn't been peaceful for the past year. I'm afraid this is a sign of great misfortune. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He felt that these source gatherers should have an instinctive sense after facing such things for a long time. Perhaps their premonitions would come true. There's no need to run. It's just bones. There's no danger. Hurry up and come back. Let's dig this big mine together and see what exactly is going on. The cultivators of the Yaoguang Holy Land ordered everyone to return. They gathered all the manpower and began to dig the very deep mine. In order to encourage everyone, they also personally entered the mine and commanded everyone on the spot. However, when they saw everything below with their own eyes, they also sucked in a breath of cold air. Countless bones had turned into fossils. It was difficult to count how many there were. As long as the rocks were broken, there would definitely be a large number of bones inside. It was enough to make one's scalp tingle. In the end, there were no rocks, only stone bones. This place was simply like a burial pit. Even the cultivators of the Yaoguang Holy Land felt a chill down their backs. The aura here was very strange. It was getting colder and colder. At this moment, someone cried out in alarm, "Blood is being dug up." In an instant, miserable screams rang out one after another. Over 100 people had died on the spot. Oh my God, a ghost mine. A gargantuan monster. I see it. Oh my God. Both Yi Fan and the cultivators of the Yaoguang Holy Land were terrified. Chapter 180. It was a very large source mine. Thousands of people were digging inside, but it was still very spacious. Terrified screams rang out and traveled very far. The source miners ran toward the exit as if they had gone crazy. There were stone bones everywhere, piled up like rocks. People kept falling down. People were squeezed and trampled on. In the deepest part of the mine, a bloody mist floated. Anyone who touched it screamed and instantly turned into a pool of blood, dying a violent death. The cultivators of the Yaoguang Holy Land all took action. They either took out their weapons or used secret techniques to block the cold mist. However, neither the weapons nor the secret techniques could stop the bloody mist. It was very corrosive. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen weapons were melted. Ghost. Help. It has 3 eyes. I see the devil. The source miners ran for their lives. They screamed in extreme fear. Yi Fan felt that something was wrong. The premonition of those old source collection elders was most likely coming true. His hands and feet were nimble, and he ran at the very front. In a few breaths, he rushed out of the mine and only stopped when he reached a safe place. Bang! The mine was broken through. The cultivators of the Yaoguang Holy Land rushed out. One of them was a middle-aged man. He almost went crazy and screamed in fear. But in the blink of an eye, he turned into a pool of blood and fell down. The mine was in chaos. Screams and cries could be heard everywhere. The people who had escaped were trembling. They crawled and rolled away from the place. It was not until 7 minutes later that everything calmed down. Nearly 1,000 people had gone down to dig the stone bones. In the end, only about 300 people had escaped. The rest had all died inside. The cultivators of the Yaoguang Holy Land all looked gloomy. They had just tried to block the bloody mist, but 5 people had died, including a middle-aged man from the Holy Ji Palace. They hurried to report this to their superiors. The ghost mine had appeared. This was the last thing they wanted to see. Soon, a great elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land and 7 or 8 famous figures rushed over and asked about the situation in the mine. In the end, no one could explain in detail. They could only say that they saw a ghost that was not moving. "All of you, step back," Great Elder Li Yuan of the Yaoguang Holy Land shouted. He pointed his finger like a sword and slashed forward. A beam of light shot out, turned into a huge sword of light, and slashed downwards. The noise was like thunder, dust and sand flying everywhere. That large mine was cut open. It was pitch black and gloomy, looking extremely strange. Grand Elder Li Yuan continued to shake his finger. The light sword that was over 100 feet long continued to descend, cutting open the mine and exposing it to the outside world. All of the earth and rocks were teleported several hundred meters away, and a huge crater appeared there. Many stone bones were extracted by Li Yuan and landed not far away. Yi Fan watched from the side and was shocked. A large number of bones had turned into fossils, and upon closer inspection, he discovered that they were not human bones. Even though there were some humanoid creatures, they were still different from humans. Grand Elder Li Yuan kept moving, using his sword to cut open the origin ore, and using spells to pull out all the stone bones. Soon, a mountain of stone bones appeared on the reddish-brown earth. There were at least 10,000 of them. Streams of bloody mist rose, and when Li Yuan's light swords came into contact with it, they emitted a sizzling sound and were actually dissolved. He waved his large sleeve, scattering the bloody mist and sending it into the heavens. Only after a long time had passed did this place calm down. Then, he used a secret spell, and green light condensed into a huge hand that reached into the depths of the mine. The earth suddenly trembled. The huge hand grabbed all the earth and rocks in the mine and placed them on the ground. Demon. It's that demon. It was a blood-colored earth and rocks, and there were several source stones in it. They were all as big as wash basins. Such a size was very rare and extremely precious. It could be called a rich mine. What was shocking was that there was something inside each source stone, and it was not pure. The first 2 source stones were sealed with bright red liquid, which was obviously blood. Just now, one of the source stones had broken, and the blood inside had flowed out, which led to the tragedy. Just how powerful is this creature? Its blood turned into a bloody mist, and it could even kill cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace secret realm. The legendary figures of the Yaoguang Holy Land were all shocked. Grand Elder Li Yuan also frowned. The third source stone was sealed with a crystalline finger. It was very beautiful, as white and tender as a spring onion. Although it was just a broken finger, people could feel that it was extraordinary, and there was a vigorous energy contained in it. The fourth source stone was the most shocking. Sealed inside was half a head. There were fine scales on its face, and there was a vertical eye on its forehead. It had thick black hair, and the head had been split in half. It should be 2 different creatures. The thin finger and half a head are obviously not from the same body. The legendary figures were all shocked. These 4 source stones are too important. I need to personally escort them back to the Holy Land. Grand Elder Li Yuan's expression was solemn. Although it was not the legendary peerless divine source, there was a creature sealed inside, and its value was immeasurable. They could not be lost. He sealed the 4 source stones and then waved his sleeve, putting them away. Then, he carefully observed the earth and rocks on the ground. Along with the 4 source stones, there were 2 broken stone skeletons. One was thin, and the other was fierce. They were 2 different creatures. Although they were humanoid, they were definitely not human. The thin stone skeleton had 6 arms, and the fierce one had a pair of bone wings. Yi Fan saw it clearly from afar. He was speechless. What kind of powerful creatures were these? Why were they nowhere to be seen? Rumble. Suddenly, the open mine collapsed. Everyone was shocked. The bottom of the mine sank, and a pitch-black hole appeared. It was a mine that looked like a burial pit, but there was a bottomless pit below it. It was not dug by the crowd. It was a deep pit that had been there for a long time, and now it was exposed. A chilling aura soared into the sky, causing everyone to shiver. Grand Elder Li Yuan of the Yaoguang Holy Land could not keep calm anymore. He said, "It seems that this place is not normal." He asked everyone to step back and personally took action. He used his divine consciousness to observe. After a while, he tried his best to use a secret art. Boom! The sky shook and the ground cracked. He used the Yaoguang divine art to make the mine rise. It was a secret art that could move mountains and fill seas. Earth and rocks flew everywhere, and the ground cracked. The mine kept rising. A lot of earth cracked and rocks were thrown into the distance. The Grand Elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land used his secret art to make the earth's crust move violently. The big hole under the burial pit was no longer low, and it was floating up slowly. Oh my! What is that? The red ground shook. The gloomy and oppressive aura became heavier and heavier. A cold metallic luster appeared. A huge iron block. As the earth and rocks moved, the big hole was no longer low. It was level with the ground, and everything could be seen. This was not a small project. The ground was paved with hard stones, and it was very flat. The area was several miles wide. There were also huge stone pillars at the edge, reaching into the sky. In the middle of the stone ground, there was a pyramid made of metal. It was more than 100 meters tall, and it was green with a metallic luster. There was no rust at all. Yi Fan was shocked. What was that? The sun, moon, and stars were carved on it, shining brightly. This huge pyramid was made of an unknown metal. It was an object from the immemorial age at the latest, or even earlier. However, time had not worn it down. Li Yuan, the Grand Elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land, frowned. He waved his sleeve, trying to put the huge pyramid away. However, he was surprised. He tried to move it, and found that he could move it. However, the mist was surging, and he couldn't put it in his sleeve. Something is wrong. Li Yuan walked closer and used his divine power to scan the pyramid. The sun, moon, and stars on it all lit up. After a flash of light, he went inside. Behind him, the famous figures of the Yaoguang Holy Land were all shocked. They looked worried. Boom! The green pyramid shook, and people felt suffocated. Many mortals fell to the ground. After a while, the sun, moon, and stars on the pyramid shone brightly. Li Yuan rushed out with a pale face. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and he staggered backward. Retreat! Everyone retreat! Don't come close, he shouted, and his body was shaking. Yi Fan was shocked. What was so strange about this pyramid that even the Grand Elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land had suffered? This place is very important. Seal all information here. I will return to the Holy Land immediately. Don't come close, Li Yuan said solemnly. He then left in a hurry, preparing to cross the void. The 15th mining area had become a forbidden area. No one was allowed to enter or leave. Yi Fan frowned. This place was not good, and he didn't want to stay for long. However, he couldn't leave now. On the 4th day after the Grand Elder Li Yuan left, the Yaoguang Saintess arrived with news that the Divine Lord would arrive soon. Yi Fan's mouth twitched, and he cursed his bad luck. Yao Shi had actually arrived. If she found out, she would definitely skin him alive. In the distance, he saw Yao Shi. Just like before, she was like a fairy that could topple nations. She was like a pearl that emitted auspicious light. Her jade-like body was suffocating. Thousands of mortals saw her and thought she was a fairy. Many people lost their composure and felt ashamed of themselves. Yi Fan hid among the thousands of mortals, so he wasn't worried about being recognized. He curled his lips. The so-called fairy's bra was still in his arms. If this secret got out, the great sage's land would definitely be shocked. Don't leak any information. Seal the 15th mining area. No one is allowed to enter or leave. The Yaoguang Saintess' voice was like the sound of nature. However, at this moment, the Yaoguang Saintess suddenly stopped talking. Her expression was blank, and she seemed to be very surprised. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the other party had discovered him? That was impossible. At this moment, the other cultivators from the Yaoguang Holy Land also cried out in surprise. Who are you? How did you get in? Yi Fan turned around and looked at the pyramid. A faint cyan light appeared. In front of the cyan iron tower, an old woman had appeared out of nowhere. She didn't make a sound. No one knew how she got there. It was as if she had appeared out of thin air. She was looking around the pyramid and mumbling something. The 15th mining area was a vast reddish-brown land. It was very spacious. If an outsider broke in, he would have noticed her immediately. However, the crowd had not noticed it at all before this. Yi Fan was extremely shocked. He thought to himself, it's her. He didn't expect to see this old woman again in the northern region. Years ago, when he met Crazy Ol for the first time outside the forbidden area of the remote antiquity, this old woman had shown up. Through her mumbling, he knew that Crazy Ol was from 6,000 years ago. She is from the same generation as Crazy Ol. I can't believe she is here. Yi Fan was surprised. Chapter 181. The old woman was dressed very simply. She looked no different from the other old ladies in the mountain villages. However, this old woman had become the center of attention. The people of the Yaoguang's sacred land did not dare to act rashly as if they were facing a great enemy. The pyramid made of an unknown metal flickered with a faint green luster. The sun, moon, and stars appeared on its surface, emitting rays of clear light that flowed towards the old woman like waves. However, it could not move her at all. The old woman did not move at all. She was not affected at all. She mumbled as she circled around the pyramid. Buzz. The green pyramid trembled and emitted a vibrating sound. Then, light filled the sky. Endless greenery covered the reddish-brown land. Everyone was shocked. The empty and desolate land had completely changed. The grass was boundless and full of vitality. Thousand-year ancient trees stretched across the land. An immemorial aura rushed over. It was vast and ancient like the vast universe. It was like a boundless starry sky. Millions of creatures came one after another. It was as if an ancient world had reappeared. Ear-splitting rumbling sounds could be heard. Giant creatures rolled over like mountains. Many strange races appeared from time to time. The lush land, the dense spirit chi, and the powerful creatures dazzled people's eyes. Is this the northern region of the ancient times? It was full of life and everything was flourishing. It's completely different from now. They could clearly see the formation of the origin. The origin energy of the world was too dense. It crystallized and turned into an origin. Many powerful creatures died. Occasionally, they would be wrapped by the dripping origin and sealed inside. At this point, people finally understood why the ancient creatures had severed fingers and heads left behind. Oh my God, at this moment, people gasped. They saw extremely powerful humanoid creatures that could tear mountains apart with their bare hands. There were many types of humanoid creatures, and they were all different. Some were covered in scales, some had fur, some had majestic bodies, some had delicate bodies, and there were even some that were as beautiful as pearls and jade. All of them were extremely powerful. In that dense ancient forest, one would occasionally see a huge temple, tall and majestic, shocking one's soul. In front of each ancient temple, there were different kinds of humanoid creatures guarding it. They were solemn and sacred. The various temples were completely different. Some were like the Daoist temple, some were like the imperial palace, and there were even pyramids like the one in front of them. Interesting. Right at this moment, the old woman's voice rang out. Everyone could hear it clearly. She waved her sleeves, and all the brilliance in the sky disappeared. All the vigorous vitality on the ground disappeared, and all kinds of tyrannical creatures disappeared. It became a lifeless and barren land again. The clear brilliance flowed back to the pyramid. Whoosh! The old woman stepped forward, directly entering the pyramid. The green pagoda's luster dimmed again, and then it became silent again. Everyone in the Yaoguang Holy Land was frightened. This old woman was unfathomable. They could not stop her, and they could not stop her. Holy daughter Yaoguang was like a celestial lotus. Her skin was pure and sparkling. At this moment, her mind was shaken. What kind of person was this old woman? Her beautiful eyes widened. Many legendary figures quickly surrounded the green pyramid, quietly waiting for the old woman to appear. Many of the thousands of mortals were frightened out of their wits. The various scenes that appeared just now made them suspect that they had entered another world. The pyramid trembled slightly. The old woman walked out very calmly, as if she was walking on a bridge or a flight of stairs. She was not stopped at all. It is indeed interesting, the old woman said again. But in the ears of the crowd, the meaning was very different. This kind of historical site, for cultivators, was obviously priceless, but she didn't really care about it. Senior, you are. Holy daughter Yaoguang smiled before speaking. She was like a blossoming fairy, bright and beautiful. I am just an ordinary old woman. The old woman looked at Yao Shi and kindly smiled. You are quite lucky. Holy daughter Yao Shi was moved. She wanted to say something, but the old woman had already turned around to look at the others. Her gaze swept over the Yaoguang legendary figures one by one. I am going to take it and see if there is anything special about it. I will return it to the Yaoguang Holy Land in the future, said the old woman. Senior, you can't. A few legendary figures wanted to stop her. This was something that the Supreme Elder had warned them to protect. It was not hard to imagine how important it was. But they couldn't stop her at all. The old woman reached out her hand and grabbed the pyramid that was 100 meters tall. The sun, moon, and stars shone brightly. Almost in an instant, the Grand Pyramid became shorter. A green light flashed, and it became the size of a baby's fist. It was like a pearl that was flowing with light in the old woman's hand. With a wave of his hand, he had captured the Azure Pagoda, causing those legendary figures to swallow back their words. They knew that they definitely wouldn't be able to stop him. Yi Fan already knew that the old woman was unfathomable, but he was still very scared. He muttered to himself because the old woman seemed to be glancing at him. The old woman slowly walked into the distance. Her silhouette quickly blurred and disappeared into thin air in an instant. There was no trace of her at all. After the old woman left, the 15th mining area was in chaos. The cultivators of the Yaoguang Holy Land were discussing. Such a big thing had to be reported immediately. Go, leave this damned place. This was the urgent thought in Yi Fan's heart. He didn't believe that he couldn't find the source in other places. If he continued here, who knew what else he would find? At that time, he might even lose his life. Besides, Yao Shi was here, and the Yaoguang Holy Lord was coming. They had seen him before, so this place was very dangerous. A while ago, Yi Fan had already thought of how to leave. Every once in a while, he would go out to buy rice and flour. The disciples of the Yaoguang Holy Land didn't want to interact with the mortals. Every time they went out, they would bring some source collectors. He planned to blend into such a team. Once he reached the outside world, he would be able to leap freely in the vast ocean and soar freely in the vast sky. He would no longer be restricted. If it wasn't for the Tao patterns that isolated this place from the outside world, he would have escaped long ago. Find a place to cultivate to the third or fourth secret realm, and then come back to auction the Yaoguang Holy Lady's bra. Yi Fan had evil thoughts. Of course, this was just to give himself motivation. More than a month had passed since he was hit by the immortal sealing powder. Only then did divine power flow in his body, and his sea of reincarnation slowly recovered. During these few days, he had been in the deepest part of the mine and had finally made some progress. He had dug out several walnut-sized source stones and refined them all. Finally, the green lotus in the golden sea of bitterness trembled, and a muffled sound came from his body. His divine power had completely begun to circulate. Yi Fan didn't know what kind of disaster he had experienced. If he had enough of the immortal sealing powder, even the divine power of a powerful cultivator could be completely sealed away. If it weren't for his special constitution, he would have become immortal a long time ago. After his sea of reincarnation was unsealed and his cultivation recovered, Yi Fan prepared to leave this place. Of course, before he left, he was prepared to collect a few more source stones. However, this kind of spiritual object was too rare, and it was difficult to dig out even a few kilograms from a single mine. Moreover, the source stones were covered in a strange layer of stone, and even the spiritual perception of cultivators was useless. There was no way to investigate and dig out more. I really want to take the Yaoguang Holy Land source storehouse. Yi Fan could only think about it. His strength was too low, and he probably wouldn't be able to break through that kind of place without anyone defending it. 2 days later, Yi Fan prepared to leave and sneak into a group of people purchasing resources. It was on this day that he received news that the Yaoguang Holy Lord was about to arrive and that no one was allowed to enter or leave. Damn it, it's really full of twists and turns. I hope nothing bad happens. He was shocked. An hour later, an earth-shattering sound came from outside the origin area. The void had shattered. When the Yaoguang Holy Lord arrived with her people, the void had just cracked open when a peerless expert attacked together, causing the void to collapse. Kill! Shouts of war shook the sky. Outside the origin area, light shot into the sky, magic treasures flew, people shouted, and horses neighed. Countless figures were charging over. Peacock King! The Yaoguang Holy Lord's voice was cold. He was surrounded by 108 rays of light, and many worlds revolved around him. It was as if a divine king had descended. Yaoguang Holy Lord. On the other side, the Peacock King was the same as before. He looked like a graceful youth, but his eyes were sharp and his roars shook the mountains. You monster, you still dare to appear? I'll kill you today. There were quite a few elders behind the Yaoguang Holy Lord, and one of them shouted. I do need to kill someone, but it's you guys. The Blue Serpent King appeared next to the Peacock King. Boom! The earth trembled as a fierce battle erupted. The Tao inscriptions outside the origin area were torn apart, and many cultivators charged in. The 4th and 7th bandit are here. The cultivators of the Yaoguang Holy Land were in chaos. The entire origin area was in chaos. Yi Fan was shocked. From the shouts of the crowd, he learned that the Blue Serpent King was the 4th bandit in the northern region, and the 7th bandit was an expert called Tu Tian. The 2 bandits and the Peacock King wanted to kill the Yaoguang Holy Lord. The experts under the 2 bandits had already charged in and were fighting with the light-shaking realm cultivators inside. If he didn't take advantage of the chaos, Yi Fan would feel like he was letting himself down. He didn't think about the origin treasury. It was impossible to open it, and it was definitely the target of the 2 bandits. He charged toward a stone tower in the 15th mining area. The origin stones that he had collected were all piled up inside. The sounds of battle shook the sky. No one had the time to care about this place. After all, this place was nothing compared to the origin treasury. The stone tower was less than 10 meters tall, but it was extremely sturdy. Yi Fan pushed on the stone door a few times, but it didn't budge at all. There are also restrictions here. He didn't say anything else as he swung his fist and smashed it. Boom! The stone tower shook as the fifth punch landed, finally breaking the stone door open. Thankfully, there weren't any profound restrictions. Yi Fan squinted his eyes at the brilliant light in front of him. Piece after piece of origin stone was laid out on a jade shelf, glowing brightly. They added up to dozens of kilograms. The origin stones that he had collected over the past few days were all here, and they hadn't been sent away yet. So many. This is the sum of the origin stones from 20 or so mines. Yi Fan felt a surge of excitement in his heart. This many origin stones meant that he could increase his strength. They were priceless treasures to him. He pulled out a pristine jade bottle and stored them all inside. Brother, who are you? You're really fast. You even got here before me. A voice came from outside the stone tower. A young man around 20 years of age stared at him in surprise. I was just stealing. The professional is currently fighting with the people from the Wavering Light's sacred lands, Yi Fan replied casually. I'm the professional you're talking about. I didn't expect you to beat me to it. You're even faster than me. Yi Fan was speechless. The young man in front of him had a medium build. He wasn't very handsome, but his eyes were especially bright. They were like the legendary, thieving light. I heard that the 15th mining area was under attack, and that I might be able to dig up some good origin stones. That's why I came here instead of attacking the origin treasury. The young man's eyes lit up even more, and a thieving light shot out in all directions. He said, according to the rules of our trade, since I got here in time, you should give me a quarter. Who's in the same trade as you? I'm not a professional. Yi Fan wanted to say this, but he felt that this man wasn't ordinary and didn't want to fight with him here. He said, I don't have any special origin stones. If you don't believe me, come and take a look. He pulled out the pristine jade bottle, and an origin stone appeared. If you don't have any, then forget it. The young man was very disappointed and waved his hand. The two of them retreated from the stone tower. Yi Fan was just about to leave when the young man suddenly pulled him back and said, Wait, there's something on you. Why do I sense a familiar aura? I'm really not a professional. I don't have anything special on me. Wait, this is the aura of the Wavering Light's sacred maiden. The young man's eyes shone like pearls as he stared at Yi Fan and said, Brother, you're really not simple. You're even more agile than me. You can even steal something from the Wavering Light's sacred maiden. I'm really not a professional. Yi Fan shook off his hand and said, I don't even know what you're talking about. I once got close to the Wavering Light's sacred maiden. The outstanding people in our trade have a photographic memory. This is her aura, I can't be wrong. The young man didn't have any enmity towards Yi Fan. Instead, he acted very familiar and said, Take it out and let me have a look. Yi Fan guessed that it was definitely the Wavering Light's sacred maiden's bra. He immediately pulled out the pristine jade bottle and stored it inside. Oh my God, my celestial eyes are blinded. The young man saw it clearly and immediately cried out in surprise. He said, I say, brother, you're good. You're really good. When did our trade produce a talent like you? I admire you to death. This is something I've dreamed of doing. It's true that we're not in the same trade. I got this thing by chance. Yi Fan felt that it was too dangerous to walk with this man. If he provoked Yao Shi, it would be big trouble. He wanted to get rid of him. I admire you so much. In our trade, we emphasize on getting something by chance. We don't have to do it deliberately. The young man wore an admiring face. This toy. You also emphasize on getting it by chance? Yi Fan was speechless. Normal people can't do such a difficult job, sighed the young man. My grandfather was a hero for his whole life, but he regretted it for the rest of his life. Who are you? Who's your grandfather? What regret? Yi Fan felt that this man's identity wasn't ordinary. My grandfather is Tu Tian, the seventh bandit. He swaggered around the northern region. He could steal anything. His biggest regret was that he couldn't steal a saintess to be his wife. Yi Fan was surprised. The grandson of the 7th bandit did have a big background. I'm Tu Fei. To fulfill one of my grandfather's wishes, I want to steal a saintess to be my wife. Yi Fan didn't know what to say. How could they think of capturing the saintess of the great sage's land to be his wife? The Yaoguang saintess is there. Let's go there and find a chance to capture her. Tu Fei's eyes shot out 2 beams of light, looking at the horizon. At this moment, shouts and shouts shook the sky. Battles were happening everywhere. Right in front of them, Yaoxi's fairy-like body was like thin clouds covering the bright moon. She was like a pearl in the sea, extremely beautiful. Her long dress fluttered, dancing in the wind as she fought with many bandits. Yi Fan struggled to get rid of her. He felt that if he followed this man, he would have bad luck. As the battles were happening everywhere, it was a good chance for him to leave. Tu Fei soared up into the sky, shouting. Yaoxi, did you lose something? Did the geniuses of our trade get it? Yi Fan staggered, almost falling to the ground. This bastard didn't watch his mouth. He dared to say anything. Wasn't he bringing trouble to him? Chapter 182. Tu Fei, what nonsense are you talking about? Although Yao Guang's saintess was killing the enemies, she was like a graceful fairy butterfly. She was graceful and noble with a graceful beauty. Yaoxi, did you lose a piece of clothing? Is it something precious? Tu Fei hovered in the sky, asking with a serious face. I don't know what you're talking about. Yao Guang's saintess was using her supreme technique. Shortly after, she struck the 2 old men away. She opened her mouth and spat out a green jade bell. The melodious sound of the bell reverberated in the sky. The cultivators who were attacking her had to cover their ears in pain, screaming pathetically. I'm sure you lost something. How did you lose it? Tu Fei was serious, continuing to ask. Damn you. Yi Fan turned around and left. He could see that this bastard had a big mouth. He dared to talk about anything without any fear. He was even a little bit unrestrained and teasing. I don't want to talk to you. Yao Guang's saintess didn't mind him. The green jade bell she spat out became bigger and bigger. The sound of the bell shook the sky. It was melodious and powerful. Within a radius of 10 zhang, all the weapons attacking Shi Yan were shaken. Then, they rang clearly. Boom! 7 or 8 weapons broke in the sound of the bell, falling from the sky. The sound waves were like sabers that frightened people. Yaoxi, think about it one more time. The big-mouthed Tu Fei said without scruples. The item you threw was woven from the divine silkworm's silk. It's impervious to fire, water, and weapons. You've made it a precious treasure. Do you remember it now? Yao Guang's saintess discolored. At first, she thought that the other was talking nonsense. But now, she remembered the bra. She almost screamed out loud. During the past month, she had used all of her forces to find Yi Fan in the southern area. She hated that she couldn't turn the entire place upside down. However, she couldn't find him. Every time she thought about what happened that day, she felt like she was going crazy. She hated that she couldn't use her elegant, jade-like hands to chop Yi Fan into pieces. Oh my God. My immortal eyes are blind. Tu Fei screamed, his voice sad. What I want to see isn't true. Why did someone else get it first? Yao Guang's saintess really wanted to slap him. She said coldly, ridiculous. I saw your pale expression just now. It must be true. The geniuses in our line of work are too amazing. Why can't I do it? Tu Tian was a bit gloomy. He asked, nothing happened between the 2 of you, right? You're one of my targets. Die. Yao Guang's saintess was so angry that the roots of her teeth were itching. The jasper bell in front of her quickly enlarged to a diameter of 100 feet. The ringing of the bell shook the sky. One could clearly see a series of green rays being emitted, like a ripple, like a wave, sweeping the surroundings. The surrounding cultivators let out miserable cries, as they had no way of defending themselves. Yao Guang's saint daughter wore a cold face. Her clothes fluttered as she stormed toward Tu Fei. "You want to silence me?" Tu Fei screamed. Then, he remembered something, raking his eyes around. "Genius bro, where are you? Lend me your clothes." Two black lines appeared on the forehead of the Yao Guang saintess. Her murderous intent filled the air as her powerful soul consciousness scanned the surroundings. "Hey, genius bro, you're not good. Why did you run away? People in our line of work are loyal to their friends. Why did you run away without telling us?" Tu Fei shouted in the sky. "You big mouth." Yi Fan had dashed far away, but he could still hear their voices. Since there were battles everywhere, Shi Yan was attacked from time to time. He couldn't leave quickly. "I'm going to kill you." The Yao Guang saintess was usually beautiful and charming. She rarely got angry. However, Yi Fan seemed to have some strange magical power. Every time she thought of this young man, she couldn't help but scream. "It has nothing to do with me. I didn't steal the clothes. Genius bro did it. If you're angry, hurry and find him." "It has nothing to do with me," shouted Tu Fei. The bell rang loudly. The dark green jade bell was extremely mystical. The sound waves it emitted were like waves, clearly visible as they surged in all directions. At this moment, the Yao Guang saintess was peerless in her generation. She stood on the massive jasper bell, her skin like ice and bones like jade. Her face was murderous. Tu Fei ran away. Then, he took out a clay jar. It was gray and dull as if it was dug out from a pile of dirt. However, this clay jar was really powerful. The mouth of the jar was like a black hole with a strong devouring power. The sky around was twisted as if it could take everything in. The Yao Guang saintess discolored. "Did the seventh bandit Tu Tian give you this?" "Don't worry. It's just a replica. My grandfather said that if I can catch a saintess to marry, he will give me that clay jar." Although the clay jar was old, it wasn't damaged. Its power was intimidating. It could even absorb the green sound waves and stop Yao Shi's attack. Saintess Yao Guang's expression changed. She said, "This is just a replica, but it already has such power. The real one is indeed a weapon of the extreme path. Just like the legends say, it is made from the flesh and blood of the desolate era's emperors." The so-called extreme weapon was the pinnacle of a weapon. In the eastern wasteland, it was as rare as a phoenix feather or a unicorn horn. From the ancient times until now, one could count the number of such weapons. Only the peerless characters who could suppress an era and rule the eastern wasteland could have the chance to refine such a weapon. It required the entire eastern wasteland's power to refine such a weapon. Since the ancient times, the number of great emperors was limited. The monstrous emperor's holy weapon, the Ji family's ancient mirror, the Yao Guang Holy Land's dragon pattern cauldron, and the clay jar that Tu Tian got by chance were all such extreme weapons. Of course, there was one exception in the eastern wasteland. It was the ancient wasteland tower. It was not made by humans. The extreme weapon was made by ancient great emperors and sacred emperors. Its power was peerless. If one could unleash its true power, it would be unimaginable. The reason why Tu Tian could become one of the 13 bandits was because he had an extreme weapon. Almost no one could kill him. With the extreme weapon on him, it was impossible to break his defense. Regarding this clay jar, there was a legend. Before the Desolate Age, a great emperor used his Yuan spirit as the fire, his flesh and blood as the clay, and countless divine materials from the Eastern Wasteland's legends. He turned his body into a clay jar, leaving behind an extreme weapon for his descendants. It could be said that if one had enough divine power to support this weapon, it would not be a problem for him to move unhindered in the Eastern Wasteland. Unfortunately, no matter how glorious a clan was, it would still fall. Even the greatest inheritance would be extinguished. After the great emperor of the primordial era had passed away, time had passed, and his descendants had long since faded into obscurity. 300 years ago, Tu Tian found this clay jar in a dried-up ancient river in the northern region. Half of it was buried in the sand, and no one knew how long it had been covered in dust. Unfortunately, the clay jar lacked a lid and was not complete. Otherwise, Tu Tian would be able to move unhindered in the eastern wasteland with this clay jar alone. The imitation clay jar was still intimidating. It was like a bottomless pit that was about to absorb the massive jade bell. Yao Guang's saintess was astounded. She knew that if the real clay jar was here, she would be obliterated without any suspense. Tu Fei, your god power isn't enough. Even if you have the imitation of the great emperor's holy weapon, what can you do? Light bloomed from Yao Guang's saintess glabella. The diamond mark was dazzling. It shot out a jet of divine light, slashing forward. What? Your soul consciousness is so powerful. Tu Fei was startled. He couldn't dodge. However, the clay jar in front of him had saved him. It could swallow everything, including the soul consciousness. That jet of divine light vanished immediately. Yao Guang's saintess discolored. The great emperor from the desolate age had used his yuan spirit as the flame and his flesh as a jar. Of course, he could swallow the soul consciousness. Ha! Tu Fei laughed, flying away immediately. His cultivation base wasn't as high as Yao Guang's saintess. If they fought for a long time, he would have to bear a big loss. Where are you going? Yao Guang's saintess didn't want to let him go. Genius bro, where are you? I'm coming to find you. Tu Fei's voice shook the entire origin area. Yi Fan cursed him inwardly. This blabbermouth was too much of a bastard. He had brought trouble to Yi Fan. At this moment, people were shouting and shouting everywhere. Shi Yan was attacked from time to time. He had to struggle to move forward. If Yao Shi found him, it would be a big trouble. Genius bro, what are you afraid of? You even stole Yao Shi's bra. Such excellent skills. You're the hero of our generation. If we join hands, we can capture that woman. Tu Fei was like a loudspeaker, shouting everywhere in the sky. As soon as he finished, the entire origin area quieted down for a while. This news was too frightening. It was unimaginable. Yi Fan wanted to curse him. This man should have his mouth sealed. However, thinking about it carefully, the other could have mistaken him for an expert. Anyway, his physique was special. It was hard for others to see his real cultivation base. It can't be true, right? Yao Guang's saintess is as pure as ice and as clean as jade. Someone stole her bra. It's impossible. Some cultivators didn't forget to discuss in the middle of the battle. Yao Guang's saintess bell-like laughter reverberated in the sky. Tu Fei, you can't change the situation with your sharp tongue. I want to see where you can run to. After she said that, all the cultivators understood. They didn't believe Tu Fei anymore. I'm telling the truth. A genius bro did steal Yao Shi's bra. Bro, come out. Tu Fei screamed while running away. People in our line of work should be loyal. I want to see how long you can talk nonsense. Yao Guang's saintess gritted her teeth. She really wanted to seal this blabbermouth and find Yi Fan. Her soul consciousness was raking around, searching carefully. During this process, many bandits stormed toward Yao Shi, and many Yao Guang Holy Lands cultivators attacked Tu Fei. In this chaotic battle, their screams attracted more attention. Genius bro, don't force me to use my best attack. Tu Fei retreated while fighting. You're just 14 or 15 years old. You're pretty, motherf asterisk cur. Yi Fan couldn't help but curse. He tore a bloody garment from a dead body and wrapped it around his face. It looked like he was bandaging a wound. However, there were people everywhere. Of course, someone noticed him. No way. There's a young man. I just saw him. Over there. Over there. Yi Fan used the old lunatic's footwork and ran away. The fourth bandit, the seventh bandit, and the Peacock King had brought their best weapons. They were fighting against the Yaoguang Saint Master's team. It was a fierce battle. The sky and earth were about to shatter. Shadows of swords and sabers were everywhere. Blood splashed everywhere. Genius bro, I finally see you. Don't run away. You're the one with the bloody garment. People in our line of work have a photographic memory. Even if you wear Yaoxi's saintess battle dress, I can still recognize you. Tu Feijin was like a loudspeaker, his voice shaking the sky as he shouted unceasingly. Swoosh. Many people looked at Yi Fan. Some Yaoguang disciples chased after him. Many roving bandits gave Yi Fan a thumbs up. Genius bro, you're good. It's rare to see a character like you in our line of work. You stole the Saintess bra. Every generation has its own geniuses. They have been outstanding for hundreds of years. Our line of work has never declined. A group of bearded bandits shouted. Greetings to all of you. Of course, Yi Fan understood that this group of bastards was trying to provoke the people of the Yaoguang Holy Land. Besides Tu Fei, no one would believe that he had Yaoxi's bra. At this moment, the Yaoguang Saint Master gritted her teeth so hard that she almost broke them. She also saw Yi Fan. Thinking about everything that happened that day, she wanted to scream. 1 month ago, they were naked. Yi Fan didn't have any secret about her jade-like body. Now, thinking about it, she felt her face burning up. Yaoxi wanted to storm over there and kill Yi Fan directly. However, she was afraid that people would misunderstand. It was the same as confirming Tu Fei's nonsense. However, she drove Tu Fei in that direction to get closer to Yi Fan. She was prepared to kill him if necessary. Tu Fei, you bastard. Don't frame me, shouted Yi Fan. He had to use his tongue to stop the Yaoguang Saint Master. Otherwise, he would be in a dangerous situation. Yaoxi Fairy is as pure as ice and as clean as jade. Everybody knows that. How could you disrespect her like that? The Yaoguang Saint Master gritted her teeth. She really wanted to fly over and step on Yi Fan. His words were too harsh to her ears. That day, when they were naked, the other's evil hands had scratched her skin. Thinking about it now, she still had goosebumps all over her body. Now, the other party actually said this and wanted to block her path. It was truly detestable to the extreme. Of course, the Yaoguang Saint Master wasn't an ordinary warrior. She reacted fast. She sneered and said, Tu Fei, I'm here, and you're here to smear my name. You're snakes and rats from the same nest. Today, I will kill you both. She thought that the two of them were just acting. One wanted to expose her, and the other wanted to cover it up. She coldly scolded them for their two-man show. Genius bro, you see? Yaoxi wants to kill you too. Come here quickly. If we work together, we can cut through metal. Take her down. At that time, it won't be just a bra. Tu Fei started to talk again. Many bandits with unkempt beards screamed strangely and joined in the commotion. Yi Fan cursed under his breath. These bastards weren't good people. He shouted, Tu Fei, you're a bandit. Don't talk nonsense. Yaoxi Fairy, I've admired you for a long time. I've never thought of disrespecting you. You're like the bright moon hanging high in my heart. You're the purest existence in this world. Listening to him, the Yaoguang Saint Master really wanted to cut him with her saber. However, she still smiled and said, I don't deserve your admiration. Yi Fan didn't wait for her to say more. He shouted, Tu Fei, you bastard. If you frame me one more time, I will use my weapon to kill you. He emphasized the word, weapon, while looking at the Yaoguang Saint Master. It was a naked threat. If she chased after him, he would have to use his bra to kill her. The Yaoguang Saint Master was smart. Of course, she knew what he meant. She gritted her teeth. She hated Yi Fan a lot, but she still smiled brightly. If so, we should join hands and kill Tu Fei. I'm sorry. My competence is low. I can't help you much. Yi Fan had finally reached the edge of the origin area. Of course, after he was noticed, he was lucky that the bearded bandits had helped him. Otherwise, the cultivators of the Yaoguang Holy Land would have captured him already. Genius brother, people in our line of work must be loyal. Tu Fei saw that he was running for his life and didn't want to help them. He was reluctant and said, "You should just use that bra." They were about to leave the battlefield. No matter what, Yi Fan didn't want to get involved. Right in front of them, the Peacock King and the Yaoguang Saint Master were fighting. Their battle had shattered the sky and cracked the earth. The sun and the moon had lost their light. The sky was filled with terrifying energy waves like a vast ocean. 108 worlds were floating. The sky was full of halos. The Yaoguang Saint Master looked like she was going to turn into the Great Path. The Peacock King was like a god crossing the worlds. Although he was just a young man, he was domineering. The 4th and 7th bandits joined hands to take out a clay pot. They trapped the antiques of the Yaoguang Holy Land and wanted to take them all inside. The Peacock King, the Blue Flood Dragon King, and Tu Tian want to play big. Yi Fan was frightened. These people had the guts to attack a powerful holy land. Genius brother, people in our line. The loudspeaker Tu Fei came again. Chapter 183. The so-called holy weapon was the limit of what a weapon could achieve. There were only a few of them in the entire eastern wasteland, and they could be counted. They all came from the hands of ancient holy emperors. How many great emperors had there been since ancient times? Those that were recorded in the ancient books were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. As a result, there were only a few extreme Dao weapons. The earthy gray pot was excessively simple, but it possessed great power. Under the joint power of Green Flood Dragon King and Tu Tian, it devoured heaven and earth, collecting everything. Kacha. In the sky, there was an 8 trigrams furnace that was the size of a small mountain. Flames overflowed into the heavens, blocking in front. However, it couldn't stop the clay pot at all, releasing cracking sounds. Boom! The huge furnace cracked open all of a sudden. Flames filled the sky, wreaking havoc in all directions. Unfortunately, it only fluctuated for a moment before it was all sucked into the clay jar. This was already the 9th weapon of the Supreme Elders that had been destroyed. In the face of extreme Dao weapons, there was nothing they could do but shatter. The earthy gray jar looked ordinary, but it was a saint weapon forged from the flesh and blood of an ancient emperor. Its power was immeasurable. If not for the lack of a seal, the enemy would have been destroyed long ago. Let's see how long you can last. The Green Flood Dragon King shouted. Together with Tu Tian, he activated the jar again. On the other side, an ancient cauldron floated up and down. Streaks of dragon patterns appeared on its surface, its style simple and unadorned. Chaotic mist gathered around it. This was a replica of the dragon pattern cauldron from the Yaoguang Holy Land. It was controlled by an extremely powerful old man, who was trying his best to fight against the earthy jar. However, a replica was still a replica. Even though it had been refined by this great elder for hundreds of years, it was still unable to withstand the saint weapon of an ancient great emperor. With everyone working together, this dragon pattern cauldron replica only lasted for 7 or 8 minutes before it started shaking. The dragon patterns on it all fell off, and its luster dimmed. Kacha. The dragon pattern imitation cauldron finally couldn't hold on any longer. Cracks appeared on its surface, about to shatter and be devoured by the jar. Old Tu, your holy weapon is just too powerful. I am willing to pay any price to exchange it with you. You can take everything I have right now. The Green Flood Dragon King sighed in admiration and spoke like this. In this life, I will rely on it. I will not exchange it with anyone. Tu Tian flatly refused. At that moment, people from the Yaoguang Holy Land all looked pale. Their weapons were all broken, and they couldn't hold on any longer. Extreme weapons were terrifying. Unfortunately, the dragon pattern cauldron of the Yaoguang Holy Land was the most precious treasure of the Holy Land. It could not be taken out easily. Otherwise, they would not be in such a passive position. On the other side, the Peacock King was fighting Sacred Lord Alcade. They passed through the 108 worlds and were on par with each other. The sun and moon lost their radiance, and the world lost its color. The magical powers of the two mighty beings overflowed into the heavens, and with a roar from the distant sky, the mountains on the ground shook until they crumbled. Yi Fan was dazzled. The weapon of the extreme way shocked him. The people of the Yaoguang Holy Land were going to die because of this clay pot. He wasn't in a hurry to leave. The Green Flood Dragon King and the others had the absolute upper hand. If he killed the group of old antiques and was freed up, then Wavering Light Saint Sovereign wouldn't be able to survive. Right now, he could seek refuge with the Peacock King and the others. He would no longer need to flee. Genius bro, in our line of work, we have to be loyal. Tu Fei also flew to the edge, landing by Yi Fan. Yaoguang Saintess didn't chase after them. Everybody could see that the big characters of the Yaoguang Holy Land weren't in a good situation. They were subdued by the holy weapons of the great ancient emperors. Their bodies and souls could be destroyed easily. Although the Yaoguang Holy Land had a profound foundation, it was too late to cross the void. Boom! The sky was shaken. People screamed and beasts roared. The armored horsemen broke the dome of the sky, grumblingly approaching. It seemed like a flood had arrived from the horizon. The murderous aura shot up into the sky. A big flag fluttered in the air, which had a big character, Jiang. The Jiang family of the remote antiquity had arrived. They were one of the rulers of the North region, which was much stronger than the Yaoguang Holy Land in this area. Fellow Daoists of the Yaoguang Holy Land, our Jiang family is here to help. Hundreds of armored horsemen arrived with some big characters in the middle. Their fighting will shot up into the sky like a surging tide. The icy aura sent chills down people's spines. What bad luck! Tu Fei cursed. In the sky, the Peacock King, the Blue Flood Dragon King, and Tu Tian changed their faces. Now, the powerful Jiang family had come to help, which made their plan fail. The Yaoguang Holy Land's cultivators shouted in unison. Until now, many of them had died. They were about to be defeated. Suddenly, a new force came, which cheered them up. Genius bro. Tu Fei turned around and found that Yi Fan had run away a long time ago. In just a blink of an eye, he had disappeared. Tu Fei was a little dumbfounded. He shouted, "Hey, genius bro, people in our line of work shouldn't be so disloyal." Yi Fan didn't dare to linger. He knew his own strength. If he stayed here, he would only be cannon fodder in the battle between the Holy Land and the Great Bandits. This was a group of strong warriors. None of them were weak. Those with a low cultivation base had been killed in the chaotic battle. Blood mist hovered, and the battlefield was very tragic. Boom! Their rears shook violently. The battle had reached its climax. The Blue Flood Dragon King and Tu Tian were determined to kill a group of strong warriors at any cost. The Peacock King's eyes were sharp. His murderous aura shook the entire area. He turned into a five-colored peacock, tearing the sky and earth apart. Behind them, the entire area was boiling. The sky and the earth seemed to be about to be destroyed. Yi Fan was as fast as lightning. Like a jet of light, he crossed the earth. He used his mysterious footwork to the extreme, disappearing in a blink of an eye. I will come back later. He disappeared into the vast land. He needed to find a place to cultivate and increase his competence. He shouldn't get involved in the battle. The reddish-brown land was boundless. There were no plants or water sources. There was only emptiness and silence. 7 or 8 days had passed. Yi Fan didn't know how many miles he had traveled. Not to mention an oasis, he didn't even see a leaf. Yi Fan let out a long sigh as he left the area. From now on, he would be free to do as he pleased. He would no longer be restricted. The Yaoguang Holy Land was based in the south. Even if the Saintess knew he was in the north, she couldn't send enough people to track him down. The 13 bandits were their biggest trouble. To guard the source mine, they had to spend a lot of energy and couldn't take care of anything else. I need the cultivation method of the Holy Palace's secret territory, Yi Fan said to himself. This was his biggest goal in coming to the north. Now that he had reached the Nirvana realm, time waited for no one. He urgently needed the Jasper Lake Heart technique. Thinking of this, he felt a headache. He felt like he had given himself a huge problem. Dreams were beautiful, but it was difficult to actually put them into action. The most effective method is to kidnap a Jasper Lake goddess from the Holy Palace's secret territory and ask her for her cultivation method. However, the consequences of this would be very serious. He had only learned one of the Ji clan's secret techniques and hadn't cultivated the void ancient scripture, but he had already brought disaster upon himself. If he really kidnapped a Jasper Lake goddess and cultivated their secret techniques, it would be a huge disaster. In the past, there had been people who cultivated the sacred land's ancient scriptures, but in the end, they were either killed or had their sects destroyed. All traces of them were erased. The sacred lands and the clans of the ancients valued their ancient scriptures more than anything else. No matter who learned it, they would use all their power to kill them. I've set a huge problem for myself. Yi Fan rubbed his temples. If he had a choice, he really wouldn't want to take on such a challenge. The Jasper Lake goddess can marry someone, but it's said that the conditions are very strict. He thought of Elder Wu Qingfeng's words. How could the high and mighty Jasper Lake goddess marry a small cultivator like him? Time was tight. It was difficult to find the time to slowly get close to the Jasper Lake goddess. This path was very difficult. Do I really have to be a big devil and steal a Jasper Lake goddess? Yi Fan was really in a difficult position. He didn't want to be an enemy of the Jasper Lake, but he really wanted their heart technique. What conditions do I need to become the son-in-law of the Jasper Lake? Yi Fan's imagination ran wild. Maybe there's still some time to buffer. He thought of Elder Wu Qingfeng's words. Many of the great cultivators of the ancient times only cultivated one secret realm, and they could also cultivate to the extreme. There must be many secrets in the sea of reincarnation that haven't been unearthed. Maybe I can cultivate again and leave enough time to get close to the Jasper Lake goddess. Yi Fan felt that the most important thing now was to improve his strength. He had to think of all possible ways. He didn't want to be a devil unless he had no other choice. After thinking about it carefully, he thought that he had to prepare for two things. Either way, he had to have the strength of a devil and be able to defeat the Jasper Lake goddess in the Holy Ji Palace secret realm. Yi Fan didn't want to cultivate in this area. He felt that it was still not far enough, so he continued to run into the distance. Along the way, he would stop and blast open the reddish-brown ground in search of source stones. However, he didn't gain much. He didn't find many source stones along the way, so he didn't grasp the gist of or finding. After more than 10 days, Yi Fan finally found an oasis and saw signs of human life. I've been running with secret arts all along the way. Although I stopped and walked, I'm afraid I've already traveled 70,000 kilometers. I've only seen signs of human life after walking for so long. Such a vast area had long surpassed all the continents on Earth, which made him sigh. Countless years ago, this land was flourishing with vegetation and races. Tyrannical humanoid figures split the sky with their bare hands, and all kinds of temples were erected on the land. What happened that caused the northern region to become a barren land? Yi Fan didn't stop and continued to run forward. He only stopped on the 20th day and decided to find a place to cultivate. Along the way, he saw oases ranging from several kilometers in radius to thousands of kilometers in radius. They were all over the reddish-brown ground. The people of the northern region were fierce, and he saw many bloody incidents. For the sake of fighting for oases and to occupy source stones, battles broke out from time to time. Yi Fan didn't enter any of the oases. In the end, he settled down in an empty desert. He cut open a stone mountain and opened up a cave abode, starting to cultivate inside. He took out the pristine jade bottle, and colorful source stones fell before him. They were dazzling and bright, illuminating the cave abode. Preliminary estimates showed that these source stones added up to about 60 kilograms. This was a huge fortune that could increase his strength. Yi Fan started to cultivate and prepared to break through. The so-called Nirvana realm was a realm of transformation. Legend had it that ancient powerhouses who cultivated the sea of reincarnation alone would undergo a transformation of 9 lifetimes and 9 deaths. In the end, they would break out of the cocoon and become a butterfly, returning to the perfect state. The moment they came out of seclusion, the clouds moved in all directions and strange phenomena shot into the sky. Of course, this was the result of many years of cultivation. Some people even cultivated their entire lives for this. It wasn't something that could be achieved overnight. The cultivation of a single secret realm not only required a powerful mental cultivation method, but also some ancient secret arts to complement it. Yi Fan didn't know much about them, so it was impossible for him to compare with the ancient powerhouses. In the next 7 days, the cave abode was filled with dense spiritual energy. All kinds of strange scenes appeared in Yi Fan's sea of reincarnation. Green lotuses trembled, golden seas surged, blue skies weaved with lightning. His transformation began. Chapter 184. In the first 7 days, Yi Fan's entire body was flowing with colors and his vitality was like the ocean. Inside the sea of reincarnation, there were many strange phenomena and various sounds. This continued for 7 days before the brilliance gradually faded. The entire abode was dim and Yi Fan's body was no longer lustrous. Like a dead tree, his vitality no longer flowed out. On the 8th day, his body shriveled like a rag compared to the sparkling and translucent body of the past. On the 9th day, his internal organs stopped functioning. Compared to the vigorous vitality in the past, he was lifeless at the moment. On the 10th day, his bones were gray and no longer white and clean. It was as if they were about to decay and could no longer exist. This was the transformation of the Nirvana realm. Upon reaching the Nirvana realm, a cultivator's flesh, internal organs, and bones would wither and then undergo a different kind of rebirth. Blood and bones would be changed 9 times in a row to complete the transformation. However, it was obvious that Yi Fan's situation was different. He advanced step by step and didn't start the transformation after reaching the peak of the Nirvana realm. His 9 transformations were carried out separately. This was only the first transformation and didn't go through continuous destruction and rebirth. Yi Fan's entire body seemed to be returning to dust and dust to dust. He was close to decay and his vitality seemed to have reached the end. Until the 11th day, he was like a plant that had experienced the cold winter. He regained his vitality and gushed out a towering vitality. The abode shone brightly and life essence filled the air. The essence and blood in Yi Fan's body were reborn like a surging river. The sound was so loud that it could be heard from far away. His heart was beating strongly like a drum, thumping loudly. If an ordinary person were to see this, they would definitely be overwhelmed with shock. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were vibrating at the same time, like sonorous music. His bones kept making sounds and the gray faded away. They were as white as jade and clear as crystal. At the same time, they trembled continuously. Although the hidden injuries he suffered in the past, whether it was on his skin, internal organs, or bones, they had long been healed. The rebirth of his body this time was another baptism. His entire body was free of dust and dirt and completely reborn. This transformation lasted for several days before Yi Fan completely woke up. The divine power in his body was surging. This time, it couldn't be considered a complete transformation, but his physique was greatly improved, and his body was much stronger. There are still 8 more chances to metamorphose. If I continue until the end, they should be comparable to a complete rebirth. After consuming the holy fruit twice and refining his body with the monster race Great Emperor's sacred heart blood essence once, he had gone through a total of 3 rebirths. He felt that the combination of the 9 transformations of the Nirvana realm might be equivalent to a rebirth. Yi Fan discovered that he had refined a total of 9 kilograms of origin source. This caused him to be shocked. Such a huge consumption was beyond his expectations. He had originally thought that with so many sources, he would be able to enter the secret realm of the Doctrine Palace through the consummation of the Nirvana realm. If that's the case, even a few dozen kilograms of origin stones won't be able to support me through 9 transformations. I still need to find origin stones. The greater the amount of energy consumed, the more thorough the transformation, the greater the improvement to the constitution. However, this was still quite astonishing, far surpassing that of ordinary cultivators. This is an extravagant squandering. He sighed. If he had not come to the northern region, it would have been difficult to solve this problem. In the following days, Yi Fan cultivated in seclusion and did not go out. He had plenty of food and water in the pristine jade bottle, so there was no need to worry. Time passed quickly, and 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Fan had gone through 6 transformations and used up all of his origin stones. The 6 transformations made him even stronger, and at the same time, the sea of reincarnation became different. In the cave abode, Yi Fan did not move. Lightning coiled around him, and a green lotus accompanied him. There was a blue sky above his head as he sat in the golden sea. This was not a true vision, but a further evolution of the sea of reincarnation. It broke through the shackles of the flesh shell and truly appeared. That green lotus was like the birth of the Tao. It still only had 3 leaves, but it was like the 3 gave birth to all things. It gently swayed, and a chaotic mist shrouded Yi Fan. That blue sky was bright and clear like a gemstone. There were lightning dragons swimming below, interweaving with endless lightning radiance. It was as if the tribulation lightning of creation had appeared here. The golden sea rose and fell, but Yi Fan was like a boulder, not moving at all. He allowed the tides to rise and fall, surging around him. This was a strange scene. At first, the waves and lightning were deafening, but then everything calmed down, becoming a peaceful and harmonious scene. It wasn't a vision, but it was comparable to a vision. It surrounded him, making him feel as if he was standing in a strange world. At this moment, Yi Fan was without ripples and waves, becoming one with the pulse of heaven and earth. There was a strange power contained within the tranquility. Only after a long time had passed did he open his eyes. The green lotus, blue sky, lightning, golden sea, and others were all restrained, disappearing without a trace. Yi Fan's current situation was that he had no choice but to search for origin stones. His body was like a bottomless pit, no amount of origin stones was enough. At this point, he was very envious of the disciples of the Holy Land. They had the most powerful ancient scriptures and endless heavenly treasures. They only needed to cultivate diligently. And he not only had to think of a way to obtain a cultivation method, but he also had to dig for origin stones himself. For a secret art, he was chased all the way to the northern region. It was a narrow escape. Rumble. Yi Fan used the golden book to split the earth in search of the origin veins. He almost turned the entire region upside down. There were large cracks everywhere, and there were shattered rocks everywhere. Only on the 4th day did he finally find a stone vein. It was the kind of rock that contained origin stones. However, after completely excavating it, he was greatly disappointed. He had only collected less than half a kilogram of origin stones, which was too low. Half a month later, Yi Fan had collected more than half a kilogram of origin stones. This made him completely understand that the origin region controlled by the Holy Land was the best region. Comparatively speaking, the other regions were very barren. This couldn't go on like this. He had to think of another way. When Yi Fan returned to his residence, the Stone Mountain Cave residence, he suddenly found a group of people. There were about a dozen of them, including an old man. The rest were all young and strong. They were surrounding the stone mountain and observing. Sigh, Big Beard Chen is too arrogant. He's really too much. If we can't hand over 5 kilograms of origin stones, he'll kill all the people in our village. There's no other way. The strongest person in our village is only at the Life Spring realm. How can we fight against them? They're a group of powerful bandits. The deadline is very close. If we still can't find the origin stones, our village will really be in danger. Jianghu, you've circled around the stone mountain. Is there an origin stone here? A very simple and honest young man asked. There must be an origin stone in this stone mountain, and it's definitely a rich mine. Unfortunately, this is a 300-meter tall stone mountain. It's not easy to mine with our strength. The white-haired Jianghu sighed. Yi Fan had lived here for more than 2 months. He didn't know that there was an origin stone near him. The other party had circled around the mountain and confirmed it. This made his heart skip a beat. Let's go and take a look elsewhere. Jianghu sighed. We've been collecting origin stones for years. The places that can be mined have all been mined. It looks like we'll have to go to a further place. I don't know if we can make it in time. The dozen or so people turned their horses around and headed into the distance. Not long after, Yi Fan flew out and stood on the stone mountain. He took out the golden book and slashed horizontally. Rocks flew everywhere. Very soon, he had shaved off more than 10 meters of the mountain peak. He actually saw an origin stone. He started to dig and dug out 1 kilogram of origin stone. It was indeed a rich mine in this area. That old man's eyes are as sharp as lightning. He's really accurate. Yi Fan was a little surprised. The sound of hooves could be heard. Zhang Wuya and the dozen or so young men had returned. They had heard the commotion behind them and had returned. Everyone was very surprised to see the top of the stone mountain being shaved off and a 14 or 15-year-old youth standing on it. This little brother, no, this little immortal, this old man greets you. The white-haired Zhang Wuya jumped off his horse and bowed. When the other young men saw this, they also got off their horses and bowed. Sir, you don't have to do this, Yi Fan replied from above. Among the dozen or so people, there was a 17 or 18-year-old man who was the quickest. When he saw Zhang Wuya like this, he immediately understood something. He hurriedly knelt down and said, "Little immortal, save us. Please help us. There's really no way out." The others also came to their senses and knelt down one after another. Big Beard Shen wants to kill everyone in our village. Little immortal, save us. A youth named Air Bo kowtowed so hard that his forehead was bleeding. He said, "Little brother, save us. My sister has been captured by them. She definitely won't have a good ending. Now, for the sake of Origin Stone, they want to kill everyone in our village." He wept bitterly. Zhang Wuya also knelt down. His shining white head touched the ground and sighed. "Little immortal, save us. We really don't have a way out. There's no way to gather 5 kilograms of origin stone in a short time. Those bastards threaten to kill all the men in our village and take the women away if we can't gather enough." Yi Fan didn't want to cause any trouble, but he couldn't bear to see the weak being bullied and humiliated. This was his nature, so he couldn't leave indifferently. "Elder, please get up." He landed on the ground and helped the old man whose forehead was bleeding up. He asked, "What kind of people are they?" "A group of roving bandits who do all kinds of evil. They don't have the strength of character of the 13 great bandits. They only bully the weak. There are actually many such bandits, but villains like them are rare." The group of people talked at once and explained the ins and outs of the matter clearly. This group of bandits didn't have a fixed residence. They robbed origin stone everywhere, killed people at every turn, bullied young girls, and committed all kinds of evil. According to their description, there were divine bridge realm cultivators among these bandits. Even though there were cultivators in the village, they couldn't fight against them. Yi Fan's thoughts turned. This group of bandits plundered everywhere, so they definitely had origin stone in their hands. He could become a great thief who specialized in robbing these bandits. "Elder, let me ask you. Are there many bandits like this?" "There are many, like locusts. One batch leaves, and another batch comes. Every place in the north region is the same. It's very chaotic." Zhang Wuya shook his head. This was also the reason why there were cultivators in a village. Without martial power to protect it, the situation would be worrisome. Yi Fan's eyes brightened. He felt that the problem at hand was completely solved. He nodded and said, "Zhang Wuya, I'll go back with you." "Thank you, little immortal." These people were incomparably excited and bowed again. There's no need to do this. You don't have to do this. Yi Fan hurriedly stopped them. On the way, Yi Fan consulted Zhang Wuya, asking him how he could see that there was an origin stone in the mountain. That stone mountain has a heavy aura. There are scales at the top and stone vines twining around the waist of the mountain. In addition, Zhang Wuya said a bunch of things before finally saying, on the surface, this is a stone origin stone. Yi Fan was dumbfounded. Searching for the origin stone was actually so complicated. According to the old man, even the change in color of the ground when the sun, moon, and stars moved had to be taken into account. So complicated. Yi Fan was very surprised. This is only the simplest method. Zhang Wuya shook his head and said, searching for the origin stone is indeed incomparably profound. One needs to observe the landscape of the mountains and rivers, understand the movement of the underground veins, and sometimes correspond with the stars in the sky. Yi Fan couldn't help but be surprised. Searching for the origin stone actually had so many principles. It was simply broad and profound. Is what you said true? Of course it's true. Zhang Wuya is the most famous origin stone in our area. Zhang Wuya is very accurate in looking for the origin stone. He rarely makes mistakes. Zhang Wuya shook his head and said, I've only learned the surface of the things passed down by my ancestors. This knowledge is about to be completely lost. Zhang Wuya's ancestor was the Yuan Taoist master. He was able to find the dragon vein of the origin and fix the exceptional divine source in place, preventing it from escaping, Dumbo said from the side. The Yuan Taoist master, the exceptional divine source can escape. Yi Fan was very surprised. The divine source is alive. It is nurtured in the dragon vein of the origin. Even if the people of the world discover it by chance, it's difficult to catch it, a middle-aged man at the side added. Zhang Wuya shook his head and said, according to my ancestors' words, it's not the divine source that has life, but the creatures sealed within it still have life. What? Yi Fan was even more shocked. A mortal actually understood the divine source so well. According to my ancestors' conjecture, those creatures are extremely tyrannical. Even the current powerful cultivators are probably not their match. Zhang Wuya had nothing to hide when talking about the past. He said, my ancestor once saw an ancient person walk out of the exceptional divine source with his own eyes. With a mournful howl, a mountain ridge collapsed. Yi Fan's heart trembled as his imagination ran wild. The northern region was really too mysterious. There were too many past events in this land. Although all life on the surface had been extinguished, the past events underground were not finished and had been sealed away. How much did your ancestor know about ancient creatures? Yi Fan asked. Not much. Zhang Wuya shook his head and said, according to the words left behind by my ancestor, those mysterious creatures are taboo existences in the northern region. It's best not to keep mentioning them, or bad things will easily happen. Your ancestor is the Yuan Taoist master, and his identity seems to be extraordinary. You actually know these secrets. The Yuan Taoist master is a title. In the distant past of the northern region, there were not many people with that title. Now, there are no such people anymore. The middle-aged man at the side seemed to be a little emotional. Hiss. Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. He did not know much about the northern region. It seemed that the Yuan Taoist master had a great background and was probably not as simple as a mortal. In the northern region, there's a place called the Jade Lake. They all respectfully invited Zhang Wuya's ancestor to be a guest there. Dumbo interrupted. What? Yi Fan was shocked. To attend a banquet at the Jade Lake Holy Land, it seemed that the Yuan Taoist master was definitely an extraordinary person. It was unimaginable that he could search for the dragon vein and stabilize the divine source. Did the people from the Jade Lake come to your village after that? Yi Fan asked. They came once 500 years ago. Unfortunately, the Book of Source of Heaven had been lost for thousands of years. Later generations only learned the surface and couldn't help them much. Zhang Wuya shook his head. Yi Fan felt that the Yuan Taoist master was extraordinary and difficult to fathom, so he asked, I think your ancestor must be an extraordinary person. Did he later come to this village to enjoy his old age? Sigh. Jianghu sighed and said, the Yuan Taoist master knows too much about the secret of the source. Bad things will definitely happen. Chapter 185. The matters of the ancient past passed with the passage of time, and the dust of history was buried beneath the earth. This was the truest portrayal of the northern region. As the years went by, the once vibrant earth became desolate, and the races of the past had become the smoke of history. Now, there was only endless emptiness and desolation left in the northern region. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing in the boundless earth, only a drab reddish-brown. Zhang Wuye's village was 200 li away. At this speed, they would be able to rush back before sunset. Yi Fan was also riding a horse beside Zhang Wuye, earnestly asking him about all kinds of secrets regarding the origin. 1,000 years ago, the heavenly book of source had been lost, and many secret methods to search for the origin were lost. Zhang Wuye was very regretful, and he would sigh whenever he talked about this matter. Yi Fan was also somewhat disappointed. That was definitely a wondrous book, and he really wanted to take a look at it. Searching for the origin of the dragon vein and determining the peerless divine source, such methods were universally shocking. Once he grasped it, he would definitely become an honored guest of the Holy Land. This wondrous book possessed inestimable value. The galloping horses left behind a dozen or so trails of smoke and dust. After more than 2 hours, the horses' speed became slower and slower. They had only galloped for 70 to 80 li, and they were not fine steeds with ordinary stamina. Hiya! Suddenly, 7 or 8 horses appeared on the horizon. Their speed was extremely fast, like a whirlwind, stirring up smoke and dust into the sky. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived before them. These people's mounts were not ordinary horses. All of them were tall and sturdy with shining scales. These were dragon-scaled horses. Their bodies were covered in green scales, and they could travel 4,000 to 5,000 li in a day without tiredness. Not good, they're roving bandits. The expression of the quick-witted youth named Wang Shu changed. All of you, stop! A dark-skinned middle-aged man shouted. The 8-hide dragon-scale horses surrounded them, blocking Yi Fan and the others. The people on the horses shouted, hand over the source capital you've excavated, or this will be your burial ground. Yi Fan had finally experienced the complexity of this chaotic land. In broad daylight, roving bandits ran amok, and people were killed and robbed at the slightest provocation. Sir, we didn't collect a single source grain today. We didn't gain anything, Wang Shu explained with a smile. Cut the crap. Source gatherers like you won't shed a tear until you see your coffin. Hurry up and hand it over, and we'll let you leave. Otherwise, this day next year will be the day of your death, the dark-skinned, middle-aged man in the center scolded. Sir, we really didn't find anything. If you don't believe me, you can search us all you want. We won't resist. Zhang Wuye cupped his hands. Yi Fan patted Zhang Wuye's shoulder, telling him not to worry as he sized up these people. Old thing, stay on the side. A bandit walked up, staring at Yi Fan, feeling that his body seemed to have an origin aura. You still say you don't have any source? This young man with soft skin and tender flesh must have a lot of source on him. A bandit brandished his horsewhip, lashing it heavily at Yi Fan, cursing, you still dare lie in front of us? Bang! Yi Fan gripped the horsewhip and said to Zhang Wuye and the others, you guys go ahead and wait for me. Little brat, who do you think you are? A mere source gatherer dares to act like this? The bandit swept his gaze around and said, let's see who dares to leave. All of you, obediently wait here for me. Plop. Yi Fan pulled him off the dragon scale horse, but he didn't take his life. He had a lot of questions to ask these bandits. Zhang Wuye and the others saw this and rushed into the distance without stopping. The bandit leader, who plundered all day long, naturally saw that something was wrong. He directly abandoned the dragon scale horse and soared into the sky, wanting to escape. Still want to leave? Yi Fan flicked his fingers, and 8 gusts of wind, like 8 hammers, smashed into their bodies. The 8 of them immediately fell to the ground. The bandit leader was only a Life Spring Realm cultivator, so he couldn't withstand a single blow from Yi Fan. These people all paled, knowing that they had kicked an iron plate. Are you really bandits or not? The source chi on you doesn't even add up to half a caddy. Yi Fan was quite dissatisfied. Tell me in detail what groups of bandits there are in the vicinity. Half a quarter of an hour later, Yi Fan led the 8 dragon-scale horses and caught up with Zhang Wuya's group. Will bringing these dragon-scale horses back cause you trouble? The dozen or so young men were very envious, but Zhang Wuya shook his head and said, let them run their own course. Only bandits can ride them. If we have these strange beasts in our village, they'll be too conspicuous. Bandits run amok. Do the sects here not care? Yi Fan asked. How can they care? The bandits are like locusts. One batch leaves, another batch comes. There's no way to control them. It's about as long as they don't join in. I've heard that many sects support the bandits and secretly plunder. Yi Fan further understood the chaos and bloodshed in the northern region. This was simply a paradise for evil. No wonder cultivators from other regions want to adventure in the northern region. This place is lawless. As long as you have the strength, you can be a local tyrant. Yi Fan felt that this was very suitable for him. He didn't need to worry about source chi. Before sunset, they finally covered more than 200 kilometers. In front of them, there was a stockade made of stones. There were only a few dozen households, and all of them added up to no more than 200 people. When they approached, Yi Fan found that the folk customs were indeed tough. All the villagers, regardless of gender or age, were holding sharp knives. When they saw that it was Zhang Wuya and the others who had returned, they heaved a sigh of relief and put down their sharp knives. Big Beard Shen is here again. He said that there are only 5 days left. If we don't hand over the source chi, he'll destroy our entire stockade. The villagers frowned and sighed in despair. The other teams that went out also didn't gain anything and returned without accomplishing anything. We've harvested too much source chi these years. The source chi in the nearby area has dried up. How can we harvest it in a short time? Yi Fan settled down. There were many stone houses in the northern region, but his residence was clean and meticulously tidied up. That night, Zhang Wuya and the others warmly entertained him. They specially slaughtered a sheep, and everyone sat around the fire. The whole sheep was roasted to a golden and glossy color. After it was taken down from the fire rack, everyone ate large pieces of meat and drank large bowls of wine. Most of the men in the northern region were boorish and even had the air of bandits. Drinking was inevitable. Yi Fan ate to his heart's content. He had been constantly on the run these days, and this kind of feeling made him very relaxed. During the feast, he asked Zhang Wuya about a few places and directions. Zhang Wuya had someone bring over a cowhide map and pointed it out to him one by one. They were all within a radius of 50 kilometers. These were the strongholds he had learned from the mouths of several bandits. Now, Yi Fan urgently needed source chi to increase his strength. On that very night, he took action and successively raided 3 strongholds of the bandits. In the end, he was greatly disappointed. There were no more than a dozen bandits in each lair, and he only found a little more than 1 kilogram of source chi in 3 places. It's not enough for me. I need to find a great bandit to start with. Up until now, Yi Fan missed the source region of the Yaoguang Holy Land immensely. That place was truly a land of treasures. The areas outside were extremely barren and simply couldn't be compared to that place. This stone stronghold was located in an oasis with a radius of more than 10 kilometers. On the horizon was a lonely mountain that was thousands of meters high. There was no soil or vegetation. It was completely a stone mountain. Early in the morning, the sun shone down on the huge stone mountain, giving off an incomparably solemn feeling. When Yi Fan walked out of the stone house, he just happened to see Zhang Wuya facing the morning glow and kowtowing to the mountain. This made him feel rather strange. The youth called Dumbo explained in a simple and honest manner, the first thing Jianghu does when he gets up every day is to kowtow to that mountain. Yi Fan's heart was moved. That mountain most likely wasn't simple. There might be some hidden secrets. At this time, Jianghu walked over. He didn't explain anything and only called him over to eat breakfast. Dumbo, let me ask you. What's so strange about that mountain? Yi Fan asked when there was no one else around. I don't know. Jianghu doesn't let us go near it. He says that it's an ominous place. Dumbo shook his head. After breakfast, Yi Fan strode forward like a wisp of smoke. Before long, he had arrived in front of the mountain. Its entire body was purplish-brown, as if it was polished from dark purplish gold. It was thick and heavy, reaching a height of 4,000 meters. It was extremely steep and impossible for mortals to climb it. Yi Fan was amazed to find that there were many knife marks and sword holes on its surface. They had almost been eroded and obliterated by the wind. Only by careful observation could he see them clearly. He tried to scratch a finger on the stone wall and found that it was extremely hard, comparable to refined iron. This kind of purple rock was very special. Yi Fan immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Such a hard mountain had already been eroded to this state. Just when were the knife and axe marks left on its surface? Immeasurable. He slowly rose into the air and became more and more surprised. Not only were there knife marks on the stone wall at the foot of the mountain, but there were also knife marks all over the mountain, up to the mountainside. When he reached the mountainside, the purple mountain stood up and down like a giant sword piercing into the sky. It was a majestic sight. Yi Fan was shocked to find that other than the marks left by various kinds of weapons, there were also many palm prints and finger holes. They were almost eroded and blurry, but still vaguely discernible. These must be the marks left by the primordial era. Otherwise, such a hard purple rock would not have nearly obliterated the marks. After flying to the mountaintop, Yi Fan looked into the distance and found that there was a mountain ridge in every direction. There are 9 mountain ridges in total. They are extremely far away on the horizon and are barely visible. This purple mountain seems to be in the center. Yi Fan did not know much about mountains and rivers, so he could not find anything special about it. In the end, he only stared at this purple mountain. The top of the mountain was bare and there was nothing. The morning sun shone down, making the whole mountain look even more majestic. There's nothing special about it. Could there be an origin inside? Yi Fan took out the golden book and slashed at the open mountaintop. The purple mountain was extremely hard, especially the mountaintop. However, it was still cut open by the golden book. Sparks flew in all directions and rocks pierced through the air. Not long after, a large hole appeared on the mountaintop. Yi Fan frowned. He did not find anything out of the ordinary. This was not the kind of stone used to contain an origin, so it should not contain an origin. In the end, he returned to the stone stronghold without accomplishing anything. The next day, he woke up early and watched from afar. Sure enough, the first thing Jianghu did after leaving the house was to worship the mountain. During breakfast, he could not help but ask, "Old master, is that mountain very special? Why do you worship it every day?" Jianghu's expression froze. He then sighed and said, "That is an ominous place. You must not go there. My ancestor once said that no one in the entire northern region can provoke it." Provoke? Yi Fan was even more shocked. He asked, "What exactly